Hey, sorry about that. How are ya? Mr. Ron McLean brings us into the Final Four. Good evening, Wildcat fans. It's the semifinals in the QMJHL. And your Wildcats, after sweeping the St. John Sea Dogs and the Val-d'Or Forats, now meet another skilled team, the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada. Under coach Alexandre Jacques, they open up the Final Four. The Rouyn-Noranda Huskies visit the Saguenay in Chicoutimi tomorrow night to open the other semifinal. This promises to be a very exciting series. Your Wildcats enter tonight's game on a blistering 17-game win streak. That's 9-0 to complete the regular season. Add 8 more in the Gilles Courteau playoffs so far. First time ever in Wildcat history we sweep 2 series back-to-back to open up the playoffs. We'll look at the very exciting semifinal in depth and bring you tonight's exciting Game 1 on the Subaru Moncton Pregame Show on FloHockey TV and your Wildcats radio network, Inspire 105.1 FM in Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview. Welcome back to the Avenue. If you're just driving in, hope you can park safely, walk safely, get to the building here. The Armada, well, they feature 25 goal scorer from last year's championship team. Their captain, Vincent Collard. On the blue line, Riverview Spencer Gill, younger brother of Dylan, who helped Moncton raise the cup last year in Rimouski. Goaltenders, Patrick Roy Trophy winner Rudy Guimont, who led the Q in wins, goals against, and save percentage. And like his teammates, 8-0 in the playoffs. At the other end of the ice, William Lasselle, no stranger to Moncton shooters after guarding the cage in Rimouski for the Oceanic. The Wildcats have not played in a week after wins in Val-d'Or 8-1 and 4-1 to sweep the best of sevens. Let's hear those best of 7 sweeps right now. Yeah, tremendous wins by Moncton 4 over St. John. Gabe Smith, the big 4-goal game in Game 3 at Val-d'Or. Ryan Chudzinski had a 5-point night on the same evening. Moncton taking it 8-1 and 4-1 in the city of Val-d'Or, Quebec. On the broadcast tonight, of course, Moncton head coach Gardner McDougall, Armada broadcaster Cedric Blondet. Aidan Glendenning will be by to join me a little bit later for color commentary. And the Hot Stove reporters are here in droves. And we'll corral a few to bring them in the first and second intermissions with our wonderful producer, Adam McLaren, back at the Inspire FM radio studios. We're coming back with the Thursday Hockey Report. Coach Gardner McDougall, Rudy Guimont wins the Patrick Roy Trophy. All that and more coming up on the Subaru Moncton Pregame Show on Cats Radio, Inspire FM.
Crawford saves it with the shaft of his goalie stick. Watch this save.
There's the hard shot. It's through, and the rebound off of Peltier. Flyers tie it. It looked like
It's the end of a career for David Savard.
a well-loved teammate, a real warrior on the ice.
Moving in front, trying to get a shot away. Turns, gets another chance. Turns again, comes in front. Marchand shoots.
Hey Moncton fans, Brad Marchand here.
Marchand moving in on Skinner. Marchand he scores! Marchand wins game 2 for the Panthers in double overtime.
Eichel feeds it. Barbashev a chance and he scores! Ivan Barbashev, second of the game!
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian-owned and operated. We're neighbors, friends, family. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
On April 6, 2018, Logan Boule set out with his hockey team, the Humboldt Broncos, for a road trip to a playoff game. But tragically, the team's bus was involved in a devastating crash. Despite all efforts, Logan's injuries were too severe and he passed away on April 7th. Even in the midst of tragedy, Logan gave back. His decision to register as an organ donor and tell his family saved 6 lives. This selfless act sparked a nationwide movement for 150,000 donor registrations, known as the Logan Boule Effect, and led to the creation of Green Shirt Day. On April 7th, Canadians come together to celebrate Logan's legacy and raise awareness for organ donation. By wearing green, we show our support for this important cause and the life-saving impact it has. We invite you to join us in honoring Logan's legacy by registering as an organ donor and telling your family. Together, we can continue the positive impact known as the Logan Boule Effect.
The Maritimes, our home, a land unlike any other. But our weather can be unpredictable, creating some challenging driving conditions. At Coast, we know all about that. Maritime strong for over 70 years. So we know the importance of proper tires on our roads, especially in winter. Coast is your year-round destination for tires, wheels, auto repair, oil changes, and a whole lot more. Shop tires and book auto service at coast.ca. Coast, moving you forward.
Good evening, Wildcat fans. Welcome to the Final Four. It's the QMJHL Semifinals. Your Moncton Wildcats sweeping the first 2 series for the first time in history, 4-0 and 4-0, hosting the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada with Vincent Collard and Spencer Gill. Good evening, everybody. This is Wild Minute, brought to you by Volkswagen Moncton, right across from the Moncton Airport. What a series we're going to be dealing with here with your Cats. 17 straight games. They have won 8-0 in the playoffs, 4 over St. John and sweeping Val d'Or. The Armada to get here. 4-game sweep of Victo Tigre. The regiment gave them a little bit of a battle, and they took that 4 games to 2. Goaltenders, none better. Rudy Guimard, the Patrick Roy Trophy winner in the QMJHL. William Lasselle in for the Armada. He was with Rimouski Oceanic when the Cats won the Gilles Courteau Trophy last year, winning 4 games to 2. And of course, Spencer Gill from Riverview on the blue line. The captain of the team, as I mentioned, is Vincent Collard. The Cats are rolling. Gabe Smith coming off a big 4-goal game in Game 3 at Val-d'Or. Caleb Denoyer, Ryan Chudzinski, Tommy Blyle. The team is fit and ready to go for Game 1. Game 2 is Saturday night. Game time 7 o'clock. We'll be in Boisbriand to play the Armada Monday and Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Atlantic time. Game 1, buckle up. Let's get ready for exciting Final Four playoff hockey here at the Avenir. Wild Minute brought to you by Volkswagen Moncton, right across from the Moncton Airport.
From your Moncton Wildcats. Here now is your starting lineup. Voici l'aliment débutant du match de ce soir. In goal, dans les filets, number 25, le numéro 25, Rudy Guimard. Number 9, le numéro 9, Gabe Smith. Number 14, le numéro 14, Teddy Mutron. Number 16, le numéro 16, Tommy Blyle. Number 20, le numéro 20, Preston Lounsbury. And number 24, le numéro 24, Adam Fortier-Gendron.
Chandler starting lineup here.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take a moment to honor a man who played a fundamental role in our organization history. The first ever head coach of the Moncton Wildcats. A builder of the game. Bill helped shape this franchise in the early years and left a lasting impact on our players, staff, and community. Un gars des Maritimes, un ancien professionnel du hockey et très bien respecté dans le monde du hockey. Bill Riley passed away recently at the age of 75 after a battle with cancer. Tonight, we remember his passion, his leadership, and the legacy he leaves behind. At this time, we invite you to turn your attention to Wild Vision for a special tribute to the late, great Bill Riley.
Riley actually scoring with the Washington Capitals. He was the captain of the 1982 Calder Cup champion NB Hawks out of the Coliseum. Great NHLer and a captain wherever he played in Nova Scotia, Halifax, the IHL, the CHL, and senior hockey in Newfoundland. Great video here at Wild Vision on the Avenir screen. Great action shots of Bill Riley from Amherst in action. His sweater number 7 hangs here at the Avenir. Big hand here at the crowd. A big thank you, Bill, on the Wild Vision screen. Certainly a leader when you break the NHL color barrier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask that you
1970s
please rise
well.
from your seats, remove your hats, and join us in a moment of silence as we honor the life and legacy of Bill Riley. Mesdames et messieurs, nous posons 30 secondes maintenant pour le repos de l'âme de Bill Riley. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Merci. Please remain standing if you can. And let's join in now with our national anthem, tonight led by Zoé Alain. Mesdames et messieurs, joignons-nous maintenant sur la surface de la patinoire avec Zoé Alain et l'interprétation de notre hymne national.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wildcat playoff hockey here at the Avenir. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning. Well, there's too many big names out there to really, I don't know where to begin. If you're writing a story on this series, Cats have been unbelievably strong. They've got Spencer Gill back healthy. They've got Bill Zano. They got 50 goal man, Mr. Carbonneau, wearing number 8 tonight. Justin, good goaltender in LaSalle. We've got Rudy Guimont winning the Patrick Waugh Trophy. Where do you begin, Aidan?
Yeah, just so much talent on both sides, Marty. And you take a look back to the season series, Moncton took both of those games with a 6-1 win on November 6th and a 4-1 win on March 6th. But like you stated, the Armada were severely undermanned during the regular season, dealt with a lot of injuries, and one injury in particular was Xavier Villeneuve, and he's back and better than ever in the postseason, currently shooting at above a point per game with 10 points so far during these playoffs. And on the other side, another young rookie defenseman looking to make his name known by the scouts in the building here tonight is Tommy Boule, and he's been just as exceptional for the Moncton Wildcats. Two teams going head-to-head with a lot of skill. This is going to be a great series and to the Final Four of the QMJHL.
Is it ever? Game 2, Saturday night, 7 o'clock. We'll be in Boisbriand, Quebec, Monday, Tuesday, Game 3 and 4. Teddy Mutrin, Gabe Smith down the middle, Preston Lounsbury, Tommy Boule, Adam Fortier-Gendron, Rudy Guimont. Moncton right off the face-off. They have not played in 8 days, but they've had some very spirited scrimmaging. There's a long pass by Lounsbury directed right into the Armada bench. Their coach, Alexandre Jacques, played 3 years in Shawinigan, AHL career after that, long playing career in Europe. Now 48 years old. He is the head coach down there behind the Armada bench. The other series will open tomorrow night with Rouyn-Noranda sweeping Shawinigan in Chicoutimi to play Les Saguenayens. We're just underway. Game 1, Final 4. First period. Bouncing puck will be palmed into the penalty box by Carbonneau. Gabe Smith was really just an immovable object, and what a force to contend with if you're Val-d'Or in that 4-game sweep.
Yeah, well, he leads the playoffs here so far with 9 goals, most goals during this postseason, and just a tribute to his strength, Marty. Like you said, he's just so good in front of that net, and it almost seems like no one's able to knock the puck off his stick when he gets moving in the O-zone, and just an incredible threat that Moncton is so lucky to have.
Both teams have great power plays, and the Cats certainly deadly. They've been putting in goals at a regular pace on the power play. Here comes Carbonneau through center. He'll hit Bill Zano. The Pittsburgh draft pick will slide it in behind Guimont in the corner. Corralled there by Vincent Desjardins, 28 goal man. Front of the net, loose puck. Cleared in behind the net by the Cats, and Lyle wheels out and gets it off the boards. Bouncing puck out to center. Voronin, Chudzinski, Lyle, Gabe Smith out there. Smith will take a pass. He's at the Armada blue line. Back to Voronin. He'll throw it in the Armada zone. Picked up on the blue line by Theo Lemieux. On defense, they continue. There's Spencer Gill wearing 15. Carries that puck nicely, getting around 2 Wildcats. He'll step over the blue line. Matt Virgilio knocks him into the boards. Puck is in the Cat corner. No score. First period. Game 1 of this best of 7 semifinal. A lot of talent out there. It'll be picked up nicely by Chudzinski. Smart play, getting it down the wing, draw weight, enabling a line change for Moncton. 18:37 to go in the opening period. No score. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning here at the Avenir on FloHockey TV and the Cats Radio Network Inspire FM. Look out! Whoa! You can see that coming. Matt Virgilio lifted off his feet. Big hit by Leving in the corner. He'll bounce back from that. Big time hit by Leving. You can almost see it coming, Aidan, with Matt looking down at the puck, and in came Leving and just rocked him with a shoulder. Desnoyers will keep it in. Mercier going to the boards in the zone with number 21, Jan Golicic, the Slovenian from Tampa Bay property. William Lassell, goaltender, throws it around the boards, but coming in from the point, Evan Depati. Bouncing, rolling puck in the Armada zone. It'll be flipped out to center by Blainville. At the blue line, Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin slides it in for Gavin Cornforth, a speedy 92. Back to Valenius, across. There's a shot, Depati. Lassell got a right pad on that with a Cat sitting right on top of him. That'd have been Nico Turnus. Here come the Armada in their own zone. Through center, long stretch pass off the stick of Elliot Dubé. 14 goal man from Saint-Pascal, Quebec. Valenius has it in the corner. Good reverse behind the net to Depati. Evan Depati gets it on the wing, kept in by Blainville. However, bouncing, rolling puck. Teddy Mutrin putting pressure on his man. Jacob Beaulieu, they're in behind Rudy Guimont. Depati steps out and lofts a high one to center, knocked down by the Armada. They hit the Moncton blue line, Dubé. Dubé will fire one off a leg, and that'll fly into the netting in the Moncton zone. Going into the corner, Nico Turnus. A Blainville helmet is off. Tempers boiling a little bit in the corner. Linesman quickly there. The referees tonight are Jeff Hopkins and John Langell. Two very strong hockey teams. The clock stopping at 17 minutes to go in the opening period. No score. Game 1. Final 4. Chicoutimi hosting Rouyn-Noranda tomorrow night. What kind of a start there are we seeing, Aidan?
Yeah, just a little bit of a feeling out process, Marty. Like you said, these guys haven't played each other since near the start of March on March 6th. So just trying to get used to each other, going back and forth. Both teams not wanting to make that first mistake. So a little bit of jitters you can see on both sides. Guys are a bit timid to making some plays, but as things settle in here, they'll get going back and forth. But yeah, definitely a bit of a feeling out process here so far between these two clubs.
Moncton very healthy, almost a complete week off. They had a week off after the St. John sweep as well. Gabe Smith at the faceoff. For Ronan, Ryan Chudzinski, big line against Val-d'Or. 5-point game by Chudzinski in game 3. Moncton will chop one down the wing. Chudzinski's going to try to get around his man. Cuts to the middle, and a penalty coming up on the Blainville club. I thought he played him pretty smartly, actually, and as Chudzinski tried to get a one-arm shot away, he was knocked down. Penalty on the play, number 22, ex-Moosehead Mathieu Taillefer. Cats will go to a power play brought to you by Crown Plaza and Baton Rouge.
Well, a great chip out of the defensive zone, just springs Chudzinski, and he gets a step there through the neutral zone with some speed, and he tries to get in front of Taillefer, and so far it didn't work out good there for Taillefer on that exchange. As you said, it didn't look nothing too bad there. The ref deems a bit of a hook or a hold in tight, and Cats will go on the power play now with 16:47 to go in the first period.
No score, game 1 here at the Avenir. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to exciting Moncton Wildcat hockey. Wow, Cat power play. Gabe Smith fired off the boards. Nico Turnus had it blocked, but Leving will coolly throw it down the ice. The big 39, 6'4". We saw him with Rimouski last year, 22-goal season, the 20-year-old. Here comes Moncton. Blyle, last man back, Teddy Mutrin going through center. Blyle's over the blue line. Lost the puck momentarily and chopped down the ice by the Armada. Guimont leaving it behind to Tommy Blyle. Here goes Blyle, gliding down the right side. He'll throw a long drop pass to Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin will give it to Desnoyers. He lost it, and Blainville will come back down the right side. Can they get a shot away? Thrown in behind the net by Torke Jennersjö, the Swedish defenseman. Nice play by Jennersjö, 5'10". Great skater, though. Here comes Cadet Desnoyers. Up ice. He'll give it to Gabe Smith. Smith throwing it on the wing. Tornes will give it and go to Gabe Smith in the corner. He throws it around the wall to Caleb Desnoyers. Back to the blue line. Tommy Blainville will have to force Zana on the wing. Zana coming down a shot. Sailing wide of Guima, I think, or off Guima on a play. Moncton looking very calm and patient on the power play, but the Armada picked off a couple of passes at their own blue line.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. They're just stuffing them at their own blue line and not letting them gain the zone easily. And when they're in the zone, they're making sure to get on top of them and pressure them along the boards if they don't quite have as much possession as they'd like. So far, a really great effort by Armada on the PK, and for Moncton, nothing to be discouraged about. Still 50 seconds to go on the man advantage. Heavily scouted series here, obviously, and they're here to see a lot of players, including Tommy Blainville, Xavier Villeneuve, apparently ranked now 17th and 18th on NHL scouting lists heading into this series. Here comes Evan Depatie, cat power play, no score. 2 drop passes, it'll go to Voronin. Look at that speed over the line, puts on the brakes in the corner. Back to the blue line, Depatie, Binkley, Cornforth, back to Evan Depatie. There's the drive at the net, blocked in front. That may have hit number 6, Olivier Fillai. Back to the blue line. There's another drive. Lascelles save, rebound, swept wide on the post. Cornforth, nice play to protect the puck, getting it back to Evan Depatie. Depatie will let it go in front, tipped in front by Voronin, and that'll fly into the netting, stopping play. 5 seconds to go in the cat power play. Let me set things up for you, folks. No score. Moncton skating right to left. 14:51 to go in the opening period. Game 1. Well, the Quebec native and Alex Mercier, Marty, likes to get active in these games against the Armada during the regular season. In those 2 games, he had a total of 4 points, 2 goals, and 2 assists. And right away, he's in the mix and had a couple good looks there in front of the net on that power play, redirecting a few, just going wide, unfortunately, but tied at zeros here with 14:50 to go in the first.
Face off to the left of William Lascelles. Gabe Smith at the draw. Graydon Robertson-Palmer. Max Belen on the left side. Evan Depatie playing the right point. Power play time, 5 seconds. Chudzinski, Voronin, Graydon Robertson-Palmer back to Velen. Depatie gave it to Velen, but he had to come back and play the man stepping out of the box. Good play by Moncton's number 2 at the blue line. At the Moncton bench, Théo Lemieux will shoot it in. It goes through center. Robertson-Palmer trying to get free. Broken up by Spencer Gill. Over the blue line, that appears to be an offside play. Brought in by Gill. Gill appears to be healthy, 6'4", 213 pounds. He is now 19, property of the Philadelphia Flyers. Younger brother of Dylan, now playing in the American Hockey League after a Syracuse Crunch call-up, I think, last week.
Well, speaking of healthy, Robertson-Palmer finally getting back in the lineup. It's going to be his first game since having a bit of an injury there in game 1 of round 1 against the Sea Dogs. And so far, so good. Looking sharp out there. Doesn't seem to have lost a step. Still moving at that high speed that we all know and love.
Lyle gets it up to Chudzinski. Break it in. Voronin out of nowhere. There's a shot. Whoa! Just one on the blocker side. Voronin to Chudzinski, and a great one-timer by Moncton's number 22. Fortier-Gendron gets it up on the wing, corralled by Desjardins. Carbonneau has a great shot, but he forgot the puck, and here comes Chudzinski down the right side. Over the blue line, slowing it down the drive. Low and wide on the stick side, deflected. Fortier-Gendron, Cooley to Gabe Smith, outlet pass for Voronin. Back to Smith, there's the drive. Off the goaltender Lascelles, back to the blue line. Blainville, nice move, getting by 1 Armada, maybe 2. Gill gets it back to the blue line, kept in by Voronin. Voronin throws it back in the zone, intercepted by Gill. Long stretch pass, bombing one by Carbonneau. No icing going in there, number 42, the veteran Vincent Desjardins, 28 goal man, centered by the Armada. They're going to get that loose puck. They'll get it back to the blue line. There's the drive. Pad save, Guimont. Blainville knocks it off the boards. Virgilio up on the wing. Moncton coming out nicely. Although Voronin's part, Voronin giving a pretty good slam from behind there by 12. Vincent Collard, the captain. I don't think they know each other. Vincent last year a 25 goal man, helping Moncton win the Gilles Coutu Trophy. No score. 2 excellent hockey teams out there. The Cats have won 17 in a row. Here comes the Armada through center. Road white, black trim. Bombed off the boards by Moncton. It's loose at the blue line. Lounsbury almost intercepting. He's out there with Desnoyers and Mercier. The high flip in by the Armada. Wallenius off the boards. Puck continues to bounce around at the blue line. Intercepted by Lounsbury. Captain Desnoyers. Matt Virgilio on the wing. Tipped in by Mercier. In behind William Lasselle. Wearing 35. He'll get it off on the boards to Olivier Fillaille. Fillaille through center. Tipped in there by Big Lavigne. He's going to chase Despatie into the corner. Throws the hit. Thrown around the boards by Valin. Here come the catch through center. Fillaille knocks Mercier off the puck. And going back into the zone, number 21, the Slovenian, Jan Golicic. Here come the Armada through center. High pass way up off the linesman. That should be offside. I thought there might have been a whistle on the play, hitting the linesman Dwyer coming in. The Armada throw it around the boards, back to the blue line. Turnus will forecheck. Fired back in behind Guimont. Good pressure by the Armada, and the catch good. Reversed by Teddy Mutrin, eluding the forechecking. Nico Turnus up on the boards to Gavin Cornforth through the middle. Right on the money. Mutrin will slide it in the corner. Wearing the full face cage. Teddy Mutrin hasn't slowed him down though. Golicic, long pass up through center. Bill Zonon over the Moncton blue line, broken up by Blyle. Gavin Cornforth tried to get rolling, but the puck would not cooperate. And offside, Bill Zonon at the Moncton blue line. 11:34 to go in the opening period. We got a timeout here in game one. No score. Final four, Cats and the Armada. Good crowd here on Thursday night. Bigger one expected on Saturday. This is Wildcats hockey on FloHockey TV.
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian owned and operated. We're neighbors, friends, family. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
Welcome back to the Avenir and a noisy Avenir Center. Game one, game two, Saturday night, 7 o'clock. The Armada battling at the blue line now, Beaulieu and Chudzinski. Chudzinski steps into his man. Beaulieu will bat one into Rudy Guimont. Tommy Blyle's out there with Fauquier-Gendron up on the wing. Loose puck just inside the Moncton blue line. Gabe Smith knocks his man straight up, and the puck goes to Veronin. He was hit as well at the blue line with his head down, and they score! Gabe Smith! Couple of big-time hits each team, and who picks up the loose puck but Gabe Smith, and he continues his torrid scoring pace in the playoffs, giving Moncton a 1-0 lead at 8:47. Time of the goal. Asvidas Viano.
Well, make that his 10th in the playoffs, Marty, and like you said, he starts with a big hit in the neutral zone from Smith, and he finishes it off with a big goal in the O zone, and he picks that one up off the blue line there after Veronin takes a bit of a big hit, like you said, and he comes in with some poise and pulls that to his forehead, and a nice quick release by Smith is able to beat Lasselle on the lone blocker side, and 11:13 to go in this first period, and Moncton has scored first in this semi-final series.
Absolutely, Aiden. Goal number 10 for Gabe Smith. He had 4 in Val-d'Or one night and continues to put pucks in. Here's JR with a 1-0 Cats lead, Gabe Smith.
Number 9, Gabe Smith. Assisté by number 27, avec l'aide du numéro 27, Kuzma Veronin. And number 22, le numéro 22, Ryan Chudzinski.
That's the line. They were really rolling well against Val-d'Or. A 5-point night for Ryan Chudzinski in game 3. Gabe Smith had a 4-goal game. 10:57 to go in the opening period. Moncton out shooting the Armada 5-2. 1-0 Moncton here. Best of 7 opening tonight on Moncton ice. Great to finish first overall. You get home ice advantage all through the playoffs Fired in by the Armada, wide of Rudy Guimont. Side of the net, off the side of the Moncton net. Matt Virgilio, nice play up the ice, Mercier. Desnoyers takes a feed from Lounsbury. Mercier comes in on the right side, a shot, and a left shoulder save by LaSalle. Dangerous shot by Mercier. Kept in, side of the net, Alex Mercier. Nice reverse in the corner. Quickly back to the blue line, Valenius. Across to Virgilio, there's the drive. Low wide on the glove side, out the other side, and chopped out to center. Desnoyers is there. He'll slide it across to Matt Virgilio, the former Sioux Greyhound, up ice. Nice tip, Lounsbury, end of shift. Moncton pushed at the very end at the bench. Lounsbury given a push by an Armada player. He's in some distress there as the door opened up. Here comes Depatie in the Moncton corner, angled off the puck. The Armada flip one high from the wing, and that'll be blocked by the netting. Yeah, I was watching that play at the bench as Lounsbury was going off. He was given an extra hard push and favored a leg going into the bench. He appears to be okay. Game within a game out there, Aiden, as you know. Aiden, the goaltender, playing in the Moncton Leagues. 9:55 to go in the opening period, 1-0.
Well, Gabe Smith's become a bit of a story, Marty. I know at the start of the playoffs, we were talking about Desnoyers potentially catching Connor Garland for most points by a cat in the playoffs, and now Gabe Smith's creeping up there now at 39 in his career.
10th goal in the playoffs. There's a drive from the wing by number 84, Ludovic Grenier wide. Moncton will block that puck and knock it down in the Armada zone. Teddy Mutrin chasing after it. Blainville will dump it high in the backhand out to center. And at the Moncton blue line, Max Boulin up the wing to Cornforth. He's coming back in though, and they'll give it back to his partner on defense, number 2, Boulin. Depatie, long stretch pass. Look out! That'll fly in the crowd off the stick of Teddy Mutrin. Little train whistle action there in the crowd. 9:23 to go. It's the only game on the schedule. Hayden Glendenning tomorrow night. Rouyn-Noranda at Chicoutimi. Rouyn sweeping Shawinigan, and the Saguenayens taking out Quebec in 4.
Yeah, that should be a good series as well, too. Really good, entertaining series for the Final Four of the QMJHL. I know last year there was a bit of a battle in the Final Four, but I feel like these two matchups are ones that could be really, really close as they get down the stretch. And a lot of these teams only going around 4 or 5 games so far these playoffs, and could get a little deeper here now.
Moncton with a couple of sweeps. Here come the Armada over the line. Number 16, Mateo Nobata, 30-goal season. Shot from the wing. Save Guimont. And protecting the front of the net, Eric Valenius. Yeah, the Golden Puck Awards, and Moncton did well. Tommy Blyle wins the Defensive Rookie of the Year and the Raymond Lagacé Trophy. Gabe Smith takes the Guy Carbonneau Trophy, top defensive forward. Rudy Guimont wins the Patrick Roy Trophy as the top goaltender. Rudy was a finalist in the Student Athlete of the Year award, and Caleb Desnoyers, a finalist behind Maxime Massé in the MVP category. Massé wins the Michel Briere Trophy. It's hard to keep up, folks. I know the Golden Puck Awards, a lot of trophies there. Moncton did very well. In other words, off the face-off, busting through the crowd. Chudzinski, Veronin over the Armada blue line. He'll speed into the corner. Takes a bit of a half hit from Spencer Gill and picks it up on the other side. Centered by Veronin, off LaSalle back to the blue line. Moncton speed is impressive here in the opening period. Theo Lemieux back in behind the net to Spencer Gill. Up on the wing, the Armada trying to get through out of their own zone, but Gabe Smith intercepts at the Blainville bench. He'll give it to Max Boulin, who wires it in from center. Up on that red dasher board. Bouncing puck, Chudzinski protects the puck very well. He'll give it to Gabe Smith in the corner. Smith steps out, back to Valin, there's the drive off the leg of Lavigne, and Blainville does the high banker. It'll flip down around the Moncton bench. Valin gets it out to center. Loose puck, Chudzinski down on the wing looking for teammate Gabe Smith. 1-0 Cats. 8:17 to go in the opening period. Gabe Smith from Kuzma Veronin and Ryan Chudzinski at 8:47. Shot in by the Armada. Moncton, Tommy Blyle out the other side. Fortier Gendron has 2 Armada to contend with, but in to help out is Captain Desnoyers. Nice feed off the boards to Mercier. He's going to try to get by his man, giving a bit of a hook. Mercier, I thought he might shoot. Went to the backhand, forehand, knocked off the puck. The Pitbull working hard in the Armada corner. Desnoyers as well with Lounsbury. Here come the Armada. Kept in by Desnoyers briefly. Blainville comes through center, coming in on the wing. They try to center one, knocked down by Blyle. Not afraid to mix it up, Tommy Blyle. Kept it on the wing by Bill Zonot. The Armada turning and firing wide of Guimont. 7:32 to go with a 1-0 Moncton lead. Lounsbury, nice play on the boards. Kept in by the Armada, though. Carbonneau in front. There's a shot. Guimont might have got a piece of that. Short range. Moncton, they were a foot away from getting that puck out, but a lot of talent on that Armada team, and they got a good shot at Rudy Guimont. Lyle, long pass up on the wing to Lounsbury. Lounsbury pushed off the puck by another good skater, Olivier Filai, on defense, number 6. Here come the Armada through center. Torque Jennersjö on defense. Fine skating Swedish defenseman, centering pass. Back to Filai, across the Moncton blue line in front. Jennersjö shooting, and that hit Teddy Mutrin out of play. Big time. It's physical out there, but it's clean, Aiden. A lot of big hits so far, and only one minor penalty.
Yeah, and for a guy like Teddy Mutrin, he's already fearless enough, I find, and now with the bubble on his helmet there to protect the facial area, just no worse for wear, and getting in front of those pucks and making sure he blocks those before it gets to his goaltender, able to sprawl in the slot, and get that one tipped up out of play, and there will be a face-off now just to the right of Rudy Guimont.
1-0 Moncton. Welcome everybody on FloHockey TV and of course the Cats Radio Network. How exciting. Over the blue line, Nico Turnus will cut to the middle, turn and fire, and deflected high on a play by number 21, Jan Golicic, Tampa Bay property. He is from Slovenia. And I get Slovenia and Slovakia mixed up. Are they two separate countries? I believe they are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I met a gentleman this week from Azerbaijan. I had to do a little thinking on where exactly that was. At Dolba in Moncton, actually. Wonderful man. They all love Moncton. 6:41 to go in the opening period. 1-0 Moncton on a Gabe Smith beauty. 10th of the year for Big Gabe. Kuzma Voronin, Ryan Chudzinski assisting. Back to the blue line. Depaty's going to fire one in a crowd. Save Lascelles. Rebound. They're jabbing at it. Wow. And he's got it. All three Cat forwards had pokes at that. Nico Turnus, Teddy Mutrin, and Gavin Cornforth. That's a pretty gritty line, led by Mutrin, of course. Nico Turnus, no stranger to physical play, and Cornforth plays about 15 pounds heavier.
Yeah, well, a great face-off win by Teddy Mutrin. Marty does that all season long, and a good heads-up play by Depaty to throw that one on low and get a bit of a balance, and it ends up squeaking just to the right of Lascelles, where Turnus gets a pretty good look at it, but a nice save made by Lascelles with the right pad, able to keep that one out, and gets on top of it to get the whistle.
Moncton arguably the quickest team we've ever had in the 30 years. There's a lot of people saying the same thing. Veteran Wildcat watchers, I guess I'd include myself in that category. Speed up and down the lineup and scoring. Crowd looking for a penalty. Gavin Cornforth reacting to a hit by Gill, gets up slowly. Big gem up in the corner. Cornforth's going to work Gill over a little bit. Gill at 6'4". Taller than his brother, solid defenseman, Tampa, Philadelphia property. Here come Lavigne through center. He'll roll one into the Cats' corner. Depaty's going in. Lavigne always plays the man. Intercepted by the Armada. They're going to throw one around the net. Wide of Guimont, sails out to center to Theo Lemieux, the 20-year-old D-man. Throwing it in from center. Evan Depaty along the boards. Teamed up by two Armada. Pried loose by the Cats. Knocked down Mutrin. Gill's shot. Deflected high from the front of the net. Teddy Mutrin knocked down. Thought there might have been a penalty on the play. Teddy Mutrin wearing the full cage. He had a puck in the facial area this week. Number 11 taking a bit of a late hit. Matt Gosselin, 23 goal man during the year, bumping Depaty. I think they're focusing on the Moncton puck carriers, I would say, and you have to with Tommy Blyle, Evan Depaty, and company.
Yeah, well, there's just so much speed, Marty, and the Armada, they really got to get on top of them quick before they can get their legs moving and get up to that top speed and make it a lot easier on them defensively to, break this Wildcats team down and not let them get through off the rush with as much speed as they are so far.
Tomorrow night, Rouen-Noranda will play at Chicoutimi. Hey, timeout time, folks. We'll take a 30-second pause if we can. Hey, promoter. Okay, first time I call you that. Producer Adam McLaren, but you're a promoter as well. Cats hockey, 1-0 lead Moncton, game one. We'll be back in just a moment from the Avenir.
Generations of New Brunswickers know they can count on Ritchie's. Whether it's a new build or a reno, residential or commercial, Ritchie stock everything you need, from budget-friendly fixes to the latest trends. Our staff knows their product. Ask us how we can help. With millions in inventory, choose cash and carry or have your floor installed by our expert
host team. Kelowna Rockets hosting it May 21 to May 31. 1-0 Cats. Chudzinski's going to push the puck in the Armada zone. Rolling through center now, Vincent Desjardins throwing it on the wing. Long shot by the Armada, broken up. It's going to roll wide of Guima. They're going to try a wraparound. Right through the crease it goes. Fortier-Gendron up on the wall. Nothing there but white sweaters. Long shot from the blue line, and that'll be held on. Desjardins showing up, looking for a loose puck. Moncton defending. We're going to see a lot of that in the series. Gabe Smith, Bill Zanon. A lot of talent out there. To Aiden's point earlier, Carbonneau, St. Louis, Zanon, Pittsburgh, Gill, Philadelphia, Nobert, Vegas, Golicic, Tampa Bay, and of course your Wildcats can counter with that with Gabe Smith and Caleb Desnoyers, Utah, Teddy Mutrin, San Jose, Rudy Guimont, Detroit, Eric Valenius, Rudy Guimont, Detroit, yes, Valenius, Ottawa, and Robertson Palmer, Detroit. Long shoot in by the Armada, wide Carbonneau. Kept into the corner by the Armada. 1-0 Moncton here. There's another shot. Loose in front. Cleared away by Fortier-Gendron. Blocked in front. Veronin running into his men at the Moncton bench. Could go no further. 5 minutes to go in the first period. 1-0 Cats. Here come the Armada. Carbonneau will simply elect to shoot it in the Cats corner. Blyle off the boards. Chudzinski off the boards in turn. Knocked down by the Armada just inside the Cat blue line. And we have a gloved ahead, I think, there on the play, stopping the action. Not in the lineup for the Wildcats tonight. Jacob Wingfield, Jackson Batchelder, Spencer Thornbrough, and Aiden Diamond. And for the Armada, Charles Isaac Leroux, Olivier Metcalf, and Zachary Plamondon. Face off outside the Cat blue line. Moncton skating right to left. If you're just tuning in, good evening. Great hockey game. 1-0 Cats, and a beautiful goal by Gabe Smith here at the Avenir. The Mercier-Lounsbury Desnoyers line out there for the Cats. On defense, Valenius and Virgilio. The Armada standing in behind their own net, no particular hurry. Here comes Golicic, the tall Eastern European defenseman, thrown at the Moncton blue line. Yenner Snow comes over the line, left winger, fired in behind Rudy Guimont. Good reverse to Valenius. 3 Cats are there. Moncton trying to get it up the boards. It'll be slid back to the blue line. Golicic will throw one in front, knocked down by the Cats. Rebound, blocked by Valenius. He'll throw it back to the shooter, though, and it's shot back into the corner. 4 minutes remaining, first period. Loose puck to Desnoyers. He'll throw it across the Moncton blue line. Mercier will throw it back in the Cat zone, and that'll allow the Armada to make a change as well. Check bouncing off Valenius. Here comes Mercier. He'll throw it into the corner. Stopped cold by Golicic. Spencer Gill behind William Lasselle. Here come the Armada. Through center. Matt Gosselin, the 23-goal scorer from Montmagny, shoots it in the corner. Depatie is there. Pushed up along the boards by the incoming Armada. Around the boards it goes. It's still in behind the net. Carbonneau quickly back to the blue line. Good active stick there by Nico Turnus. He'll deflect the puck down in the Armada zone and chase Lemieux in behind Lasselle. William Lasselle, their goaltender. Shots are 8-5. Moncton 1-0. Gabe Smith goal from Veronin and Chudzinski at 8:47. Here come the Armada. Firing it in from center. Gill around the boards. Valen has the puck. He'll flip it high down the boards out to center and shot right back in by Spencer Gill. Tactically played out there. Both teams playing very strategic and solid hockey. Little give and go through center. Nico Turnus, Cornforth, and Teddy Mutrin. Snapped in by Mutrin. Cornforth will pick it up on the boards. Puck would not cooperate, and back come the Armada through center. Carbonneau's over the line. Thrown to the front of the net. Guimont with a right pad save there, and a quick tip by, I believe, Desjardins. Good save, Rudy Guimont, the quickest pads in town. Here come the Cats up through center and deflected by Turnus into the crowd. I think the Cats have respect for the Armada too. Aiden Glendenning, they have a strong hockey team, very creative and a lot of scoring.
Yeah, well, they had a nice chance there in tight there on that last rush, and Rudy Guimont is the reason why he's got that Patrick Waugh trophy and that Goaltender of the Year award, and he's made a flurry of amazing saves so far during these playoffs. A number last series against the Foreur, and during the regular season, a league-leading 1,341 saves, if you can believe it.
Ryan Chudzinski's going into the corner with Kuzma Voronin. I think we got a penalty on the play, or is it gloved ahead? I thought there might have been an interference call. The home announcer said, but no. Play will continue. We've had one penalty so far. Gabe Smith can't miss these days, scoring a ton of goals. Great shot, great on the power play. 4 in Val-d'Or one night. And he got his 10th earlier from Kuzma Voronin and Ryan Chudzinski. We have a 1-0 Cats lead, 2:28 to go in the opening period. Face-off outside the Armada blue line. First intermission coming up by Slush Puppy. Oh, there's a bevy of hockey reporters here at the Avenir on the old hot stove. Golden Puck Award winners as well, and Armada broadcaster a bit later, if we have time, Cédric Blondin is here calling the game. Solid bilingual announcer for the Armada. We'll be there on Monday and Tuesday at the Centre Sport Rousseau. Seating capacity about 3,800, I think.
They've just had a bit of a trouble, I feel, filling that building right now with how good the Canadians have been playing so far in their series against the Lightning, and a lot of good talent over there in Quebec right now.
Shot down the ice by Moncton, wide of LaSalle, batted around the boards. Robertson Palmer tried to keep it in. Here come the Armada through center. Good play by Valenius, keeping that puck outside the Cat blue line. Neutral zone battle picked up by ex-Cat Vincent Collard, the captain. He'll try to get one to the front of the net. Moncton had it briefly, Binkley, but he was quickly checked in the corner. Number 28, Olivier Lemieux, tries a wraparound back to the blue line. For the Armada, they're going to slip one in behind the Moncton net. Around the boards it goes, 1:43 to go. Matt Gosselin on the other corner, but Depatie is there. He'll bounce off the hit of Olivier Lemieux and up the boards to safety. Down the wing, Teddy Mutrin going to put pressure on Mr. Taillefer. Xavier Villeneuve, number 72, here he comes. Villeneuve being watched by Chudzinski. Long pass, and that'll be icing on the play. Villeneuve, quiet out there. He didn't play all year, but he still had 6 goals and 32 helpers in limited number of games. Face off all the way down the ice to the right of William LaSalle. In goal, he is the 18-year-old goaltender, birthplace Gatineau, Quebec, 6'1", 172.
Led the league in shutouts during the regular season as well. He had a total of 7, so he can definitely steal a game for you if you need him to.
Lounsbury off the faceoff, back to Max Belen. Belen will step to his left, try to get a shot away. It hit Lavigne. He'll throw it around the boards to an open corner, but Lounsbury scoots over to backhand it back in behind that Rimouski net. 1 minute remaining in the first period. Cats up 1-0. Lavigne through center. Desnoyers to Lounsbury, to Mercier. Couldn't get the shot away. The Armada right on him. Loose puck overturns. Mercier tried to get a shot. Moving in is Lounsbury. Preston Lounsbury quickly back to Valenne. Valenne fires it back in behind the Armada goal of LaSalle. Mercier back to the blue line. Blyle quickly to Valenne. There's a drive by Lounsbury. Bouncing puck in front of the net. And here comes Olivier Filai. He'll hit center and wrist it in from there. 34 seconds remaining. Moncton will complete the puck play out to the Armada blue line. Bouncing puck, Caleb Desnoyers. We'll leave it there to Veronin's got great speed. Dancing around Desjardins. Centers it off the skate of Chudzinski. Out the other side, Voronin. Wow, he's always running. When he picks up that puck, he'll center one. It's off a skate in behind the net. Almost off LaSalle for a second goal. 11 seconds remaining. Good pressure by that line. Chudzinski, Voronin, and Gabe Smith. Puck comes out through center with 5 seconds remaining. Zonon shooting, blocked in front. Another drive off the crossbar. As time ran out, that long screen shot by Golicic. I don't think Rudy Guimont saw that. Waved off the metal. And the first period comes to an end. Here's JR.
Période. By the Moncton Wildcats, 8-8. Blainville-Boisbriand, 6-6.
Thank you, John. Wow, good first period of game 1. The Cats owning a 1-0 lead. When we come back, Aidan Glendenning's take on the first period, followed by the Hot Stovers. I think we've hoodwinked Mr. Stéphane Paquette, Mr. Craig Eagles to come in just a moment. This is Wildcats hockey from the Avenir on FloHockey TV and the Cats Radio Network. First intermission coming up, brought to you by Slush Puppy from downtown Moncton. Welcome back, everybody, to the Avenir Center. Color commentator Aidan Glendenning with his take on the first period. You know, the highly anticipated semifinal, I think, is living up to its billing. We've only got a period in, but what an exciting period of hockey. Moncton up 1-0.
Well, exactly, Marty. Just back and forth with two teams with a lot of skill. Like we said, 12 NHL draft picks on the both rosters, and just a number of young individuals who are looking to make their name known here in the upcoming NHL draft, most notably in Tommy Blyle and Xavier Villeneuve, and at 17 and 18 of the North American skater rankings right now. And just back and forth, a lot of physical hockey. I found even on that first goal, a couple of big hits in the neutral zone, and it ends up finding the stick of Gabe Smith off the rush, and he manages to put that one in the back of the net. A lot of fun, exciting things happening if you're a fan, and 1-0 lead for Moncton after one's nothing too bad, nothing to complain about.
Gabe Smith had the goal from Ryan Chudzinski and Kuzma Voronin. We're back with Craig Eagles and Stefan Paquette in just a moment. 1-0 Cats after one, and our Slush Puppy intermission continues on the Wildcat Radio Network and Spire FM. Kingston, when we get the headsets and handheld microphones figured out, Craig, can you hear yourself in the headset?
Well, that might be a problem, Marty. If well,
Mr. Puckett, can you give me a test, Mr. Puckett?
There we go.
Try the other mic, sir. The other mic.
Oh, the other mic.
That's
there.
We
Test
go.
1 2. Test 1 2. All right.
Wow, definitely. Okay.
We're in business.
Wired for sound.
We're in business.
Sorry, guys. It's a lot of wires up here at the Avenir Center.
Well,
I was
let's
telling
hope
you,
we don't get the wires crossed.
Wires crossed.
Exactly.
I said the highly anticipated build-up. I mean, we're seeing that in the first period. Wow. There's so much talent, Craig. I don't know where to go. Moncton speed again, I think, was a factor, but the physical part of the game, I don't think I was expecting that. Your thoughts on a 1-0 Moncton lead?
Great pre-scout by the Armada. Mm-hmm. They hemmed Moncton in early. Obviously, that line, Smith, Voronin, and Chudzinski, that's going to be a problem for a lot of teams. Yep. We've seen that through 2 rounds. Now the Armada really have to game plan for that, Steph, and I think Spencer Gill, the Spencer Gill effect is in full effect. He's been really, really good that period. Obviously, everyone knows when Villeneuve is on the ice, but their top guys have to get going and get to the middle of the ice to be effective.
Yep.
And again, Moncton, as you alluded to, Marty, their speed, but they have to manage the puck. It's been a common theme throughout. In my opinion, they have to manage it a little bit better.
And they're going to have to react well to the physicality of the Armada. We're seeing that they're trying to slow down the fast Wildcats by being really, really physical. A few guys, I think, probably have some aches and pains somewhere. But you're right, they got to use their speed. It's their bread and butter.
Well, some big hits by Vincent Collard.
Yeah.
My living, I've seen him through his career. I expect him to hit. He's going to hit. He had a really solid check on Evan Depatie in the corner.
Yeah.
They seem to want to tie up Moncton's puck carriers, right, Craig? Get on them early. Don't let Blyle. Don't give him too much ice. Evan likes to carry the puck. But again, good point on Gabe Smith, who's been absolutely unstoppable here in 8 games.
He's a force.
Yeah.
He is. And again, it just goes back to, you look at his body of work over the last 3 or 4 seasons here, he's really improved, but it's the confidence, it's the work ethic, what he's done in the off season to get better, to work on his mitts and his puck handling skills. But you can see he just oozes confidence, and that comes from behind the bench.
Yeah.
He's from third or fourth line winger role. Gardner comes in and creates this monster through the middle.
Yeah. And his the way he manages the puck right now, he always seems to be making the right decision at the right time. So he's matured a lot as a hockey player, not only physically, but with his maturity on the ice.
It's been great. Okay, the other series opens tomorrow night. Rouen wasn't supposed to beat Shawinigan in 4 straight games. Voila. And now they're opening in Chicoutimi. Is that a walk for Chicoutimi?
I don't think so. And I think the Huskies right now, they survive Gatineau.
Yeah.
And then they go
barely.
And then
right.
they go in there. And Shawinigan's no pushover. 4 straight. They're running high right now.
Yeah. And they have nothing to lose.
They have nothing to lose, but Chicoutimi, it's their back end. It's their defense. It's that core. Obviously, everyone looks at their top guys up front, but it's their D-core.
Yeah.
And Lavoie leads the way there.
Absolutely.
No question about that.
Wow.
It's going to be a great. I'm assuming it's going to be a great series, Moncton Chicoutimi in the finals.
Yeah.
Where that's what everybody's hoping for, but it's not going to be a walk in the park against those guys.
Well, they got Carbonneau with a 50-goal man, although Moncton's kids to keep him to the outside.
Yes,
I think what
he's
I saw
been fairly
were
quiet.
6 or 8 times the Cats were a foot and a half maybe from getting it out, and it somehow magically stayed in, and they manufactured offense from that. It's just at the blue line. It's not out.
And it's delayed pressure.
Right.
The Armada really pressuring the puck, but they have that high guy trailing, and that's where you can create those turnovers. And if you're Moncton right now, you can't leave the zone. Right?
No.
You can't be ahead of the puck if you're on the defensive side. You really have to be patient and then pick and choose your spots to jump out. This series is all about matchups, in my opinion. Carbonneau, Desnoyers, top guys. Bill Zahn and Gabe Smith.
Yeah.
On the back end, Villeneuve and Blyle. And then between the pipes.
And the goalies.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
LaSalle comes in here again, after last year, seeing some action for Rimouski. This is what playoff hockey is all about, and this, I'm sure, the QMJHL is just loving this. The league's loving it. The 4 top teams vying for a championship.
And Rudy Guimont loves it. He's been awesome in the first period. He made some great pad saves.
Like an old Western lad, quickest pads in town, I think. But that was a beautiful right pad save on a redirect by Desjardins.
Yeah.
Very, very slick. So quick and so focused.
What he sees, he usually can stop.
Yeah, just amazing so far. Guys, great to have you in. Let's do it again after
For
2.
sure, one thing the Armada are really good at, fitting pucks through. So the rebound control, which was very, very good that period, is a key for the next 2 periods.
Cats out shooting in Blainville 8-6, 1-0 lead. Smith from Vodonin and Chudzinski. It's 1-0 after 1. Our intermission continues, brought to you by Slush Puppy at the Avenir. Wildcats hockey on FloHockey TV.
The Maritimes, our home, a land unlike any other. But our weather can be unpredictable, creating some challenging driving conditions. At Coast, we know all about that. Maritime strong for over 70 years. So we know the importance of proper tires on our roads, especially in winter. Coast is your year-round destination for tires, wheels, auto repair, oil changes, and a whole lot more. Shop tires and book auto service at coast.ca. Coast, moving you forward.
Be prepared for this. His first goal in 15 games.
Across the blue line, McKinnon, quick feed, Johansson, tipped by Mercier, it's in front, and they score! On the wing to Killard. Killard centers one in front. They score! Right back to take the lead.
Nous sommes fabriqués au Canada. Une entreprise locale, détenue et exploitée par des Canadiens. Nous sommes des voisins, des amis, de la famille. Être fabriqué au Canada, ce n'est qu'une partie de notre fibre canadienne.
That deposit on your favorite drink? It's fully refundable. Don't let that container and your refund go to waste. Return the empty beverage container to a redemption center. Keep the labels on your containers and make sure they're empty, clean, and not broken or crushed. Recycling matters. Full refunds add up.
Kent started 50 years ago with one project. One neighbor helping another, and with one store. For 50 years, Kent Building Supplies has built more than walls and roofs. We've built places to gather, to grow, and to call home. Look what we've built together. Kent.
The elusiveness and the speed of Kuzma Voronin on that line to complement the tenacious efforts of Ryan Chudzinski and the size and just skill of Gabe Smith. And they work so well together, and you can tell how well they've been working and getting that chemistry going throughout the regular season. And it's just put itself all together during these playoffs. Like, look at Gabe Smith. He's leading the playoffs in the QMJHL in goals now at 10. And it was a story at the start of the playoffs with Desnoyers catch Connor Garland for most career playoff points by a Wildcat at 45. Desi's currently at 42, 3 back of Garland. But Gabe Smith's making a case, Marty. He's now at 39 points, so he's 6 back of that mark at 45 as well. They could have 2 Utah Mammoth prospects leading the Wildcats history books for playoff points by the end of this run.
Well, we'd love to say there's lots of hockey left if you're a Wildcat supporter, and I believe there's lots of hockey left, as you do, Aidan Glendenning. Thank you for that. 1-0 Moncton. Smith from Voronin and Chudzinski. The Go-Cats go here at the Avenir Center. Hit that drum. All right, they're hitting the corner. Moncton skating left to right with a 1-0 lead here in game 1. Right off the bat, Voronin flies over the line. At the net, wide. Chudzinski was tied up. First period. Sliding back in, Bizono, number 9. Great skater through the middle of the ice. Carbonneau tried to feed him. Broken up. Tommy Blyle throws it up on the wing. Chudzinski to Gabe Smith. A raid on him early. Smith will feed it in the corner. Chase it himself and knock a man down on the way in. Voronin back to Gabe Smith in the corner. Smith back to Voronin, not shooting. Back to Gabe Smith. Smith will spin in the corner. Quickly back to the blue line. Across the paint, Blyle will give it to Voronin. Back to Blyle. Blyle going to throw one at the net, but it's knocked down. Smith will center it. Intercepted by Théo Lemieux. Voronin was right there. Back come the Armada through center. Redirected in the zone by defenseman Gill. He won't chase it though. Fortier-Gendron steps out. Old reliable 24 gets it up to Voronin, and the puck went through. Voronin skates at center. Picked up by Yenersio. They couldn't get the shot away in the corner. He'll get by. Fortier-Gendron, great skater. He'll throw it to the left point. Golicic not shooting. Going to his backhand. There's the one-timer. Guimont down with the save. And they'll grab the rebound with the Armada right there. Knocking it, hacking at it. Another good save, Rudy Guimont. Some good play by the Armada to force the shot from the blue line. 1-0 Moncton.
Well, Yenerso had jumped up and made a nice pass cross ice there. And as a quick shot that gets low by Yenerso at the end of it all. And Rudy Guimont able to handle that one and gobble up the rebound and make sure that the Armada aren't able to get any second chance opportunities at it. A couple whacks lead to a bit of push and shoving in front of the net, but that's playoff hockey getting down to the Final Four here in the QMJHL.
Protect thy goaltender, of course. Aidan, you've heard that before. 18:47 to go in the second period. Long shot from the blue line by the Armada, deflected in the Cats' corner. Desnoyers working with 2 Armada, gets it in behind the net, but charging in there is Vincent Collard. 16 goals during the year, 6'3", 200-pounder, big part of last year's championship team with a 25-goal year, including a bunch of power play goals from the front of the net. Fired out to center by Moncton, Mercier. Lounsbury. Mercier's going to have to come back out to center and push the puck back to the Cat defense core. Valenius at the Moncton bench. Desnoyers coming in off the wing. There's the shot. Lascelles made the save. Rebound. Lounsbury quickly back to Virgilio. Matt Virgilio fires it in behind the net to Mercier. Mercier comes out in front of Desnoyers. Couldn't shoot it. Tried it once and rewired and refired, just wide deflected. Depatie back to the blue line to Captain Desnoyers. Desnoyers will give it to Evan Depatie. There's the drive. It hit an Armada player, and Desnoyers coolly goes into the corner. He'll center it to Mercier. Quickly back to the blue line. Villain across to Evan Depatie. It'll go to Desnoyers. There's the drive. Steered away by Lascelles. Great passing by the Cats. Again blocked by Desnoyers. Mercier knocked off the puck though by Filai. And the Armada will start inside their own blue line. We're in the second period. Still 1-0 Cats. 17:20 to go. Fired in by the Armada. They're changing. Guimont in the corner. Long right wing pass to Turnus from Villain. Nico Turnus stopped at the blue line. In the corner to Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin always seems to find that puck in the corner. Cornforth helping out. Cornforth knocked down, draped along the boards by Ty Fair. And the Armada get it up, but there's a wet sweater intercepting. Mutrin back into the corner to Gavin Cornforth. Cornforth battling. Nico Turnus joins the crowd. Torres tried to bring it to the front of the net. Mutrin shot from a sharp angle wide. Max Belen out to center. Snapping it across to Deputy, up to Teddy Mutrin. He'll shoot it in from there. Going into the corner. 72, Xavier Villeneuve up on the boards. Lavigne, the big tall centerman, gets it through the middle. Here's Villeneuve coming in the wing, try to toe drag. He'll center one, nothing but red sweaters though. Teddy Mutrin comes down the wing. Lots of room on the right side. Mutrin coming in the drive, blocked in front. Turnus picks up the rebound. He tried to throw it in the corner, but the Armada come through center. 1-0 Cats leading. They're going to feather one into the corner. Line change, Blainville-Boisbriand. Out running from behind the net, Tommy Blyle. He is flying through center. Blyle over the line. Pushes the puck deep in the Armada zone. They watch him closely. Picked up in the corner by number 10, Théo Lemieux. Long pass to Bill Zonon. Zonon puts the brakes on in the corner. Bill Zonon back to the blue line. Stick exploding by number 10, Lemieux. Veronin has it. Through center. Chudzinski down the right side. Over the Armada blue line. Fakes the shot. Cuts to the middle. And pushed off the puck by Zonon at the last second. Gabe Smith swings out of the corner. What a move. It'll be Blyle, though, is going to catch his man. In comes Desjardins, the shot, and Blyle got back with that amazing speed to break that up. Thrown up on the boards by Blyle. Blyle gets it again. Here comes Blyle joining Chudzinski and Veronin. They hit the Armada blue line. Broken up, though, by defenseman Golicic. Nice play. End-to-end action here in game one. Moncton up 1-0 on a Gabe Smith goal. Smith will come in now. Cuts across. Smith shoots it in. The Armada. Zonon, long right wing pass, not connecting. It ends up on the stick of Matt Virgilio across to Valenius. Up on the wing. Directed in by Gabe Smith. End of shift. In behind the net, Spencer Gill to partner. The tall man, 6'5", Jan Golicic. That's a tall tandem out there. 6'4", Gill. 6'5", Golicic. Puck shot in the Moncton corner, Lounsbury. Had the incoming Armada player to tie him up, Lemieux. Picked up, though, in the corner, Lounsbury. Tried to hit Mercier. It'll go through center and slide to the Armada blue line. Moncton out shooting the Armada 10-8. It's a 1-0 Cats lead here at the Avenir. Loose puck in the neutral zone. The Armada getting over the blue line, cutting to the middle. There's a drive wide on Collard's shot, wide of Guimont. Back in behind the net to Yenersio. He'll center one off the side of the Moncton net. Battling in the corner, Vincent Collard. Quickly back to the blue line. Filai, a bouncing puck, wrapped in the corner by Lemieux. Good coverage, Blyle. Here come the Armada. They swing out. They throw one to the front of the net on the stick of Caleb Denoyer. And Cooley, the high flip, bouncing by Filai. Lounsbury will put pressure on the Armada number 6. Loose puck left to the side of the net. Cleared away by LaSalle. Denoyer steals it. Denoyer double teamed. It'll go off an Armada stick and flutter into the crowd over the glass, stopping the clock at 13:51. We get a 1-0 Cats lead on the first period goal by Gabe Smith from Kuzma Veronin and Ryan Chudzinski. This is Wildcats playoff hockey from Moncton's Avenir Center.
The perfect adventure awaits you at Yip Cider. Wander through our sun-kissed orchards, handpick your favorite apples, and enjoy the taste of fall in every bite. Come relax at our tap room, where our farm-fresh ciders bring you the best of the harvest season all year round. For family outings, date nights, or just the perfect getaway. Yip Cider is nestled on the banks of the St. John River in Long Reach, New Brunswick. Visit us today and taste the season like never before.
Go Cats go. We say in French, deux bonnes équipes. Well, we have two good teams out there. Rudy Guimont wins the Patrick Roy Trophy in the QMJHL, top goaltender. William LaSalle, in his own right, fine goaltender. 13:51 to go in the second period. Moncton up 1-0. Cats get the face-off. Deputy, middle of the blue line. Turnus, there's that big heavy shot, sailing wide on the blocker side. Puck left in the corner. Cornforth is there to keep it going. Mutrin charging it in the other side. Mutrin comes out of the corner. He'll give it to Nico Turnus. Turnus keeps it in the corner. Cornforth in behind the net chasing Ty Fair. Here come the Armada through center. Rolling one to the blue line. They're right at the Armada bench. Coming down now through the middle of the ice. Here comes Gavin Cornforth. Great speed. Cornforth runs into the Armada defense core. It's in behind goaltender LaSalle. Good pressure by Teddy Mutrin. Cornforth bouncing off a check. He continues some great work in the corner. Out the other side. Magically, Cornforth back to Depatie. There's the drive. And that went off a leg of some player, and it's shot through center. Here comes Leving through center. He'll slide one in. Going into the corner, Max Belen. Belen around the boards to the open winger, Turnus. Not for long, though. He's knocked down. Gabe Smith at center. Kuzma Veronin. Gabe Smith will keep it in. Smith will power his way down the wing, puts on the brakes. Depatie shooting, blocked by the Armada, and they throw it out to center. Depatie is there. Here come the Armada over the blue line. Loose puck, but the Cats are back to help out. Here comes Gabe Smith down the right side. Over the Armada blue line. He looking for Veronin in front, and Chudzinski just behind him. Back through center. That looks like an offside play, and there is the call. Jaco Boule at the Moncton blue line. Cats close to getting a good shot on net there, but bouncing, rolling pucks, Aiden. Moncton up 1-0, 12:20 to go, second period.
Yeah, a lot of really good defensive efforts being made on both sides, Marty, and not really giving the offense much to work with off the rush. If you're going to be making some plays in the offensive zone, either side, you're going to have to do so off the cycle, as it looks like both teams clogging up the neutral zone, making it hard on each other to get over that blue line with some space.
1-0 lead. Moncton gets the draw. Tommy Blyle through center. It'll slide by LaSalle. Rebound coming to Veronin dangerously, but two Armada were there. A high flip by Blainville out to center ice. Two of them at the blue line. That's Bilzanon, Carbonneau. Can they get the pass in front? Shot! Guimard from the wing will hold on. Chudzinski following up on his man. They were digging at Rudy Guimard. There was no rebound there. And the Cats defending their goaltender, as they should. Number 42, Vincent Desjardins, had a poke at Rudy Guimard, the 28 goal scorer. He had 50 assists during the year as well. 12:03 to go. Big gem up in the corner. Kuzma Veronin, exciting to watch. Teams like to key on him, and they love to hit him when they can catch him, but not all the time. Chudzinski made a nice play in the corner on Bill Zonon. Timeout time here. Do we have penalties? I do not believe. It's the only game in town, Aiden. Tomorrow night, Chicoutimi opens with Rouyn-Noranda on the Olympic ice at the George Vezina in Chicoutimi.
Well, that was just such a great bounce-back series I found by the Huskies, Marty, where they had a little bit of a scare in round one, letting the Olympic kind of sneak back into that series and force it late, but a bit of a sweep took care of business there in the second round against Shawinigan and made sure to have no contest, and it looks like a team that's really getting their feet under them as these playoffs go on a lot further, and could give Chicoutimi a bit of fits here as they start their series tomorrow.
12 to go in the second period of game one, final four. Cats defending league champions. First time the Cats sweep back-to-back series in their history. Armada going to keep it in, a bouncing puck. Chopped back to the blue line, kept in by Blainville. In the corner, Fortier-Gendron. Preston Lounsbury has some room on the left side. He'll hit center. Feathers one on the right side. Desnoyers is going after it, pardon me. Bouncing puck kept in by Moncton. And running out of the zone there with a high puck. Coming down the wing is Lemieux. Zonon with a shot. That's deflected by the Cats high over Rudy Guimard. And a whistle on the play. Did that touch the netting? I'm not sure. They'll stop the clock at 11:27 remaining. Coming up in our second intermission, Mavs Gillis from Eastlink TV is here. He'll join Craig Eagles and Stéphane Paquette for a lively banner, I'm sure, on the Hot Stove Part 2 here at the Avenir Center. 1-0 Moncton.
Yeah, I just spoke with Mavs there during that first intermission. Marty, he seemed pretty excited to come over here, and he was looking forward to the call over and getting to sign the contract to come join you and the crew at second intermission after I went over there to tell him that you wanted to speak with him, and his eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas, I tell you.
Yeah, the paperwork went through, so Mavs can come in the second intermission. Thank you, Aiden, for that. Mavs Gillis covering the Mooseheads and at times the Wildcats and Cape Breton Eagles in Nova Scotia on Eastlink. 1-0 Moncton on the Gabe Smith goal back in the first period. Smith out there now with Lounsbury, but he goes to the bench in favor of Captain Desnoyers. No, Teddy Mutrin jumps, so pardon me. Here come the Armada over the blue line. Long shot. Guimard stick save with a bit of a traffic crowd there. The Armada throw it back to the blue line. The tall Golicic will fire one. It hit Virgilio. There's a bouncing puck chipped over the net by Lemieux, I believe. The Armada get it back to Filai. Filai at the top of the circle. Moncton defending. It's a 1-0 lead. There's the drive. That hit a Wildcat. It's loose. It'll go to Lounsbury, and he'll flip it high off the Armada bench. Good pressure by Blainville. Long left wing pass to the defenseman Filai. He's over the line. One-timer. Guimont tracking that. Moncton fires it off the boards out to center. Golicic will swing it across the ice to his defense partner, Olivier Filai. That's F-I-L-A-J, pronounced Filai. 10:25 to go. In the second period, the Armada Leving shot. Guimont, short side save. Bouncing puck back to the blue line. Kept in by the Armada. Maël Leving, 39, the veteran, losing it. Cornforth comes down the right side. There's the shot. Deflected high over the goaltender, Lasselle. Cornforth with that great speed. Leving losing it at the Cat blue line. Here comes Ty Fair, centering it in front. Blocked by the Cats. Good play, Depatie. Moncton, the Armada throwing it off the side of the net. Depatie in the corner. Here comes Moncton. Teddy Mutrin swinging by the checking of Gosselin, getting him back the second time. Mutrin knocked down by the Armada player. Fans looking for a penalty here, not to be. 1-0 Moncton in behind the net. Ty Fair being chased by Tornes. Gabe Smith. Out jumps Kuzma Voronin. The line is intact. 1-0 Moncton. They're at the Cat blue line. They're going to loft one into the opposing Cat's corner. Moncton tries to get it up on the wing. Moving in is Carbonneau. Tried an extra move or two. Ran out of real estate. Off the side of the net. Guimont stayed with him. Zonot is at the blue line. Swings it across to Carbonneau. Carbonneau knocked down. Gabe Smith in behind the net, but Zonot is there. Zonot will pull it loose. Back to the blue line. And a shot from the blue line blocked in front. Another drive. Guimont save off Zonot. That line doing some damage out there. Flipped on the wing by Moncton. That'll roll down the ice, and that could be icing. There we're seeing the Armada Stars showing their stuff out there, Aiden, with Bill Zonot and Justin Carbonneau, the 50-goal man.
Yeah, a real dangerous duo, and they've been dangerous all season long, really carrying the Armada to finish with that total of 86 points during the regular season. And for Zonot, he hasn't had many goals here so far to start the playoffs, only one, but 9 assists for 10 points. And Carbonneau just picking up right where he left off, has 6 goals in 10 games and had 50 plus in the regular season.
Off the face-off, Carbonneau a quick shot, pad save Guimont. Fortier-Gendron rolls out of the zone. Zonot is all over him. Fortier-Gendron rips it in from center. Around the boards, Gabe Smith to Nico Turnus in the corner. Moncton up 1-0. 8:36 to go. Game 1, second period. Saturday night, game 2. Big crowd expected for that one. Good crowd here tonight. The Armada are in their own zone. Desjardins through center. He's got 3 Cats to worry about. Flipped it in next to Rudy Guimont. Fortier-Gendron in the corner to Gabe Smith. Smith coming up the ice, sidestepping to Armada. 3-on-2. Smith over the line with Chudzinski in front of Voronin. Smith couldn't get righted to take the shot. Out of position, if you will. Gabe Smith back in the corner. Voronin draped along the boards. Smith gets it back to Blyle. Nice move by Tommy Blyle. He'll get by a couple of Armada. Blyle centers it. It's loose in front, picked up by Chudzinski. Oh, it rolled over the stick of Voronin at the blue line, and they have to go back in the Moncton zone. 1-0 Cats here at the Avenir. 7:45 remaining in the second period. Blyle through center, looking for Voronin and Denoyer and Mercier. Here come the Armada. Long shot, easy blocker save. Guimont, it flies off on the wing. Good poke check, Tommy Blyle. Leving and Lounsbury in the corner. It's Matt Virgilio. Here come the Cats. Mercier, good pass up the wing to Lounsbury. Lounsbury throws it in the corner. Dancing by Filai. Lounsbury hit hard by Filai, and once again the back door opens here at the Avenir. At the Giant Claws down there. That's a common occurrence here at the Avenir Center, and dangerous. Play stopped right there. 1-0 Moncton, 7:19 to go.
Yeah, good to see Lounsbury not hurt on that play, Marty. Like you said, that door, it's might have a bit of a curse on it. I don't know. It's opened a handful of times during the regular season, maybe a couple times during the playoffs as well. And Lounsbury takes a big check there just in the right corner to the right of Lasselle and pops the door wide open. Good to see that he's not shaken up there and is able to continue.
1-0 Moncton here at the Avenir. The Armada putting in a stronger second period. And they're out shooting the Cats right now 16-11. Gabe Smith has the only goal back in the first period. Here come the Armada. Filai throwing it on the wing. It'll bounce in the Moncton zone. Max Bolen is there, going in with Big Laving in the corner. Evan Depatie steps out, given a pretty good hook by Laving. Laving behind the net, protects the puck, tries to bring it out. Slipping it into the corner, Matteo Nobad. Back to the blue line, Filai. There's the shot, wide of Guimont. Nobert had a good year with them, a 30-goal man, 48 assists. Loose puck, Mercier. Simon Binkley through center. Binkley over the line, puts on the brakes at the blue line. Slides the puck in the Armada corner. Desnoyers and Mercier on the hunt. Mercier pulls it from the crowd. He'll reverse it and get it back into the corner. Filai does the high banker off the glass. It'll flip down to the Moncton blue line. 6:28 to go in the second period. 1-0 Cats. Depatie through center. Feathers one in the corner, too far for Cornforth. That will be icing on Moncton. 6:19 to go. NHL action tonight. Who do we have playing? We'll check the scores for you a little later. The Bruins and Buffalo in Boston. 1-1 tie. Carolina at Ottawa. 2-0 Carolina leading that series. And Colorado at LA much later. Avalanche up 2-0. Chicoutimi and Rouyn-Noranda open tomorrow night in Chicoutimi, Quebec. Marty Kingston here with Aidan Glendenning at the Avenir Center. It's a 1-0 Moncton lead in game 2. Strong second period by the Armada. Goaltenders, outstanding Rudy Guimont and William Lasselle. Teddy Mutrin's out there with Nico Turnus and Gavin Cornforth. In behind the net, Carbonneau. Trying to elude the checking. There's a loose puck with the Cats bottling up the front of that net, and nicely done. Chipped out to the Armada blue line, going back Ty Fair. We're all up on the Armada bench. Maybe sensing good things. Zonot comes over the line, across the blue line. There's the shot. Guimont, Cooley will take that long wrist shot and gather the puck into himself and hold on. The drive there by number 42, Vincent Desjardins. He had a 50-assist year along with 28 goals.
Well, I really like how Rudy Guimont is playing so far in this one. Marty Malcolm as the home broadcast, but the Patrick Waugh Trophy winner, goaltender of the year, seems to be playing pretty steady. He's got 17 shots on him so far and not making them look too hard. He's made them look pretty easy, and every stop he's made, he's able to gather up that rebound in close, pull it back in towards his trapper, get on top of it, and get a whistle.
And a big shout out to our producer Adam McLaren back at the Inspire FM radio studios. And if you're on the FloHockey TV side, good evening everybody and welcome. Big shout out to superfan Big B Brent DeBourne, Jonathan Henry, your assistant equipment manager, and everybody involved with the Moncton Wildcat family. 1-0 Moncton. Game 1 here at the Avenir. Saturday night, game 2, right here. And it's been quite a hockey game. The Armada are not a team that panics. They're going to try to work it in. But to Aidan's point, Rudy Guimont has been there each and every time.
Yeah, well, just a credit to his positioning. He's not doing too much, Marty. He's able to just get in the right area, get square to that puck, get square to that shooter.
We are Greenfoot Energy Solutions. We do
every time, whether he sees it or not, it's able to hit him. And
but
just a credit to his skill
how
and
he saves is
the teachings of Antoine Samuel, the goaltender coach, and making sure that he's ready and prepared night in, night out.
5:49 to go in the second period. Moncton up 1-0 on the Gabe Smith first period goal from Kuzma Voronin and Ryan Chudzinski. Face off to the left of Rudy Guimont. The Armada get the draw back. They were looking for Carbonneau to pull the trigger in the slot. Intercepted while Voronin with a series of maneuvers tries to get between the 2D, and it'll roll into goaltender Lasselle. Kuzma Voronin putting on a bit of a clinic. What was the old lineup with stick handling in a phone booth? He can do it in very tight quarters. 5:39 to go. Face off in the Armada zone. 1-0 Moncton.
Well, had a chance there off the rush to kind of break up through the middle, and a nice play there by Ty Fair to just take the body and get in front of Voronin and not let him get around him. Voronin's a guy that can easily make a couple moves in tight and quick 1-2 stick handle, and you're lost and he's around you. And we've seen it before from Voronin all year long. Even the last meeting against the Armada had a highlight reel goal there where he was actually chucked the stick to the fans afterwards. So a guy that you got to be careful on, and a nice play made there by Ty Fair.
1-0 Moncton here. The Cats have won 17 in a row. 4-game sweeps, St. John and Val d'Or. The Armada defeating Victo 4 straight, much tougher against the Regiment 4-2. Flipped on the wing by the Armada. Nobert's over the line, not shooting. He'll fire it into the corner. Bouncing puck, pinned up along the boards. The Cats and the Armada, 1-0 Moncton leading. Here come the Cats through center, intercepted by Blainville. They're at their own blue line. They bomb it through center. Lavigne. It's the outgoing forward, number 11, Matt Gosselin. Gosselin now with some time to move off the wing. There's the shot. They were looking for a tip in front. Lavigne was parked there. I think they'll redraw that play up for the Cats because one of the checkers went the other way, and Gosselin walked in right off the boards. Again, Guimont finding that puck from the boards with a heavy crowd in front of him. Moncton up 1-0, 4:57 to go in the second period.
Yeah, and that was an intentional play there by Matt Gosselin of the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada, and he's able to chuck it on net low on the shin pads of Lavigne. He's looking for that bank off around the kneecap area, and he manages to get it, but unfortunately for the Armada, it deflects right into the chest of Rudy Guimont. We've seen how well he's done with the rebounds so far in this one. He's able to get a hold of that one and make sure there is no rebound.
Face off in the Cat zone. Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning. Game 1 of this Final Four opening. Chipped in by Nico Turnus from center. Goaltender Lascelles around the boards. The Armada battling Teddy Mutrin. It goes to Nico Turnus on the wall. It'll be thrown again to the left blue line. Maxwellin is there, and he'll rip one in the Armada zone. Around the boards it goes. Mutrin protecting the puck. Lemieux will get it out to center. Cornforth is there. Depatie hitting Teddy Mutrin up the boards. Mutrin covered though by Lemieux. He'll shoot it in from center. Going into the corner, Villain fights off his check. Collard, nice play. It'll come out to center. Loose puck intercepted by the Armada. 4:15 to go in the second period. 1-0. Shots are 18-11. Blainville-Boisbriand. Shot in by number 12, former Cat Vincent Collard, the team captain. Evan Depatie steps out. Long stretch pass up the ice. That may have hit a skate of Turnus. He's going in there with Big Golicic. He'll drop it back into the corner. Xavier Villeneuve through the middle of the ice. Right wing pass. Chips over the stick of the big tall defenseman, who's going to continue forechecking in the Cat zone. Moncton will throw it through center. Chudzinski looking for Gabe Smith. Veronin out there as well. In behind the net. Controlled by Vincent Desjardins, the Armada. Break out of their own zone through the middle of the ice. Here comes Desjardins. He'll flip it in the corner and dance in ahead of Fortier-Gendron. 3:26 to go. Carbonneau trying to pry it loose. It's not. Gabe Smith comes up with that puck. Smith through the middle of the ice. Veronin trying to get around an Armada player. Smith is there. Smith in the corner to Veronin. Veronin now gets the Jets going, but pinned to the boards quickly by 22 Taillefer. They're aware of his speed. The Armada cannot get by Tommy Blyle at the Moncton blue line. 3 minutes to go. 1-0 Moncton leading. Stretch pass. Gabe Smith redirect to goaltender Lascelles. In behind the net. Reversing the play, Taillefer. Villeneuve, and they throw it up the middle to Bill Zanon. Very shifty. Carbonneau, long shot. Easy floater into Rudy Guimont, and that'll be all. I said 50 goals earlier. I meant 51 in the case of number 8, Justin Carbonneau, 6'1", 200-pounder from Livy, property of the St. Louis Blues.
Now the scouts in St. Louis got to be really impressed by what they're seeing from Carbonneau this season. Already 51 goals and just a number of games there, around 60 games played for Carbonneau, and that's a really strong effort, and I believe he tied Maxime Massé of the Chicoutimi-Saguenay at the top of the league for most goals, both at 51. And for Carbonneau, the story for him, I find, during these playoffs is just stay out of the box. He leads the Armada in penalty minutes at 14, if you can believe it. The top offensive threat for the Armada is doing well.
Off the face-off, there's a shot at a crowd, blocked by the Cats along the boards in the Moncton zone. Moncton battling. Nobab. Strong second period by the Armada. It remains 1-0 Moncton. Good defense by the Cats, obviously led by Rudy Guimont. Loose puck at the Armada blue line. Teddy Mutrin continues his battling. That's a rolling puck in that neutral zone. Picked up along the blue line now, brought in. A drop pass. Lavigne not shooting. Back to the blue line. It's at the net wide of Guimont. Depatie will control that puck. He'll flip it around the boards. Out comes Captain Denoyer, and the high flip through center. Rolling across the neutral zone now at the Cat blue line, 2 minutes remaining. Fed into the corner by Matteo Nobab. Jammed up in the corner, Lavigne will always play the man. Jostling now with 38, Valenius. Here comes Evan Depatie. On the wing to Mercier. Pinned off the boards by Lemieux. Spencer Gill around the boards now. It's through the neutral zone. Here come the Armada once again. Out shooting Moncton 19-12. Good comeback by Desnoyers defensively. Depatie will flip one down an open lane, no icing. 1:33 to go in the second period. This is a 1-0 lead by your Cats here at the Avenir in game one. Here come the Armada. Vincent Collard, the captain, rips it in. Yenersio in the corner, lost it. Nico Turnus now wheels out of the Moncton zone. Enter through center, running into an Armada player. Lyle back in behind the net to Max Millen, back to Tommy Blyle. Rudy Guimond knocked down. Was that an Armada player going through the crease? I couldn't pick that up. Gavin Cornforth now flies down the right side. Couldn't get the shot away. Back to the blue line. Teddy Mutrin tried an extra move. Mutrin, great work on the boards. Teddy Mutrin throws one to the net. Filai, 50 seconds. Crowd buzzing over that, Aiden, but I didn't pick it up. It was away from the puck. 1-0 Cats. Cornforth on the boards. Here comes Bizono through center. At the blue line, a long shot, pad save, that'll be offside at the blue line. Did you catch that, Mr. Glendenning?
Yeah, I didn't catch that, Marty, but Rudy having a chat there with the official in the crease at the moment, and we'll get the replay to see what exactly happened on that pass by, and it's Lemieux going through the crease. Oh, he takes a two-hand chop on the back of the legs of Rudy Guimond, and just a bit of a, mind my language, but a dirty play there by Lemieux in the crease. He takes a chop at the back of the legs of Rudy Guimond. Guimond goes down, no call. And the fans here not impressed with the ref "you suck" chants. Their words, not mine.
There's two Lemieux on that team. Theo Lemieux, number 10, and, Olivier Lemieux, number 28. I didn't see it either. Thank you, Aiden, for that. Yeah, we're looking for a penalty for sure. 1-0 Moncton, 27 seconds to go. Gabe Smith carries that puck, powers it through center, continues on the blue line, and bunts the puck into the corner, putting pressure on number 22, Mathieu Taillefer, the ex-Moosehead. Chudzinski chasing Bill Zonon. Veronin takes his man. Zonon comes down the left wing, intercepted. Puck in behind Guimond. Meanwhile, Carbonneau and Veronin still wrapped up arm in arm inside the Armada blue line. That'll do it for the second period. Stronger period for the Armada, I guess, territorially, but it remains a 1-0 Moncton lead after two. We'll come back with Aiden's take on the second period of game one here at the Avenir. Moncton 1, the Armada no score. A little bit of pushing and shoving by each team on the way by each other. So I think the battle lines are being drawn here, Mr. Glendenning, at the Avenir Center. We'll be back with the Slush Puppy intermission and a whole lot more coming up on Wildcats Hockey, FloHockey TV, and don't forget Wildcats Radio, Inspire FM. Welcome back to the Avenir Center. Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning. No goals to report if you're just tuning in. 1-0 Moncton on a Gabe Smith goal back in the first period. The Armada picked up their game in a little bit. Moncton played solid defense. Rudy Guimond was Rudy Guimond, and it remains 1-0 Aiden.
Yeah, well, Rudy Guimond, I find, is the story of that second period, Marty. And the Armada, a bit of a bounce back rather than the first period. They outshoot Moncton in that period, I believe, 14-4. So they did really good defensively at limiting the offensive chances off the rush by the Moncton Wildcats. We've seen Ty Fair getting in the face of Kuzma Voronin a couple of times. So really strong defensive effort by the Armada, and offensively as well. They're making sure to, maybe not all in high danger areas, but they're getting pucks on net to Rudy Guimond, making his life a bit more busy than it usually is. So far these playoffs, we haven't really seen the Wildcats get outshot much. Right now they're a bit behind in the shot regard, but right in this one, leading this one 1-0.
I think there's a reset button somewhere in that dressing room they're going to re-hit. I noticed the Armada defensemen, they're not afraid to join the rush. We have a couple of guys that do that too, but we saw a lot from Filai. Golicic will venture in the other team's zone. That's important, I think, for a defense corps to be involved offensively.
Yeah, well, for Alexander Jacques and the coaching staff, they made sure to, get the message across to their D that they want them to be jumping up in the play and getting active in the O-zone. And who better than Villeneuve and in respect, and also Spencer Gill, the Riverview native, and they're doing really good on the blue line, jumping up, pinching when they need to pinch, but also being aware that they sometimes got to hinge back and play defense as well, only limiting Moncton to 4 shots that period.
Absolutely. 1-0. Thank you, Aidan. We'll talk to you again later. 1-0 Moncton after 2. We'll come back with the Hot Stovers. And Mavs Gillis, Craig Eagles, maybe Stefan Paquette. This is Wildcats hockey from the Avenir Center on FloHockey TV. Apologies, a bit late coming back in. We've got Mavs Gillis from Eastlink Television. Mavs covers the Mooseheads, the Cape Breton Eagles, the Charlottetown Islanders, and the Moncton Wildcats. Good evening, Mavs. Good to see you.
It's great to be back in Moncton, my friend. Really?
Sorry.
I got to get the cord up.
We've been doing this all night, so
Craig Eagles.
I'm stepping
Craig
on
Eagles.
Mavs.
This is the first chance I get to work with the Eagles, and already he's stepping on me?
Well,
we're right back in our old routine.
Well, I'll tell you, okay, Maritime Hockey League, high school football, this man does it all, and I'll tell you, folks, I don't know if you can see that at home. On the radio, you can't, but it's a wide world of sports hat. It's vintage, just like this guy.
It's the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, and I'm telling you what, if the Wildcats can't control these turnovers, they're going to be feeling the ladder.
Jim, who was the host? I grew up with that. Jim, Jim. We'll get to it.
Escaping me.
Somebody will text it in or messenger us. Jim McKay.
Jim McKay,
Thank you very much. There we go. I'm not showing my age either. Heavens. When they talked about Billy Riley tonight, I was also the play-by-play gentleman with the NB Hawks.
What
a captain. Yeah, we've had a great tribute to Bill Riley, folks. The sweater hangs here in the Avenir number 7. I mean, the story is legendary. Breaking the color barrier, along with Mike Marson, Washington Caps. Go ahead, Mavs. You know Bill, too.
I can tell you he's quite a trailblazer, and I know with around the rinks and with Nova Scotia, so much pride goes that Bill Riley came from Amherst, and for him to be a guy who, his family was not well off. They sacrificed for him to play minor hockey in Amherst, and he goes out to the work camps out in the West for him to be able to earn a living, but all of a sudden he turns that into an opportunity in the American Hockey League and becomes the 3rd black player in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
And an incredible gentleman, an incredible trailblazer, and that's a massive loss for the hockey community.
We've talked about it, Marty, and I don't want to get emotional, but as a 5-year-old kid in 1982, I'm there when they host the Calder Cup, and Bill Riley was a childhood hero of mine. And what they say about meeting your heroes, Bill lived up to that 10 times, 100 times for me. And to interview him and write articles and hear some of the stories from the heyday, I'll never forget that. And I'll never forget the legacy Bill Riley has left. here in the city of Moncton, but all in the Maritimes and Nova Scotia. Trailblazer, unbelievable hockey coach, hockey mind, and one heck of a hockey player.
Yeah, he was and smart, tough, smart, or smart, tough, whatever you want to say.
Nails.
Could handle himself, respected by players all around the American Hockey League. Orville Tessier loved him. Bill was the captain that year. Anyway, there was
we see his jersey just over your shoulder on the
right.
the webcast, not on the radio. But I swear to you, that 7 hangs from the rafters here.
But that team did so many things well. It wasn't necessarily a high potent offense team. Larmer had 40-some goals. Ledzig was a key defensive guy, but they led the league in road wins, or fewest against. I can't remember. The red line was in back then. It was simply reach center, and Kim Davis or Sean Simpson or Louis Beza would just chip it in. Dave Farish, Ledzig, Larmer, Miles Zaharko, Brian Young, great teams. John Brophy always said, I wish I had him more often on his Nova Scotia team. The year before was a crushing V's defeat at the Coliseum, and Riles was on that Moncton team. And Brophy always said, I wish I had him. But he was playing for an NB back then, a long time ago. But anyway, I digress. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Well, it's great to have Mavs come in and again, a lot of people might not see Eastlink and what Mavs does here in New Brunswick or across the league, but it's great. You do amazing work, Mavs, and it's you really give back to the community. I know you guys are all about community and showcasing that, but you showcase a lot of the game of hockey, and that's meaningful to a lot of families all across the Maritimes and into Quebec.
Well, I know we've been showcasing the Maritime Hockey League finals. We had games 1 and 2 down in Truro, Edmonton versus the Bearcats, and I know games 3 and 4 happening up in northern New Brunswick. If there's a game 6, we make the trip up to Edmonton. So that is a series tied 1-1. Some great hockey there. And to say this again for the Maritime Hockey League and the Junior A level across Canada, the rule change of the NCAA has greatly helped that league, because there's a lot of great talent that was in the queue last year that's plying their craft in the Maritime Hockey League this year. And the Centennial Cup going to be in Summerside May 7th to 17th.
Are you going to that as well, Max?
Well, I will not be at the Centennial Cup. I'll be at the Q Finals.
Okay.
So we'll be ready for
and
that.
then you're coming to Kelowna with us.
One step at a time, Murray.
I know, one step at a time. Said the home announcer. Easy. Yeah. That's a strong club out there.
Yes.
And we saw that in the second period, Craig.
The Armada, we talked about their pre-scout in the first intermission. That was an outstanding road period. Not a lot of time and space for Moncton to get going. And, you talk about puck possession, Marty. They had a lot of it, and Rudy stood tall, calm. That little incident at the end of the it's just old-time hockey. Let them know you're there.
I did not see it. I can't.
A little tap behind the leg.
Yeah.
So, but again, you're going to see that, and opponents are going to try to get into his grill. But he's been really, really good mentally. He's been locked in all season long. Look for the Armada to just, again, get pucks in deep and really forecheck Moncton, and it's the delayed pressure that is really effective.
1-0 Moncton, folks, by the way. If you're just tuning in, Craig referring to the 14-4 Armada in the second period maps.
Yeah, and you said a 14-4 the shots for Blainville in that second period, and really watching their puck possession and movement of the puck is really showing why they're one of the top teams, not just in this league, but in all of Canada. This is a game right now, again, it's a crossbar away from being tied, but also a Rudy Guimond reflex off a bounce in the slot from Blainville being up 2-1 at this point.
Yeah.
I think that the Moncton Wildcats in that second period, if they didn't know it in the first, in that second period, they realized Blainville is not St. John. They are not Val-d'Or. And this is the tough part about Moncton having that first seed. They had that 1 versus 16 versus St. John, where they did have a scare in game 2.
Yep.
Then they go on to take Val-d'Or, who pulls off the upset. And now up against a very, very battle-tested team in the Blainville Armada, who, look, Newfoundland gave them all they could handle. And Newfoundland made them pay the toll to be here right now. Hey, this is a Blainville team that this is going to be a very long series. They've impressed me. But Gabe Smith has been playing out of his mind this playoffs.
Well, yeah, we've seen that. But now the reset button will be hit on whatever Moncton didn't do coverage-wise. The Cats have a knack. They discuss it in the room. We're not there. It'll be reset.
Well, it's going to be reset.
To counter
what
they're
a third-period team.
Yeah.
Let's face it, they're a third-period team. They've been a third-period team all season long. But if you're Blainville right now, the first 5 minutes, weather the storm and continue to drive and try to get offense. You know, everyone, I kind of talked about it today, you know, the LA Lakers Showtime Showdown.
Yep.
No one really expected with two high-octane offenses. We're at a 1-0 hockey game through two.
I know.
No one expected that.
Yeah.
Kind of a track race, but it's a 1-0 game. Who's willing to pay the price and physically to take a hit to make a play to score a goal? That's what's going to be here in the third
final
period.
word, Mavs, and then
the one thing that makes me nervous about this, so when you say that Moncton is a third-period team, is this is the Final Four. You can't rely on a third period. You got to play your 60 minutes, correct? And again, I agree, Marty, Craig. They're going to hit the reset button, and we're going to see a much better effort here, and especially in taking care of that puck in this third period. But they cannot rely on being third-period teams the rest of the way through.
This is why we have the hot stove here at the Avenir. Thank you, Mavs, Gillis, Craig Eagles. Can't say enough. We'll talk to you guys Saturday if you're back here. 1-0 Cats after 2. Gabe Smith, the only goal. This is Wildcats playoff hockey from the Avenir on FloHockey TV.
Kent started 50 years ago with one project. One neighbor helping another, and with one store. For 50 years, Kent Building Supplies has built more than walls and roofs. We've built places to gather, to grow, and to call home. Look what we've built together. Kent.
Creating your own beautiful backyard retreat with a custom-built deck can provide year-round enjoyment. From adding heating options to building around a refreshing hot tub or spa, Hickory Dickory Decks has the most low-maintenance decking materials and options available to suit your yard and lifestyle. To learn more about our all-season options or to prepare your yard for next summer's enjoyment, contact Hickory Dickory Decks today to enjoy life outdoors.
Introducing Rogers Xfinity with internet that handles it all.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
Built for more devices.
Okay. What if I crash through the window?
That's genius. Let's do that.
Excellent.
Let the art come from within.
From within.
So Keanu can do everything.
You're so done, bro.
Well, almost everything.
Why don't you stick to acting, Uncle Keanu?
Let's go.
Rogers Xfinity is here on Canada's most reliable internet.
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian-owned and operated.
We're neighbors, friends, family. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
Period, Marty, and the reason the shots were so differentiated, one, the great defensive efforts of the Armada, just making it so Moncton couldn't get through the neutral zone with speed, making it so they had to dump it in, and when they dumped it in, they were first to that puck, and a quick outlet pass, whether it was made by Villeneuve or Gill or whoever, and just so good defensively, but offensively too. I think Moncton needs to sharpen up defensively off the rush, and the first period, they were getting in front of pucks, blocking everything we had stated, and in that second period, they just kind of opened up and let the Armada get lanes through to Rudy Guimau, but Rudy Guimau able to stand tall, make some big saves, and yeah, you got to have a quick turnaround here if you're the Wildcats.
Well, it's important, like a 1-on-3, you're not going to get by the 3 Armada players, and if you lose the puck in the key area of the ice, that's a credit to the Armada. So, but Moncton certainly, with Rudy Guimau, you can't play 3 perfect periods. This is not a perfect game, hockey, and that's why we have 3. You can always play better, reset, and we look for the Wildcats to do that here in the third period, brought to you by Eastern College. 1-0 Moncton leading on the first period goal by Gabe Smith. Here comes Spencer Gill. Nice back checking by Gavin Cornforth to break that up. On the wing, out to center. Kept in by the Armada. In behind the net. Centered, there's a quick shot. Rudy, quick save off the incoming number 2, Torquay Inercio, through the middle. Here comes Gavin Cornforth. Takes a bit of a high glove in the face by Spencer Gill. Here come the Armada in their own zone. They're going to fire it out to center. Villain across to Evan Depatie. Long left wing pass. Cornforth spins off a check. Trying to get by Inercio. They're tied up with the linesman, and the puck is shot back to center. Refed back in. Jay Dwara is going to get a puck in the back of the head. Jay will survive that. Keep your head up, Jay. Nico Turnus in the corner battling with Gabe Smith. He tried to get it back to the blue line, intercepted by Inercio. Whoa! He'll throw it off the bench. Too many men possibility there briefly, but the Armada got back. Fired around the boards. Bilzonon kept in by Filai. Fortier-Gendron battling, centered by the Armada. Zonon couldn't get the shot away. It'll be Fortier-Gendron coming up the ice. Throwing it through center. Third period, 1-0 Cats lead. This is game 1. Game 2 Saturday. Chudzinski blocking a pass. It's airborne, flying over the Cat coaches and the Moncton bench. 18:38 to go. Third period, 1-0 Moncton, game 1.
Well, quick back and forth there to start this final frame. Already Armada know they got to push here to try and tie this one and get back into this hockey game down 1 after a first period goal by Gabe Smith. Gabe Smith back out there now. You can see how much this coaching staff is trusting this line of Gabe Smith, Kuzma Veronin, and Ryan Chudzinski. They seem to be picking up a lot of minutes here this evening.
First time in Cat history, they swept back-to-back series to open the playoffs. 4-0 over St. John, 4-0 over Val-d'Or. Tommy Blyle being hounded by Carbonneau. It's at the blue line. Stepping in over the line, Desjardins firing it wide of Guimau. Out the other side, Veronin. Puck has to be out, and it was. Nice play, Veronin. Gabe Smith through center. Chudzinski runs down the right side. Quickly caught by Desjardins. He'll fire it in the corner to Gabe Smith. Smith recycling the puck back into the corner. Veronin can't get his stick free. Chudzinski battling his man. A lot of one-on-one battles there, picked up by the veteran Vincent Desjardins. 28 goals on the year. Loose puck in the neutral zone. The Armada Zonon over the blue line, wide of Guimau. It'll fly into the corner. Kept in by Blainville. 17:52 to go with a 1-0 Moncton lead. Here comes Gabe Smith. Up the left side, tall number 9. Nice move on Zono. He'll hit the blue line. He keeps going, but he ran into 3 or 4 Armada, and they come up ice. Good skating defenseman Filai. He lost it. He'll be inside the blue line, firing it in behind Rudy Guimont at the other side. Picking it up in the corner, Matt Gosselin. He'll drop it back. It comes to the point. There's a shot. Skate save, Guimont. And the Cats will fire it out to center. Across the ice it goes. Picked up by Matteo Nobad, a 30-goal scorer. Back to the blue line. Ty Fair into the corner, centered by the Armada. Nice play in the corner. Xavier Villeneuve being hounded. Nice play. Desnoyers stealing the puck, and Mercier comes down. 2-on-1. Lounsbury with Mercier. Mercier moves in. The shot scored. Mercier 2-0. What a shot. LaSalle cheated. Thought the pass was coming. There was no pass there. Mercier under the bar. 2-on-1. 2-0 Moncton.
Well, what a great effort made there in the defensive zone, Marty, by Captain Caleb Desnoyers. He's able to take that one off the stick of the highly touted prospect and Xavier Villeneuve, and he found Lounsbury in the neutral zone, and Lounsbury, with the selflessness that he has, is able to feed that one over to Mercier. Mercier back to Lounsbury, back over to Mercier, and like you said, LaSalle cheating a bit. Maybe thought Mercier was going to try and sauce that one back over to Lounsbury back door, but Mercier with the confidence able to rip that one past the shoulder of LaSalle, and the Cats have a 2-0 lead with 16 to go in the third.
Number 5 of the playoffs for the veteran Pitbull, number 10, Alex Mercier. And a great breakout, good point made by Aiden. 2-0 lead. Yenercio back to Spencer Gill. There's the shot, blocked by the Cats. Moncton with 13 shots on net, but it's 2-0. The Armada, Vincent Collard losing it. Here come the Cats down the right side. Teddy Mutrin. It's a 3-on-3. Mutrin cuts to the middle. There's the shot. Snapping it off the blocker of LaSalle. Puck comes out to center. Captain Vincent Collard trying to fight off Teddy Mutrin. The Armada can't get a shot on net. Moncton defending well, though. Picked up in the corner by Fortier-Gendron. 2-0. Mercier from Lounsbury and Desnoyers at 3:01. Time of the goal, L'Assurance-Bienot. In behind the net. Swings out the other side. Back to the blue line. There's a drive. Where is it? Gabe Smith. It was knocked down in front. 2-0 Moncton. Desjardins will slip it in from the Moncton blue line. Takes the hit from Fortier-Gendron. Outlet pass and a beauty. Wow, there's a lovely hook on Gabe Smith at the blue line. Play continues. Not many penalties being called. Carbonneau tries to bust in from the wing. He'll chip a backhander wide. Kept in by Desjardins. Zono shooting. Wide of Guimont. Out the other side, Ryan Chudzinski battling Carbonneau. Gabe Smith now will settle everything down and wheel up center on the wing to Fortier-Gendron. Back to Gabe Smith. Smith finding a hole. Thought he could at the Armada blue line. They're going to fire it in from there. Fortier-Gendron. Got to be very careful in your own zone. Here comes Veronin through center with Lavigne all over him. 2-0 Moncton. Mercier from Lounsbury and Desnoyers at 3:01. Time of the goal, L'Assurance-Bienot. The Cats, nice play by Veronin coming down the wing. Can he cut to the net? Can't get by his man, number 72, Xavier Villeneuve. Villeneuve swings out. Veronin staying right with him. 2-0 Moncton. 14:50 to go in the third period of game 1 here. What a hockey game between these two strong clubs. Coming down the ice, Villeneuve pushed off the puck by Depatie. Villeneuve continues to run back to the blue line, looking for an open man, and deflected by Moncton's Mercier in the crowd. Vincent Collard pushing and shoving now with Evan Depatie in front of the net. Vinny Collard, the captain. 14:35 to go. It's a 2-0 Moncton lead. All that pressure by the Armada, Aiden. Cats came back on a 2-on-1. Beautiful passing and a great shot by Mercier.
Well, and it's gone straight to their legs, Marty. It's just a completely different hockey club using the eye test here. And from what we saw in the second period, it looked like the Armada had really solved that line of Desnoyers, Mercier, and Lounsbury and shut them down for that first 40 minutes, and not much going on offensively when they're on the ice. But a little bit of a breakdown causes an opening, and the Cats take advantage on that 2-on-1, and it seems to be going straight to their legs.
Moncton known for many things, including being a third period team. Valen's pass intercepted. There's a drive. They score. Long wrist shot. by Olivier Lemieux, 28. Sailing over the left shoulder of Rudy Guimont. The Cats tried to get it out. It was intercepted at the blue line, and a quick wrist shot by number 28, Olivier Lemieux, the 19-year-old from Drummondville. That'll be his 7th goal of the playoffs. Good long, hard wrist shot. Moncton threw it around the wall, picked up. He was just at the top of the circle. May have gone off the stick of Depatie for added velocity, but it's in the net for the Armada. Moncton 2, Blainville-Boisbriand Armada 1. The shots are 22 Blainville, 13 Cats. Game 1 here at the Avenir Center.
Yeah, that's the 7th goal of the playoffs for Olivier Lemieux, and not a fan favorite right now after the bit of a love tap on the back of the legs of Rudy Guimont in that second frame, and he's able to put another dagger in there past Guimont and gets his team within 1 with 14 and a half to go in this third period.
It's the Final Four, and again, the Cats are aware. Very strong hockey clubs out there. The Cats have won 17 in a row, 9 to finish the regular season, 8 in the playoffs. 2-1 Moncton, game 1. Very exciting and dramatic. Puck shot out to center, fired back in by Gabe Smith. Ryan Chudzinski on the hunt with Veronin. Spencer Gill in front of his own net, steadying things up. He'll throw it out to center. Gill gets it back. He'll step over center and rip it in behind Rudy Guimont the other side. Puck cleared around by the Armada. Veronin with the speed's going to get there first. Veronin through center. Nice dish-off pass. Abe Smith coming down the wing. Veronin not following, and back comes Carbonneau. Cuts to the middle, can't get the shot away. Good coverage there by Veronin, Fortier-Gendron. Moncton will slow it down to the side of the net, front of the net dangerously. Wow. Tommy Blyle throwing it across to partner Fortier-Gendron. Carbonneau chasing Fortier-Gendron. He'll start up the ice now. Moncton's 24, getting by one Armada. He'll get by a second. He'll move in. There's the shot. Caught by LaSalle, and that will be all. 13:27 to go. Some heart-stopping moments around the net, but the Cats controlling the puck well. We got a break here, folks, at the Avenir. It's a 2-1 Moncton lead. Gabe Smith and Alex Mercier for your Cats. Olivier Lemieux for the Armada. This is Wildcats playoff hockey from downtown Moncton's Avenir. Welcome back, everybody. Live action here at the Avenir Center. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning. It's a 2-1 Moncton lead. Game 1, 13:20 remaining. High flip by the Armada in the Moncton zone. Depatie around the boards to the waiting winger Lounsbury. Kept in though at the blue line by Golicic. The Armada give and go to the corner. Little pad saved by Guimont. Short side. Picked up by Mercier through center. Preston Lounsbury. Denvoyer brings it in, but the puck rolled off the Moncton captain's stick. Golicic, the big 6'5" D-man, being hounded by Denvoyer. Kind of steals the puck. Mercier as well. They're directly in behind LaSalle, who's already down. 2-1 Cats, 12:48 to go. Here come the Armada through center. Over the line, Matteo Nobad puts on the brakes in the corner. Centers one, coming in front. Wow, the Filai coming in from the left point. There's a drive wide, and that'll sail back to the blue line. Kept in by Filai. In behind the net, Eric Valenius is there. Valenius up on the wing to Lounsbury. Lounsbury getting it back to the Cat defense core. A little give and go between Valenius and Valen. Shot in by Moncton's 38 directly behind the net. Gabe Smith with Fidai. Chudzinski's going to come back to the blue line. Virgilio in the corner wide with that shot. 12:08 remaining in the third. 2-1 Moncton. Across the blue line it goes and deflected out to center, Matt Virgilio. Virgilio getting back to Valenius. Chudzinski forechecking with Gabe Smith and Veronin. Here come the Armada at the Moncton bench. Coming down the wing, Veronin getting back nicely. Chudzinski getting it through. Veronin pulls it through a crowd. Extremely fast, cutting in. He'll put the brakes on. Falling. Smith at the net, wide of LaSalle. Chudzinski goes into the corner with Jennersion, flattening him. Back to the blue line, Blyle shooting. Stick save LaSalle. Left point, Veronin keeps it in. Takes a hit from Vincent Collard. Gabe Smith gets it back to the blue line. Blyle across to Veronin. Man open in front. A shot right into LaSalle. Chudzinski tried to get a stick on that one. And they're all paired off now, pushing and shoving in front of the Armada goaltender. 11:24 to go. It's still Moncton 2, the Armada 1 here at the Avenir.
Well, a great heads-up play there made by Kuzma Veronin at the line, Marty. As you said, he's able to hold it in on the left side, and he sees Chudzinski's wide open in front of the net, throws a soft one on, looking for a deflection. Unfortunately, Chudzinski unable to get a stick on that one, and LaSalle will take that one easy enough right into the breadbasket and hold on. We'll get a face-off with 11:24 getting down the stretch here now, halfway through this final frame in the offensive zone for the Moncton Wildcats.
A lot of gloves and faces around the net, Aiden, as they protect the goalie and move the players away. Teddy Mutrin's at the face-off to the right of LaSalle. It's chopped back to the blue line, but Tommy Blyle has to scoot back to the Moncton blue line. Across to partner Fortier-Gendron on the wing, redirected in by Gavin Cornforth. Mutrin and Lounsbury on the charge. Back to the blue line for Carbonneau. Through center. He'll backhand one across the Cat blue line. Mutrin is there. Desjardins puts it back in behind the net. Tommy Blyle goes in there with Bill Zonon. Chip back in behind the blue line. Fortier-Gendron extricates that puck. Nice pass up the middle to Gavin Cornforth. He's got a 1-on-2 though, potentially. Full stop, Cornforth, and he heads back to the blue line. Back in behind the net. Centered by Mutrin. Off the back of the net. Bill Zonon out to center. Cornforth wide of the net. Mutrin is there. Out the other side. 2-1 Cats. 10:38 to go. Lounsbury putting pressure in the corner on Théo Lemieux. Mutrin is there. Spencer Gill draped all over Teddy Mutrin, preventing him from moving. 4 players on the puck. It's back to the blue line. Fortier-Gendron across to Tommy Blyle. Back in behind the net to Mutrin. Mutrin knocked down by Gill. Authoritatively, almost a cross-check. Back to the blue line. Fortier-Gendron across to Tommy Blyle. Nice move by Blyle. He'll move into an open area. Blyle shooting off the pipe. Off the crossbar. What a move by Tommy Blyle at the blue line. Cornforth will fire it in wide. Teddy Mutrin battling. Mutrin and Gill. They're going to call Teddy Mutrin on that one after he was driven into the boards. Arm is up. So much has been let go here so far. Thrown back in. Teddy Mutrin off the boards. Wow.
Yeah.
Might be a high stick and double minor.
Yeah, Marty, and it's going to be a high stick. They're not sure how many minutes he'll be in there, but the Wildcats are absolutely irate, and you can see Gardner giving his 2 cents from the bench, and the Armada thought they had taken that penalty themselves, Marty. They stood there with the puck for a solid 5 seconds after the ref had put his arm up, thinking that they were going to get the call. Turns out it's Teddy Mutrin, and just a lot of things getting let go here, and you just had a feeling that there was nothing going to be called unless it was against the team leading this hockey game in the third period, and Moncton getting the short end of the stick, now having to kill off a 4-minute high sticking call.
Wow. Yeah. All right. That's what playoffs are all about. It's not supposed to go according to script. It's very much off script, if you know. And it's a 2-1 Moncton lead, but a 4-minute double minor Teddy Mutrin. Desjardins with a shot. Good block, Valenius. 4 minutes high sticking, and the chorus of boos here at the Avenir. Desjardins not shooting. Golicic not shooting either. One-timer blocked by Gabe Smith. Another drive, and they score from the wing. Was that tipped in? Sharp angle shot, sliding in behind Rudy Guimard, and a power play goal by the Armada ties things up here at 2-2. 10:37 time of that one. Asudance Bienot. Looks like number 72, Xavier Villeneuve, the defenseman.
Yeah, that'll be his 4th of the playoffs, Marty, on the power play, just 20 seconds into this one, and unfortunately for the Wildcats, Mutrin's going to have to continue to sit for the double minor. It's just a Light one thrown on net, looking for a bounce. It ends up taking a bounce off a couple of the Wildcats defenders in front and finds a way through the legs of Rudy Guimond. Now knotted at twos with 9:23 to go, with still 2 minutes to go on this power play for the Armada.
All right. Firo waste and recycling penalty kill. Lounsbury, Desnoyers, Valenius, and Fortier-Gendron. Goal by the Armada from a sharp angle. Villeneuve, fourth of the playoffs at 10:36. We have a 2-2 tie here in game one. Levin comes down the wing, thrown around the boards by the Armada. Carbonneau's at the blue line, number 8, the 51-goal scorer. He'll throw it back to Spencer Gill. Zonon, Gill, no shot yet. We're down to 1:20. Power play. A give and go to Gill. There's the shot. Blocked by Guimond. Bouncing puck kept in by Gill. Bill Zonon, side of the net. They're trying to something. Front of the net. Nice play by Guimond. Squeezing the pads. Levin right there at the doorstep. More gloves and faces. Pushing and shoving. Caleb Desnoyers, the captain there. They got the referee between them.
Well, a great penalty kill here so far by the Wildcats, Marty, and they've done really good on the penalty kill all playoffs long. They're sitting at nearly 90% at 87, so they're killing off roughly 9 out of 10 penalties that they're getting, and they're making it hard on them. They get that unfortunate one with a couple odd bounces there for Villeneuve, but other than that, coming back on the next shift, it's good efforts in front of the net, boxing out. Great effort by most certainly Eric Valenius, the big, tall Finnish defenseman, able to keep players away from Rudy Guimond.
2-2 tie. Game one, 8:40 to go in the third. In the penalty time to Teddy Mutrin, 1:17 to go. It's not that it might not have been a penalty, but there have been other infractions that looked a lot similar previous in the game. And I guess all the coaches want are calls equally made. Back to the blue line for the Armada. Golicic, the 6'5" D-man. Desjardins, Golicic coming in at the side of the net, not shooting. Desjardins back to Golicic. There's the drive, and that hit Vincent Collard. And down the ice, Fortier-Gendron. As Aiden pointed out, this is a huge kill for the Cats with a 2-2 tie. The big, tall defenseman comes out. Golicic wearing number 21. Shot into the corner. Gabe Smith knocks it back to the blue line. Battling. It's in the Cats' corner. Vincent Collard and Valenius. Fortier-Gendron lofting one high. But when you're 6'5", you keep it in. Golicic had to palm it down to Desjardins. At the top of the circle, the Armada side of the net. Guimond knocks that back into the corner. All right, Desnoyers got some room now. He'll try to throw it across to Gabe Smith. Desnoyers chasing Desjardins down the ice. The Armada are at the Moncton blue line. Loose bouncing puck kept in nicely by Golicic. Penalty, 10 seconds remaining. The Armada, 2-2 tie. They're on the power play. Golicic, he'll give it to number 72. Tie fair shot. Guimond save. It's in the corner with the blocker. Bouncing puck. Out comes Teddy Mutrin. Cats giving up one goal, but a pretty good kill altogether. Another shot. Guimond make the save. Bouncing in behind the net. Valenius around the boards to Preston Lounsbury. He'll give it to Teddy Mutrin. Puck is out to center. 29-16 Armada. Out shooting Moncton. Coming down on the wing, Teddy Mutrin lifts the puck away from his Armada opponent. It goes into the corner and backhanded out by Valenius, but it'll bounce out to center. Elliot Dubé, 44, out there, forechecking for the Armada. Filai in the corner, gets it around the boards. Back to the blue line for the Armada, not shooting. Dubé, long shot, wide of Guimond. Sails on the other side. 6:42 remaining. 2-2 tie. Puck swept back to the blue line. Lemieux dancing off the wing. That's number 10, Teo. Around the boards to Filai at the left point. Great shift by the Armada. 2-2 tie, 6:27 remaining. Filai will drop it back. There's a long shot off a leg, off the glass and behind the net. Valenius taking his man hard. Zonon back to the blue line. Not shooting. Puck along the boards for the Armada. They're back in behind the net to Carbonneau. Carbonneau with the incoming Armada teammate shot wide. Back to the blue line to Lemieux. Lemieux to Carbonneau. There's the shot. Good block by Teddy Mutrin. Loose puck kept in magically. Carbonneau again cuts to the middle of the net, and the Cats will throw one down the wing out to center. What a shift by the Armada. And they're going to call that icing. Wow, I thought that puck died long before. The whistle going. 29-16 the shots, 5:50 to go in the third, 2-2 tie.
Yeah, and the coaching staff having a word with one of the linesmen right now, Marty, and that one definitely, in my opinion, shouldn't have been called icing. Theo Lemieux had quite the time to get back for that puck. It slowed down around the top of the circles and just barely had enough to get over that goal line. But they're going to elect to have the face-off just to the right of Rudy Guimond for Moncton. I don't know if they'll call a timeout here now or if we're just getting a change of equipment. Yeah, there'll be a timeout there by Moncton. I was just going to say they might need to call one here soon. They're getting hemmed in their own zone. A lot of the guys look pretty tired and worn down, and only 16 shots with 5 to go through the third period. This might be the lowest shot total by the Moncton Wildcats so far this season. And
well, we haven't seen that very much. We don't see that too often, but it's playoffs. Again, we're down to the Final Four. You got the top 4 hockey teams, well coached, lots of NHL draft picks, lots of talent. Moncton got a 2-1 lead on the Mercier goal, and coming back on the power play, Xavier Villeneuve from Jan Golicic and Vincent Desjardins. We have a 2-2 tie. Game 2 to Saturday night at 7 o'clock. Join us for all the action on FloHockey TV and the Wildcat Radio Network Inspire FM. Then into the Armada's home, Sport Excellence Rousseau. Monday night, 8 o'clock Atlantic time. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Atlantic time. Should a 5th game be needed, it'll be Friday, May 1st here at the Avenir. Captain Desnoyers talking to Langell and Hopkins, the referees.
You got to think that one of the next calls has got to go in the Wildcats' favor now at this point after that double minor to Teddy Mutrin that kind of just flipped the game back over on its head. And, you know, going down the stretch, I know referees, they like to call what they see, but at times they can like to call a game in favor of evenness and maybe let some things slide for some teams at certain parts of the game and none for others. So we'll see as we get down here, but tied at 2, you got to think that maybe this next call is going to be a big one and might go into the Cats' favor. We have no idea.
Adversity brings the best out in hockey players and hockey teams. The Cats are resilient. Back-to-back regular season champions under Gardner McDougall and staff. 2-2 tie, 5:50 to go in the third. Face off to the right of Rudy Guimond. Moncton skating right to left. Teddy Mutrin at the draw. He's got Nico Turnus out there and Gavin Cornforth, Evan Depatie, Eric Valenius. Moncton goals, Gabe Smith from Veronin and Chudzinski, Mercier from Lounsbury and Desnoyers. Fans certainly enjoying this one. Playoff action here at the Avenir in front of 4,300 fans. Rolling puck through center, the Armada battling. Moncton will shoot it in from there. Gavin Cornforth, LaSalle stopping it behind the net. Number 22, the ex-Moosehead, Mathieu Taillefer. On the wing, nowhere to go for that winger. Bouncing, rolling puck at the Cat blue line. Chudzinski gets it back in. Depatie off the Cat bench, back to the Armada blue line. The Armada again, Villeneuve will throw one through center to Lavigne, intercepted by Chudzinski. He'll throw it in the zone and continue his chase, knocking his man off the puck. Chudzinski does well. Depatie will move in from the blue line. Depatie tried an extra move, battling Taillefer, intercepted by Chudzinski, back in behind LaSalle, wrapped around the boards. Intercepted by the Cats. Moncton doing some great corner work. Back to the blue line to Depatie. Back in behind the Armada net. 4:52 to go. Battling hard on the boards. Gabe Smith protects the puck. Comes off the boards. He'll throw it back to the blue line. Depatie at the net. Tipped by Gabe Smith just wide. A centering pass. And Smith quickly back to the blue line. 3 Cats are there. Kuzma Veronin back in behind the net. Looking for Chudzinski. Good shift. Chudzinski knocked off the puck by number 22, Taillefer. Depatie at the blue line, can't get by Lavigne. He'll backhand it out to center. Loose puck intercepted by Fortier-Gendron. 4:18 to go in a 2-2 tie here in game 1. Veronin with that lightning speed. He'll cut it over the line. Mercier giving it to Captain Desnoyers. Back in the corner to Veronin, intercepted by the Armada. They've got some wily veterans on that team. Puck flipped off the Moncton bench by number 2, Yenersio. Yenersio back in the corner. Centered off the skate of Valenius. The Cats are there. Lounsbury down the left side. He'll try to get by his man Spencer Gill. Barely. Backhanded by the Armada out to Gill. Gill to Vincent Collard through center. It's a 1-on-2 and a high flip wide of Guimont. Max Belen is there. Belen looking for a play behind the net, broken up off a stick. The Armada keep it in. Along the boards, Desjardins will give it to a teammate on the wing now. Fed to the front of the net off a skate. The Cats battling. Valeni is taking a bit of a clip off the face. And looking for a penalty on that play. Continues in the corner. Good poke check by Desnoyers. 3:15 to go. 2-2 tie. The Armada certainly spread out. They get it quickly back to the blue line to Gill. Across the blue line, Mercier will do the forechecking. Desjardins comes in, shooting it wide. That'll fly down the right side. Mercier chasing down his man, Théo Lemieux. Lemieux getting there ahead of the speedy Mercier over the blue line. The Cats will take over through the neutral zone. Gabe Smith comes down the left side. Smith on Filai. Smith in behind the net. Chipped around the boards to Bill Zonon. The Armada player lost it. Shot in by Blyle wide. Moncton certainly dangerous enough to pot one here at any moment. 2:37 to go in a 2-2 tie. Shots are 29-16. Veronin, Smith, Chudzinski. Here come the Armada through center. Desjardins will chip it in the Moncton zone. Fortier-Gendron across to Tommy Blyle. Up to Veronin. Veronin with an extra gear. Poke checked at the Armada bench. And puck continues to be loose there over the line. Biz Zonon coming in on the wing. He'll put the brakes on. Zonon back to the point. Not connecting. And the 6'5 Golicic will go through center. Gabe Smith is there. Fans clamoring for too many men. Here comes Fortier-Gendron over the blue line. Bouncing puck. Chudzinski. Loundry follows up. Battling on the wall they are. 1:56 to go. 2-2 in game one. A long stretch pass. Nobert comes in on the wing. Knocked off the puck effectively by Fortier-Gendron. Max Belen runs up the boards. Getting by an Armada player. On the wing to Gavin Cornforth. And it's offside at the blue line. Big Lavigne and Cornforth now. A little bit of a shoving match after the whistle. 1:39 to go. Cats defending well. Armada dangerous. 2-2. Game one. 1:39 to go.
Well, a game getting down the stretch here now. 1:39 to go. And after getting hemmed in their zone for a few shifts, the coaching staff just goes straight to that Gabe Smith line with him, Veronin, and Chudzinski. And we don't have any stat to track the total time on ice up here, Marty, but they've got to be out there for at least 20-plus minutes here in this one through nearly 3 periods. They've been a force to say offensively, and at times it seems like it's their only bit of offense, that line of Gabe Smith. So minute 30 to go here now in regulation, tied at 2s.
Face off at center ice. The Armada will bring it back in their own zone. Long stretch pass by Ty Fair. That'll sail into the crowd inside the Cat blue line, stopping play. Game 2, Saturday night, 7 o'clock. Join Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning for the Subaru Moncton pregame show at 6:45. We will be in the home of the Armada. Monday night, 8 o'clock Atlantic. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Atlantic. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to exciting Moncton Wildcats playoff hockey. This is game 1. The Armada outshooting Moncton 29-16, 2-2 tie. Depatie, a long airborne pass to Lounsbury, and that'll sail behind the net, icing the call. Gabe Smith, Alex Mercier for Moncton, Olivier Lemieux, and Xavier Villeneuve for the Armada. 1 power play goal so far, that by Villeneuve on a double minor high-sticking assist to Teddy Mutrin. Face off in the Cat zone. 1:22 to go, 4,300 here. I know we'll have a larger crowd on Saturday. Game 1 of the Final Four. Chicoutimi hosting Rouyn-Noranda de Massois. Face off to the right, left of Rudy Guimont. Moncton gets the clean draw. Depatie steps out, long pass up the middle. Mercier comes over the line. He'll try to get Lounsbury. Flattened off the puck he was. Centered by Moncton. It'll come back to center ice. Picked up by Fortier-Gendron. Across to Tommy Blyle. Blyle's going to throw a long left wing pass. Desnoyers. Full stop. Back to the blue line. Caleb Desnoyers. Back to Fortier-Gendron. Poke check. Moncton's veteran number 24. Chased by Carbonneau. Tom Blyle. Long stretch pass. Over the line. Mercier couldn't handle it. And back comes Bill Zonon. Shifty, dangerous, long shot high over Rudy Guimont. Puck landed on top of the net briefly. Into the corner, Tommy Blyle. 35 seconds to go in a 2-2 tie of game one. Blyle cuts around one Armada, but they're going to follow him right in, knock him into the boards. Loose puck, and here come the Armada, Yenersio. They're under orders to chase Tommy Blyle, I can assure you. Zonon will chip it in from center. Guimont is there. In behind the net, Blyle. A bouncing puck trying to corral it. It'll come out to center to the speedy Veronin. Shot back in by the Armada. 12 seconds remaining. That looks like a glove-to-head play on Blainville-Boisbriand. 11.8 to go. Producer Adam McLaren. We have to plan accordingly for the possibility of... Yes, game one, 2-2.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth happening too, Marty, in this third period. Moncton not getting as many shots as they're used to, but they're definitely in the right areas. Getting into the O zone hasn't been the problem for them. It's just setting up that shot and getting that chance. But coaching staff, again, as you can see, going right back to that Smith line.
All right, Valenius will hammer it in from center with 5 seconds to go. Vincent Collard giving him a little bit of a tap on the way by. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, game one. Wow, Collard hit by Chazinski right at the buzzer. In comes Big Mile Laving. Gloves are in the faces, they're all paired off. Linesmen and referees, gentlemen, watch the penalties. You don't want to start OT down a man. It's been a physically tough game one. Both teams throwing their weight around. Gabe Smith now and Laving pushing and shoving. Valenius is there. Moncton being escorted back to their bench. They're still draped along the boards in the corner. A Wildcat player, Veronin, I believe, and a Moncton player. 2 Armada now pushing and shoving with big Eric Valenius. They're not going to intimidate him. 2-2. Game one. We are going into overtime already in this series here at the Avenir Center. Wow. What a battle between the Armada. They've got everybody back. They're a formidable opponent. The Wildcats, resilient. They can change tactics, and we've seen that all year long. 2-2 after regulation. We're going to have a flood here and the overtime. We'll be back with our Slush Puppy intermission. Here's JR.
Period. By the Armada, Blainville-Boisbriand 10-10 for a 3-period total of 29-29. And by the Wildcats 4-4 for a 3-period total of 16-16. We'll have a flood, and then we come back with a 20-minute sudden death period.
Now, Aiden Glendenning, the Memorial Cup featured 3-on-3 for a full 20 minutes. We're not seeing that in the queue, are we?
No, and a good thing. I'm not a fan of that 3-on-3 in overtime, Marty.
All right.
I believe it should be played 5-on-5, and that's what we're going to get.
All right. We'll be back with the Subaru, the Slush Puppy intermission here at the Avenir. We're going into OT. Moncton and the Armada tied at 2-2 here in game one. We're back with more exciting, dramatic Wildcats playoff hockey in just a moment on FloHockey TV. After sustained pressure by Blainville, out came the Cats on a beautiful goal. They respond with a power play goal and tie things up. Thoughts on that period?
Yeah, no, I thought it was a really good start for the third period for the Wildcats, coming off a second period that you don't really see too often, where they kind of got dominated in that second frame, Marty. But they come out hot in the third period, get that nice goal by Alex Mercier, taking initiative, not trying to make a pass through sticks, just trusting his gut. Sees Lascelles cheating a little bit to his right and wires that one in there. A nice goal by Mercier, but we knew this, coming down the stretch, not many penalties were getting called. There was going to be one getting called. It just happened to be against the Moncton Wildcats, and that leads to that tying goal by Xavier Villeneuve. And for the Armada, they're playing extremely well defensively. That's the second straight period they've held Moncton to just 4 shots through 20 minutes, and through 3 total periods, it's 16 shots on goal. That's the lowest, I believe, the Wildcats have had all year long. So really good, and credit to the Armada's defensive skills so far in this one. But anything could happen in overtime, and we'll see if they flip that switch again like they did at the start of the third.
All right, thank you, Wade. Nate will come back for the overtime session. When we come back, Craig Eagles neutral zone. Acadie Nouvelle Stéphane Paquette. We're back with more exciting Wildcats hockey. We're going to OT. It's game 1, 2-2. Wildcats hockey at the Avenir on FloHockey TV. Kingston here at the Avenir with Stéphane Paquette and Craig Eagles of Neutral Zone. Stéphane, of course, covers the you cover just about everything in this city.
And
Stéphane.
carries, we can say that he
Anything and
carries.
everything.
Carries the sports section.
Yes, it's a beautiful sports section. Stats, I read it, I pick it up. Very good. Great.
We do our best.
Great to see. Wow, I mean, 2-1 lead. It looked good, but
it's a battle.
Yeah, the Armada strong team. They weren't going anywhere. Moncton up 2-1. Craig, Stéphane.
It's just, again, momentum, right? Gardner talks about Lady Mo. You could tell Blainville, even down, that they had that momentum. This is playoff hockey, and this, we can talk about Moncton not being maybe tested early on in the first 2 rounds. Now you're in a hockey game. Now you got to trust the guy beside you and execute. Just don't try to do too much at the right times or wrong times. You got to execute, and you got to trust the guy beside you.
Yeah, the Armada was the best team in the third period. I can't wait to see how they adjust to that. Sure, there was a 4-minute power play, but still, they were the best team on the ice. They were first on the puck. They were extremely physical. They blocked shots. They did everything right.
Yeah.
Everything right.
How does Moncton adjust to that? They will no doubt review and discuss.
It's puck movement and management. We've talked about, I don't want to sound like a broken record.
But you do.
Well, but it's true.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
They've got to make sure.
I wasn't going to say that. You go ahead.
You're right.
They got to make sure that they're breaking out as a unit.
Yeah.
All right. How many times have they been one, right, stretch pass, chip, chase, a transition team, a highly, speed-driven team like Moncton? They need to attack in unison. How do you do that? You move pucks, quick passes, short passes through the middle, hit the seams, and then you enter the zone with speed. How many odd man rushes have Moncton had tonight? You could probably count them on one hand.
Yeah.
I was about to say one, but I think you're right. They got to use their speed. It's their best asset. It's their best weapon. We haven't seen that a whole lot tonight.
No, Veronin is flying, but he's right into the Armada opponent, so there's no room to go.
Flying alone.
Yeah, flying alone. But
They've done a great job standing up, right? And you can do that when you have confidence in your forwards to come back and cover. They've been back checking too. The Armada, they've done a really good job with their back pressure, but their D have been standing up, and I'll tell you, if you do that and you play big like they are, you have a good chance of really setting Moncton back on their heels. And that's what we've seen through 60 minutes.
Yeah, and for the Wildcats, their best players have to be their best players. I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot of Tommy Blythe tonight. Caleb Desnoyers can maybe do a little more. Gabe Smith. All those guys need to take charge.
Yeah, I think they're being watched very closely. Blau doesn't have a lot of room to work with. They're right on. They check hard. They've been right on 24, Fortier-Jean Dedon. Normally he has a little more room. They're pressuring Valenius. They're pressuring Max Willed. It's a great playoff game. I'm glad it's not 3-on-3 guys, by the way, for OT, like the Mem Cupboard and Whiskey last year.
Steph mentioned Gabe Smith. Big shout out. Sawyer Russell watching at home. One of Gabe's best friends, Sherry and Jerry or Jamie. Sorry, yes. I'll tell you get lots of support from all around the province, but just the impact that Gabe Smith has had. I wouldn't be surprised if you're picking players that are going to.
I'll take Gabe.
I'll tell you, he's a good shot to score.
He's going to be a force in overtime.
Yes.
Maybe a Moncton power play wouldn't be a bad thing, you think? Or
no, people seems to be wanting it for a long time.
4,300 want one. Yeah, that's right. Anyway.
Engaged. They're engaged.
I know they're engaged. This is great hockey. Yep. Amazing. Final four, guys. Thanks for coming around. And if this evening continues, I know you're on.
Hey.
I'm sorry. You're on time and a
we
half.
We need to sleep tonight.
Yeah. 2-2. We're going into OT. Thank you, Stefan.
I think, Marty, I think it's going to be a quick one.
Okay.
I think it's going to be over within
the
first 5
Greg.
minutes.
I like the way you think.
Steph's got a deadline.
Exactly.
He's got a deadline.
I like Gabe Smith, number 9. Craig? Gabe Smith. Stefan?
Desnoyers.
Very good. Desnoyers Smith. Let's take that to OT. Game 1, we're going into extra time. Marty, Craig, and Stefan here at the Avenir on FloHockey TV.
Be prepared. His first goal in 15 games.
That was Cédric Blondin, the play-by-play broadcaster, the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada. They actually play in the town of Boisbriand. They're both suburbs of the Montreal area, Aiden, Blainville and Boisbriand, but it's called the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada. We'll be there Monday night and Tuesday night for games 3 and 4. Saturday, game 2. This is OT, 5-on-5. Memorial Cup, kind of a shocker to see a 3-on-3 last year that nobody seemed to know about, actually, in Rimouski. All right. Adam McLaren, our producer. I know we're on extra time here, but it's exciting. Moncton Wildcat playoff hockey. 2-2, game 1, OT. Gabe Smith back out there with Veronin and Chudzinski. Here come the Armada. They're going to do a high flip at the Moncton blue line. Battling on the boards, Blyle and Desjardins. Zonon back in behind the net to Fortier-Gendron. Fortier-Gendron draped along the boards, kept in by Blainville. Tommy Blyle's in the other corner and wraps it around the boards. Chipped out to center. Veronin lost his footing as he tried to bring it over the blue line. Back come the Armada, Bill Zonon. Zonon moves in, long shot, high and wide. It sails down the left side all the way down the ice. Picked up by the tall D-man from Slovenia, 6'5", Jan Golicic. Across to his partner, Spencer Gill. The Riverview native Gill brings it in over the line. Flips it into the corner. Being watched by Depati out the other side. Blainville to the left point, Golicic, quick shot, easy blocker save Guimont. Mercier will chop it out to center. 1 minute has been played here in the OT. 2-2 intercepted Mercier. He'll come down the right side. He's by himself though in behind the net. Golicic just kind of gently knocks him off the puck. Lounsbury showing up for support. Centered in front, right to 28. Olivier Lemieux, and it's a high flip out to center. Moncton will take over again. Running down the right side, Mercier. Again, warded off the puck in the corner. Desnoyers, Lounsbury was hit hard by Lemieux. Back come the Armada going into the corner. Defenseman Filai, not afraid to rush up on the puck either. Here comes Max Belenius on the wing through center. Sliding across, Desnoyers, the captain, comes in. 3 Armada surround him though. Desnoyers will pick it up in the other corner. Back to the blue line, kept in by Moncton briefly. Nobad at center. Puts on the brakes, watched by Valin. Nobert in the corner, giving it to Matt Gosselin. Gosselin in behind the net, intercepted by Maël Lavigne. The Armada try to throw it to the front of the net. Lavigne, no stick. Virgilio knocked it out of his hands. Play continues. They might be penalties during the regular season. I can assure you not being called tonight. Here comes Teddy Mutrid over the blue line. Turnus will get to an open area. Can't get the shot away. Tripped up. Turnus in behind the net. Battling the Armada. Taillefer. Teddy Mutrid on the puck. It comes up the boards. And the Armada have it now at center. Leving's going to flip it in the corner. Virgilio and Max Belen going in after it. Good reverse by Belen to partner Matt Virgilio. Matt Virgilio shot back in by the Armada. We're in overtime, folks. Game 1, 2-2. Moncton skating left to right. A long pass coming down the wing, not connecting, and that'll be overtime. We've played 2:48 in overtime, 17-12 to go. Still 2-2, game 1, OT.
Yeah, well, a quick rush through the neutral zone by Teddy Mutrin, Marty. He's able to drop it off to Nico Turnus in the slot, and Turnus gets tripped up there by not one but two sticks in the slot right in front of the referees, and you got to think if that one's not getting called, there's probably not many that are going to get called. The blatant trip in the O zone has no arm up by the official, and we'll have a timeout here just after just starting the overtime period, but a little bit of back and forth. Wildcats getting their chances early in this one.
That'd be a Blainville timeout, I'm assuming, Aiden, on that one. OT, folks, we're here at the Avenir Center. Game 1. Chicoutimi Rouyn-Noranda open things up tomorrow night at the George Vezina, the only Olympic ice, I think in the CHL actually, definitely in the QMJHL. Lyndon Steves on the Wild Vision. Performing, Lyndon, way to go on Wild Vision. Great tribute to Billy Riley, the number 7 hung high here in the rafters. Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning, hope you're enjoying this game. It's a bit of a nail biter, obviously. We're in OT, Wildcat fans, 2-2.
Well, another important face-off where the coaching staff's going right to Gabe Smith in the trio.
Moncton had the week off, but they look good. Gabe Smith got the face-off in behind the net. Tom Blyle up on the wing, through center. Chudzinski, Veronin is in the zone. He'll try to center one to Gabe Smith, almost connected. Smith forces the puck. He'll chase those Armada players in behind their net. Around the boards it goes, kept in by Blyle. Blyle to Chudzinski, in front of the net to Smith, almost connecting. Spencer Gill using that long reach, gets the puck out through center. Here come 2 or 3 Armada through center. They're going to flip it into the corner. Vincent Desjardins goes in there with it. He'll step out, tries to center one, but there's a red sweater there, and that's Alex Mercier. Through center to Veronin. Back to Mercier. Backhander by Veronin, just wide. He managed to get it away. Golicic will throw it around the boards. The Armada throw it up the middle and backhand it in. End of a shift, I would assume. Guimont leaving it there behind the net. Stepping out. Fortier Gendron right up the middle. Directed in by Lounsbury. 2-2 OT. At the blue line, kept in by Mercier. Desnoyers on the hunt. Golicic up on the wing. And the Armada throw it through center. Bouncing puck comes back to Yenersio. He'll protect the puck, but Desnoyers knocks the puck off his stick. Blyle's in the corner. Virgilio getting it around the boards to Lounsbury. Reversing it to Tommy Blyle. Blyle, nice play. Virgilio. Long stretch pass up the middle. Mercier going to go into the corner with Olivier Filai. Mercier leaves the puck there for Lounsbury. Lounsbury pushed into the boards quite severely by Golicic. And here come the Armada through center. They try to shoot one in. Loose puck in the neutral zone. Mercier, end of shift for number 10. He has a goal tonight along with Gabe Smith. 2-2 OT. Strategically played out there by both teams. Top 2 goaltenders in the queue, really. Rudy Guimont wins the Patrick Roy Trophy. Announced a few days ago the Golden Pucks by the QMJHL. Here comes Matt Virgilio up the middle. Teddy Mutrin's got some room in the neutral zone. He'll backhand it high into the Armada corner and fly in there. It's around the boards by the Armada. OT, game 1, 2-2, 15 to go. Mutrin's in the corner. Really pinned or almost grabbed behind the net by Ty Fair. He can't move. Cornforth will turn and fire one. It hit Turnus. Turnus on the boards. Knocked down. The Armada putting their hands up saying, not me. Here they come through center. OT picked up by Nico Turnus again. He'll turn and fire it in. 14:38 to go. Goaltender Lascelles around the boards. At the Armada blue line, Nobert will feed it back in behind Guimont. He lets it go to Max Belen. Back in behind the net to Evan Depatie. 2-2, game 1 OT. Here come the Cats in their own zone. Ryan Chudzinski down the right side, just ahead of him. Kept in by Gabe Smith. Back to Depatie at the net. It's blocked in front. Smith trying to find a rebound. Side of the net, there's a drive, and it's deflected high. Veronin parked at the circle or dot. And the quick shot deflected. Aiden doing cartwheels up here next to me. 14:08 to go in OT. 2-2 game one here. What a game at the Avenir.
Well, the shots on goal aren't really a telling factor in this one, especially in this overtime period. They're unable to get a shot on goal so far through 6 minutes of this overtime, but a lot of really good chances in tight for these Moncton Wildcats, just either getting a deflection, getting blocked in front, or just missing wide. It's so far a valiant effort to start the overtime period.
Wildcats playoff hockey on the FloHockey TV network. Chudzinski now will head back to the slot, being covered. Tommy Blyle at the blue line, not shooting, threw it across the blue line, but it came out outside the blue paint. Fortier-Gendron will carry it in. Fortier-Gendron almost got by 2 or 3 Armada. He'll get it back to the blue line. There's a drive by Gabe Smith, blocked, kept in by Smith once again. Chudzinski comes under the corner, cuts to the front of the net, and shot over the net. Ryan Chudzinski, what an amazing individual effort, chipped it high over the crossbar. Came right out of the corner with one arm and got to the front of the net. Aiden, that was close.
Well, what an individual effort by Ryan Chudzinski. Marty, he gets the puck after a pass from Gabe Smith down low in the corner, brings it out in front, and there was some daylight there just up over the glove of LaSalle. That glove hand was slouching down a little too low, and Chudzinski just puts that up over top of the goal. And great chance in tight by Ryan Chudzinski and a great individual effort.
If you're just tuning in, 2-2 in OT. Virgilio tries to throw one at the net, deflected in behind the net. Preston Lounsbury chasing old teammate Vincent Collard. Puck ends up at the Moncton blue line through center. Mercier. Moncton getting their speed back a little bit here in the OT. The Armada Lemieux being hounded by Desnoyers in the neutral zone. Captain Collard will throw it in the corner and chase Matt Virgilio in behind the net. Around the boards, puck ends out at center. Filai will turn around and throw it back in. Off a stick, airborne into orbit here at the Avenir. 4,300 fans, nobody leaving, and if you do, we want names and numbers. 13:03 to go. It's 2-2. Pardon me, Aiden, go ahead.
Well, tensions are rising here in the Avenir Center tonight. The fans are a little bit, don't want to say nervous. They believe in their hockey club, but this is definitely a lot different of an overtime than they've seen before, more recently in that St. John series, where it kind of just felt like the Cats had it under control after coming back. It's now a bit up in the air and a bit of a question mark right now, but fans getting into it.
2-2 tie, 12:55 remaining. The Armada, Big Living, tries to get by Depatie. Depatie will re-steal it and do the high flip out to center. Good play. Gliding back. They have a big mobile defense core, not to be dismissed, certainly. Spencer Gill, Galicic. Fired in by Evan Depatie again. Filai, great skater. Back to the blue line, Captain Desnoyers. Always dangerous. Left the puck there for Cornforth. Cornforth back to the blue line. Depatie, there's the shot off a leg of Leving. Battling on the wall, back come the Armada through center. They're going to flip it in the corner. Chasing it, number 11, Matt Gustin. Valenius fends him off and starts up ice. Eric Valenius, pass blocked by Leving. Back in behind Rudy Guimont. Evan Depatie tries to move the puck around the boards. Back to the blue line. Villeneuve not shooting. He's a great skater and very mobile. Comes in on the wing. There's the drive. Blocked in front. Wow. Here comes Valenius up the wing. Through the middle, Desnoyers. It'll be Teddy Mutrin. Steps to his right. Couldn't get the shot away. Went forehand, backhand, quickly blocked. 11:48 to go in the first overtime period. Game one, it's 2-2. Flipped in by 42, Desjardins in the corner. Centered by the Armada. Ryan Chudzinski carefully out of his own zone. Chudzinski will drop it back to Tommy Blyle. Pass up the middle, gobbled up by the Armada. Bizono comes in with Carbonneau. Cuts to the middle. Good poke check by Blyle. Loose puck. It'll roll to the speedy Veronin. It's a 1-on-2. Veronin comes down the right side. In behind the net. Tries to center it. And the Armada start up ice. Carbonneau, number 8. Comley. He's got a great shot. There it is. Sailing wide and high on the blocker side. 51 goals during the year. Yernesio in the corner battling Fortier-Gendron. The Cats can't get it out. Kept in by Carbonneau. End of shift for the Armada. 10:56 to go in the first OT here. 2-2 tie. Moncton across their own blue line. Fortier-Gendron sidestepping an Armada or two. He'll slip it in behind William LaSalle. Shots are 30-16. It's overtime. It just takes one, obviously, in game one. Here comes Spencer Gill. Long pass in front of the net, intercepted by Blyle. Mercier picks up the loose puck and starts down the middle. Mercier on the wing. Desnoyers over the blue line. Desnoyers at the net. Stick save Lascelles. Moving in from the point, Valenius in the corner to Mercier. Good stop by Mercier. It rolls dangerously to the front of the net. Back to Virgilio. He'll feed it to an open corner. Good play. Desnoyers, Spencer Gill tied up. Forechecking Mercier in the corner. The Armada playing the body on Lounsbury. Goaltender Lascelles flips it high around the boards. Kept in. There's a drive. Wow. Virgilio. Lascelles wasn't ready and it sailed over the net from the blue line. Back in the corner in the Armada zone. 9:54 to go. There's a long stretch pass. Coming in on the wing. No shot. Number 39. 39. Lemieux in the corner. Big Laving pinned by Depatie. Teddy Mutrin off the boards. Looking for Cornforth. Responsible defensively, Teddy Mutrin. Wow. Good flip by Virgilio. Bouncing in the zone. Cleared back out quickly by the Armada. And Cornforth refeeds it back in behind Lascelles. Moncton skating left to right. 2-2, game one. OT. Gabe Smith and Mercier have the Moncton tallies. Dubé over the line. Long shot. Guimard, easy glove save from well out. He'll hold on. Laving hanging around the Moncton crease. And the Cats and Armada. Well, if it's called a feeling out game, I'm sure they're well acquainted by now. Moncton was 2-0 during the regular season. 6-1 and 4-1, but they have all their horses back now, Blainville Armada.
Yeah, and they're a dangerous hockey club, the Armada are in their own regard, Marty, and we'll get another timeout here, but it's just back and forth. Not a lot of shots on goal, but a lot of chances. Moncton only with one shot on goal through this overtime period so far, and the Armada with two. So both clubs not really getting many through to the goaltenders so far, but a lot of chances in tight that just are missing just by the slightest hair. Chudzinski more recently with the best chance so far in this overtime period by the Wildcats, able to drive the net and just puts that one right up over the bar. So a lot of great chances going back and forth, and a lot of talent out there. Like we said, there's 12 NHL draft picks between the two rosters, and a lot looking to get drafted here in the upcoming draft.
Wildcats have won 17 games in a row, and the sweeps over St. John and Val-d'Or. The Armada to get here swept Victoriaville. Close games there, though, and they beat Newfoundland 4-2. Big shout out to all our fellow broadcasters who may be tuned in tonight, whether it's George Matthews, Seth Hyde, Brian Rogers, Pat McNeil. Gentlemen, hope you're enjoying this game. 9:15 to go in the OT. Face off to the right of Guimard. Off the draw, the Armada turn and fire one to the net. Leving try to wrap around. Depatie was right there. Leving behind the net, slides it back to the blue line. Villeneuve, great skater, knocks it back in behind the net. The big Leving spins off a check from Max Belen. Down they go. Belen took his feet out, actually. Up the wall it comes for the Armada. To the front of the net, they can't get a shot away. Depatie putting pressure on Gosselin. Mutrin out to center. Kept in by the Armada. 8:45 to go. There's one off the glass high. Caught by Mercier just outside the Armada blue line. Mutrin follows up. Mutrin looked like a stick might have been grabbed. Moving in. There's a shot. Rebound. What a save by Lascelles. Lounsbury out of nowhere. Great shot. Lascelles followed him in. Across the blue line, Depatie. Evan Depatie snapping it across to Belen. Off the backboards. Come in front. Lounsbury. Handling Taillefer back to the blue line. Bouncing puck. Chudzinski takes out his man. Wow, at the Moncton bench. Helmet off. I thought that was too many men. Cats. Play continues here at the Avenir in OT. 8 minutes remaining. Coming down the wing, Gabe Smith is on the hunt for that loose puck. Into the boards with Taillefer. Kept in. Smith, side of the net. Smith will center one to Veronin. Deflected. Back to the blue line. Tommy Blyle at the net wide of Lascelles. Where is the puck? Comes down the other side. Veronin quickly back to the blue line. Blyle again. Gabe Smith will leave it for Tommy Blyle. Blyle at the net, blocked. It'll come off the boards in the corner, and Zano will backhand it out to center. What action here in overtime. Moncton coming close. 7:31 to go. 2-2 tie, game one. This is overtime here at the Avenir, 4,300. Enthralled at this one. Back come the Armada, high flip. They're waiting at the Moncton blue line. They bomb a pass over to Zanon. The Cats are there. They wheel up ice. 3 Cats, 3 Armada. Veronin cuts in front. Can't get the shot away to Szydzinski. Right through the legs of Moncton's number 22. And the Armada hits center. Villeneuve, long shot. Guimond, wow. Left pad save on that low shot. They had to be careful. Szydzinski will make sure it's out. Fanned on the clearing attempt, kept in by Collard. It's back to the blue line and kept in by the Armada. Fortier-Gendron, good reverse in the corner. Gets it up on the boards, kept in by the incoming Blainville player. It's in behind the net. They're going to swing out the other side. Battling now Vincent Collard. Back to the blue line to number 10, Lemieux. 6:34 to go. OT, game 1, 2-2. Fortier-Gendron. Side of the net, Guimond. Make sure it's knocked back into the corner. Pulled away safely by Captain Denoyer. There's the airborne flip and a beauty. It bounces around. And the Armada are there to gather the puck back and come through center. A pass a little ahead. Tom Blyle is in behind the net to Fortier-Gendron. Going in with Vincent Collard. In the other side. 6:05 remaining. Number 28. Knocked down solidly by Tommy Blyle in the corner. Crowd getting a rise out of that. Moncton will do the flip through center, and it rolls to the Armada blue line. Spencer Gill, under forechecking, swings back. Here comes Gill. 6'4", great skater though. Gill comes over the line, cuts to the line, a shot, and deflected by Fortier-Gendron high at a play. What action here at the Avenir, Aiden. 5:45 to go. Game 1, 2-2 OT. Moncton goals to Gabe Smith and Alex Mercier.
Well, if you got a ticket to this night's game, Marty, you definitely got your money's worth. A lot of back and forth going on through regulation time, and even in this overtime period, a lot of back and forth happening as well. And a nice quick chance there by Lounsbury. It was something that kind of just happened out of nothing. Some pucks hit some shin pads. It bounces right to Lounsbury at the hash marks. He lets a little half clapper go, and nice save by LaSalle was made, but that's the latest chance by the Moncton Wildcats to put this one away, and coaching staff going right back to that Gabe Smith line here.
Cats are getting the shots in OT. That's an important statistic, I think. 5:42 to go in the OT. Here come the Cats. They're going to bomb one through center. I thought Gulicic could have played that, but it's icing in between the two defensemen. And Veronin, truculent to the end, takes Falil into the boards a little bit, but they quickly skate back up ice. No penalties, please, Mr. Veronin. 5:33 to go in the OT. 2-2 game 1. Shots are 33-19.
Well, for LaSalle, he hasn't had as many shots as Rudy Guimond on the other side, but LaSalle's made some pretty big saves, and he's got some pretty impressive stats so far this playoffs. He's got a 2.50 GAA and a 920 save percentage, as well as a shutout among those games he's played. And he's just so good at tracking pucks through traffic, but his defense doing a really good job making sure they don't even get to him in the first place.
All right, 5:33 to go. Face off in the Cat zone. Moncton gets the draw. Evan Depati will flip a high one, bouncing. Puck at center. Picked up by Szydzinski. He's going to come in. Tried to drag the puck back. Loose to Gabe Smith in front of Veronin. And he was too well covered. There's a shot by Szydzinski. A rolling puck came right to him. And it was rolling and standing up and over the net quickly out of play.
Oh, the hands are on the head for Ryan Szydzinski. He's had a chance earlier in the overtime period, like we stated, that just went over the bar. And this one, just a spin pass by Gabe Smith, hits a few legs and ends up squeaking right to Szydzinski. And that one just off the bar, Marty, up and out of play. And Szydzinski can't believe it. He's got the head on his, or the hands on his head and looking up towards the rafters. And for number 22, that's his second chance in overtime, in tight, just unable to put that one in the back of the net.
Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning, producer Adam McLaren, the Hot Stove reporters. Nobody's left as I look down press row. Cédric Blondin, the Armada broadcaster. 2-2 overtime, 5 to go, game 1. Fortier-Gendron, good reverse to Tommy Blyle. Blyle, nice long stretch pass. At the blue line, Gabe Smith over the line. Smith will try to get it back. Moncton is attacking in the OT. 4:54 to go. Up on the wing, Teddy Mutrin comes down the right side, battling his man. 72, that's the speedy Xavier Villeneuve. Side of the net, Cornforth tried to drag it in off the boards. Mutrin stands up his man. Blyle's going to come in from the blue line. Tommy Blyle poke checked at the last second. Front of the net, cleared away in time. Picked up in the corner by Desjardins. Here come the Armada slowly through center. Ty Fair stepping over the blue line. He'll fire it in behind the net. Took too much time there, and it's offside. 4:24 to go. Moncton's battling. They're digging hard in the corners. They're getting some cracks at that net, but they've been a little high and deflected out of play. 2-2 OT. Their goals to Olivier Lemieux and Xavier Villeneuve. Moncton now up to 20 shots, 33 Armada. Strong second period, 14-4. Mercier and Gabe Smith have the Cat tally so far in game one. Final four. Battling on the wall inside the Cat blue line. The Armada, Desnoyers is there with Mercier. And the Armada still trying to get their hands on the puck. Desnoyers digs pretty good in there along with Matt Virgilio and Mercier. Collard threw it on the corner. Short side shot, wow. And to be careful with that, Rudy Guimond back to the blue line to Gill. At the left point, there's a shot in the crowd. Tipped in front. What a save by Guimond on that redirect. The Cats take over through the neutral zone. Desnoyers over the blue line, cuts to the middle, dropping it to Virgilio. Tried to get the shot away and back it off the goalie. Mercier's in the corner. Mercier battling fellow number 10, Théo Lemieux, and a high flip by Blainville out to center. Virgilio steps over the red paint and drills one back in behind Lascelles. It takes a weird bounce off the boards. It'll come in front, protecting that puck. Desnoyers swings back to the blue line. Desnoyers cuts to the middle. There's the shot. Blocked in front by an Armada player. And back come the Armada with 3:15 to go. They're simply going to feed it in from there. 2-2, game one OT. 4,300 fans, edge of seat hockey. Here comes Gabe Smith at the Cat blue line. Swinging, does that better than anybody. Battling on the wall, Chudzinski will chip it in the zone, delayed offside. The Armada in their own zone. Through center, Filai rips it in. Guimond lets it go around the other side. Kept in by Big Lavigne, patiently in the corner. The Armada trying to center one. Back to the blue line. Golicic at the top of the circle. There's a drive and good active stick by Veronin to deflect that one high out of play. 2:38 to go. OT, game one, 2-2 here at the Avenir. Game two, Saturday night, 7 o'clock. I know we're going to have a larger crowd than 4,300.
Yeah, it should be a loud one there this weekend for game two, Marty. And even with the number we've got here, roughly half capacity at the Avenir Center, and these fans are getting loud here for this hockey team. They understand the importance of making it all the way to the Final Four, especially back-to-back years, and a chance to go to the final here. It all starts with game one of this series, an important one here now in overtime.
Valenius off the faceoff. Depatie threw it to the blue line, but trapped by Nobert. There's a shot, blocked in front, rebound over the net. Guimond had to dive. Wow, Moncton threw it up the wall, but the Armada player was waiting for it. They're gonna wave that off. Filai in behind the net, swings out on the wing for the Armada. Veronin on the forecheck. It comes loose on the boards. It's out to center, corralled by Gabe Smith. Across to Valenius, he'll rip it in from there. We're down to 2:05. First overtime, 2-2, game one. To open up this series, dramatic and very exciting hockey. Valenius, solid hit on Lavigne at the Armada bench. Back comes Gavin Cornforth. Great skater, number 92, the head is up, over the line, Mutrin, back in behind the net to Cornforth. He'll try to hit Mutrin coming in. Mutrin knocks his man down. Showing up Nico Turnus, battling in behind Lascelles. Mutrin, so good on the puck. Mutrin back to Nico Turnus. At the right point, Tommy Blyle. It's going to come down the right side. Spins away from an Armada. Blyle moving in front. Can't get the shot away. Tommy Blyle continues to run out, being chased in front to Depatie. I thought he might shoot. He was looking for an open Cornforth. Cornforth in the corner. Good shift by the Cats. Cornforth try to pass across, and it'll be laid into the Moncton zone. No icing, I don't believe. They're going to call it. Wow, I thought Blyle could have got that. Okay, 1:08 to go. What a great shift there. Great chances by the Cats. Nothing really by Lascelles on that exchange.
Well, a great individual effort by Tommy Blyle at the blue line, Marty, and he's able to get it in behind the net and feed his D partner and Evan Depatie. And Depatie sees that Cornforth's kind of circling in the backdoor area. Instead of chucking one on goal, he goes to try and find him, but Cornforth's not so prepared for that one, and it just goes into the corner. But like you said, the Cats are really turning the switch on here and playing a lot better offensively than the majority of this hockey game so far.
I'm a little lost on the timeouts here. There seem to be many. Or are there league timeouts in overtime? I didn't know that.
I believe I seen LaSalle kind of make the T symbol to the referees. I don't know if the Armada were trying to signal at the refs as well, so this might be just an Armada timeout here, as they got an important face-off in the defensive zone and might want to draw something up. I'm not too sure.
Well, when you're covering Tommy Boule, you don't want to lose an edge on your skate. Carbonneau wiped out at the blue line. Tommy read that quickly and burst back into the net.
Well, that's exactly it, right?
Wow.
Just the elusiveness of Tommy Boule. We like to say the shimmy shake at the blue line. He makes it really hard for any winger that's pushing up to defend him on that blue line, and he ends up making a top prospect in Carbonneau look silly on that play, and ends up getting a pretty good look out of it. And unfortunately, pucks aren't finding the back of the net at the moment, but they go right back to work here in the O-zone.
10:11 p.m. Atlantic time. Overtime. Gabe Smith will pick up a loose puck and wheels in behind the net. So strong. A centering pass. A shot right at LaSalle. He didn't see it. Chudzinski could have won that right off the pad of LaSalle, who was down. Gabe Smith, great work. 2-2, game one, 50 seconds to go in the overtime period. Fortin-Gendron shooting a high one on the glove side wide. It'll bounce on the wall. Desnoyers puts the brakes on. Back to Tommy Boule. Here comes Bill Zonon. He'll flip it in the corner, but Boule intercepted that. Again, Boule battling Zonon. He'll try to come to the side of the net. Blainville fires one wide. Chudzinski through the middle. Snaps one on the off wing. Desnoyers cuts to the middle. He'll throw it to Gabe Smith. Back to the blue line to Boule. Offside by a millimeter or less at the blue line. Wow. 20 seconds to go. Jay Dwyer, very emphatic that was offside. I have no arguments there.
I would have liked to see that one, let that go, maybe review it if the Wildcats scored, but it was close enough. I guess they got a good look at it, but I find from the other side of the ice there, from where Tommy Boule picked that one up, you might let it go and just test your luck on the replay afterwards, but they elect to blow it down, and we'll have a face-off just outside the Armada zone with 20 to go.
We just watched the Chudzinski play. I mean, LaSalle looked behind him. He had no idea where it was, but the puck hit him squarely. What a chance for Ryan Chudzinski. 20 seconds to go in the first OT period here. Marty and Aiden at the Avenir Center. Lots of water. We might have to get the coffee back on, but what a game. Valenius hammers it in off the faceoff. LaSalle will stop it behind the net with 15 seconds to go. Whoa, he just about gave it to Mercier in behind the net. The Armada throw it up to center. Lemieux will flip one to Rudy Guimont, wide into the corner. Valenius is there, around the boards with 3 seconds to go. A shot from the wing and bounced off the top of the Moncton net.
Oh my goodness, man, that was close.
0.0 on the clock. That's it. Overtime. Just a quick shot from the wall, and it fluttered up on top of the net. Eric Valenti is certainly involved in this one.
There was some time for that to go in too, and yeah, like you said, just a quick shot from the sidewall. It ends up hitting the shoulder of Max Valent in front of the top of the crease, and luckily enough for the Wildcats, it bounces up in the air and lands on top of the net, not in behind Rudy Guimont, but we'll go another extra period needed here to finish this one off. Sorry, as we get set for the second overtime period.
All right, Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning, folks, if you're just tuning in, well, lots more hockey to go. We did not have a quick ending in that first overtime period. Moncton did well. The shots on goal total now 36-21. We'll get the totals for you coming up. It's OT going into the second overtime. Game one here at the Avenir, and we have a 2-2 tie. Gabe Smith from Kuzma Voronin and Ryan Chudzinski at 8:47. Alex Mercier makes it 2-0 from Preston Lounsbury and Caleb Desnoyers at 3:01 of period number 2. Armada on the board at 5:34 of the third. Olivier Lemieux. Xavier Villeneuve tied things up on the power play from Jan Golicic and Vincent Desjardins at 10:37. Shots are 36 Armada, 21 Moncton. We're going into the second overtime period, and we'll be back with a whole lot more in our Slush Puppy intermission. Overtime at the Avenir with our producer Adam McLaren at our Inspire FM radio studios and FloHockey TV. This is Overtime Wildcats Playoff Hockey from Moncton's Avenir Center. And welcome back to the Avenir Center. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning, and Craig Eagles. It's the Thursday night. Could be Friday morning here very soon, but it's Thursday right now. What an exciting overtime period. Moncton had some cracks. Craig Eagles, what do you think of that first OT?
Both teams had good opportunities. Yeah. Right now, you want this to end on a good play, a solid hockey play. You don't want anything chintzy. But as we talked about, you got to execute, and trying to do too much right now and trying to be overly aggressive on the offensive, you got to make good, solid plays coming out of your own zone, and you got to make sure. You got to bear down, as God rest his soul, Dale Turner always talked about bearing down and be ready, jump on loose pucks, but make sure. You got to make sure right now. You can't float a cross-ice pass right in double overtime. You're gonna be pulling it out of your net.
They're a veteran team too. When you look at the Armada, they have 10 of 19s on the team, like we do. They're clever, and they're trying to pick passes off coming out of the Moncton zone. They played a pretty good period. We had some great cracks with Chudzinski in particular.
Yeah, well, Chudzinski could have had a hat trick in just that overtime period, Marty. He had a number of chances in tight, and one closest one there where he was able to gather it in the corner and drive the net on his own just up over the bar, and a couple of chances there where he ends up putting the hands on the head and looking up towards the rafters. But, to Craig's point, you got to make sure that you're getting pucks out and doing the smart plays. You don't want to, maybe you have a chance to throw one on through traffic, but there's a chance you hit some shin pads and it's going the other way. So, and those times you got to maybe look to dump it in the corner. So a guy like Tommy Boule, who maybe might look for a shot, sometimes you're going to have to think in the back of your head, is this what I need to do at this moment, or should I try and get in the corner for a guy like Gabe Smith or Teddy Mutrin?
They're really chasing Tommy Boule. When Carbonneau lost an edge and wiped out, even though Tommy saw an open lane there, they're still attacking him to keep him to the outside. He's got so many, as Aidan said, the shimmy shake and a whole bunch of other moves.
Well, and exactly. And on the other side, you have Villeneuve that can do the same thing, make you miss, and then they've got advantage going the other way. So right now, getting shots through, but also get in on the forecheck. And this is where Moncton's depth, but it's a mirror image on the other side. They're pretty deep too. So guys that might not have seen a whole bunch of action in, the third period or the first overtime, maybe going on a hunch, maybe spot those guys a little bit early, get the rotation going again, and you might have something there from a coaching perspective. But you don't want to be throwing the same guys over the boards because they're tired. Right now, fatigue is a big factor. Moncton, they're fresher, obviously, but the Armada, listen, they battle tested, and you're one shot away. Get pucks to the net and get pucks in deep.
Well, that's good. I'm still sticking with Gabe Smith, and you still sticking with Caleb Dedoyer.
Well,
I think Moncton attacked more as a group, I think, in that OT I saw.
I think so, but right now, Teddy Mutrin has been fantastic.
Yeah.
We've seen it all year, but he has really driven things tonight. He's been all around it. I wouldn't be surprised. And on the Armada side, Spencer Gill has had a fantastic night. And say what you want to say, but over the history of OTs, some defensemen have bulged the twine.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say a bit on what Craig said with Spencer Gill. I find not just offensively, defensively, he's doing such a great job. He's shutting down that top line of Desnoyers, Mercier, and Lounsbury. Through the first 40 minutes, those guys were pretty much invisible, in my opinion, watching them in the O zone. They able to get one, early in the third period, but from that point on, even in the overtime period, they're not really getting many clean looks, and that's a credit to the defensive ability of the Armada. They're doing really good here tonight, and a lot of good plays made by their defensemen.
And Spencer wasn't on for Mercier's goal. He wasn't on the ice.
Okay, yeah.
So that's a matchup that you might want to take a look for.
Beautiful play there with Lounsbury and Mercier. Thank you, Craig and Aidan. We're going into 2 OTs, folks. Hang on, lots of hockey left, or maybe not. It's game 1. We're overtime at the Avenir. Welcome, everybody, to FloHockey TV from downtown Moncton. Welcome back, everybody. We're going into the second overtime period of Game 1. Your defending league champion Moncton Wildcats and the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada under Alexandre Jacques. The Cats, of course, under head coach Gardner McDougall. NHL action. Wow. It's relatively late in the third in Boston. Sabres lead 2-1. That's tied 1-1. After 2 in Ottawa, Carolina 2, Ottawa 1. Colorado and LA starts at, I believe, 11 o'clock our time. And we may see 11 o'clock our time soon, unless this thing ends, Aiden. I'm still sticking with Gabe Smith.
Yeah, I'm still going to stick with Chudzinski.
Okay, yeah.
I believe he's got it. He had so many chances in that first overtime period. It honestly could be anyone from that Gabe Smith line. They've just played so well here this evening and throughout the playoffs. I just believe one of them on one of their rushes is going to get the bounce they need and propel Moncton to hopefully a win here in Game 1.
Wow. Cats sweeping St. John and Val-d'Or. This is not St. John or Val-d'Or. Final four very, very strong hockey teams. Thank you very much. I have a... Thank you, Aiden. All right. Second OT, Moncton skating right to left. We are high up here over center ice in section 105, above 105 at the Avenir Center. Welcome everybody on FloHockey TV and the Cats radio voice of Inspire FM. 105.1 Moncton, Dieppe, Riverview. What a hockey game. Goaltenders, when they're called upon, brilliant. William Lasselle, Rudy Guimard, the Patrick-Ottawa Trophy winner, as the top goaltender this year in the QMJHL. Referee linesman Jay Dwyer doing the honors at center. Off the face-off, the Armada bring it back in their zone. Spencer Gill has played a very good game. 6'4", 213. Slipping down in the Moncton zone is Fortier Gendron. He'll backhand it high on the boards, kept in on the wall by Desjardins, back in behind the net. 19:40, we're just underway. Game 1, 2-2. Puck knocked down with a high stick, and they're going to blow that down in the corner. The referees are Jeff Hopkins and John Langell. Gabe Smith having a chat out there with number 8, Justin Carbonneau, 51 goal man this year. He's got 6 goals in the playoffs so far. Gabe Smith getting his 10th of the year earlier. And Alex Messier getting goal number 5.
Well, Carbonneau's not a guy that's afraid to shoot the puck and throw it on net, Marty. He led their shots on goal department in the regular season with a total of 304 shots on goal through 60 games played.
Tremendous shooter. All right. Depatie throws it up the boards. Alex Messier redirected in the corner. Lounsbury goes in there with Filai. Goaltender Lasselle throws it around the boards. Lounsbury looking for an open Gabe Smith. Messier cuts. There's a drive. One-timer Desnoyers right into the chest of Lasselle. Great work by Messier. He dragged it from the corner and just fed Desnoyers in the high slot area. Great shot by Moncton's captain, big save Lasselle.
Well, they don't just call him Pitbull for his stature. They call him the Pitbull because he's a dog out there, Marty, and he's able to shrug off a couple defenders around the middle of the circle area just to the left of Lasselle and squirts out to the slot to Captain Caleb Desnoyers, and he gets a pretty good look at it to maybe end this one and put it away, but a nice stop by Lasselle, able to get out to the top of the paint and cut down the angle.
If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We've been on the air for 4 hours. It is now the second OT, 19:19 remaining. Puck shot in the Armada corner. A tall D-man from Slovenia. Golicic. Wallenius is going to rip it back into the corner. Lounsbury is there. Preston Lounsbury pinned against the boards. Carrying it up ice, Filai. He'll just flip it in the Moncton zone. Depatie gets it back out to center. Filai rips it back in. Guimard lets it go in the corner. Second OT. Vincent Collard tried to bring it in. Desnoyers will come down the wall and throw it back in the blue line. Depatie out to Ryan Chudzinski. Pushed on the boards by Desjardins and knocked down. Kuzma Voronin to the rescue. Prying it loose. And the Cats get control. Wallenius now through center. Gabe Smith flies down that left side. They're going to be wary of Moncton's number 9. Showing up as well, Voronin and Chudzinski. Here come the Armada, Vincent Desjardins. Second OT, Desjardins throws it in off a player, bouncing, rolling puck, but the Cats are back in numbers, and they'll throw it through center. Chudzinski racing down the wing. He'll stop and turn. Can't get the shot away. Knocked down, pulled down. Voronin moves into an open area. I thought he might get a shot. It'll go to Fortier-Gendron. Tommy Blyle. Voronin in the corner. Steps out. Always moving. Firing. Right pad save Lascelles on that quick wrist shot by Voronin. Wow, this line. Is there a fatigue factor? You can't see it out there. Smith, Voronin, and Chudzinski. Second OT, 17:47 to go. 2-2 game one here at the Avenir. Gabe Smith and Mercier have our tallies. Welcome, everybody. Hope the batteries don't run out on the transistor radio. Shot in by the Armada. Guimont around the boards. The Cats. Cornforth now will start up the wing through center. Teddy Mutrin's got Nico Turnus with him. At the net to Turnus, and he was tied up by Spencer Gill. Puck battle on the wall in the Armada zone. They're going to keep it inside the blue line. Whistled back into the corner by Nico Turnus. Teddy Mutrin tries to steal one. Centered in front to Turnus, and he was covered just enough to not get the shot away. Depatie throws it back to the blue line. Cornforth will turn and fire. That hit Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin bounces Gill off. Pinned by Gill. Side of the net. Back into the corner where Gill and Mutrin are. Mutrin gets it back to the blue line. Valen into the corner. Wrapped around the boards by Lemieux. It's out to center. Cats trying to get that OT winner. Game one, it's 2-2, 16:42 to go. Ripped in by Desnoyers. Into the corner. Moncton speed certainly being used here. Here come the Armada up ice. They're going to hit center. The Swedish winger Yernesio back in. Guimont throws it around the boards. Kept in by Vincent Collard, battling there on the boards with 44. Elliot Dubé. We haven't seen much of Dubé. Along the boards, Lounsbury flipping it out to center. Dubé intercepts it. Back to the Armada defensemen. They're going to come up ice quickly. Vincent Collard throwing it across the Moncton blue line, intercepted by Lounsbury. He'll give it to Mercier. Mercier getting wound up, giving it back to Valenius off the boards. Eric Valenius across to Matt Virgilio. Virgilio up the middle, redirected in by Lounsbury. 2-2 OT, second overtime period. Game one here, what a playoff game this has been. Fired in by the Armada. Fortier-Gendron behind the net. Blyle throws it around the boards. Voronin, Chudzinski, Gabe Smith, 3-on-3 if you will. Drop pass. Voronin, will he shoot? Ripped one wide of Lascelles. Good shot by Kuzma Voronin. Chudzinski's behind the net. Swings out the other side. Pinned on the wall. Voronin moving in for support. In behind the net, Carbonneau. Bounds one up the wing. Desjardins throws it across ice to Filai. He'll step over center. Take a shove from Voronin. Falling on Voronin to accentuate the hit. Still on Voronin, and they finally separate. Here comes Fortier-Gendron. Fortier-Gendron tried to get by the final defenseman, Nobad. Here come the Armada, 14:50 remaining. A long stretch pass in the Moncton zone. Tommy Blyle across to Fortier-Gendron. Long right wing pass at the Armada bench. Turnus couldn't take it off the carom. Here come the Armada over the line. They fire it back in behind Rudy Guimont. Leving spins off a check from Cornforth. It'll roll out to center, barely picked up by number 16, Matteo Nobal. Spencer Gill, 15, throws it up on the wing, getting over the Moncton blue line. That's an end of a shift there. Valen going after it in behind the net. Fortier-Gendron throws it up the boards to Nico Turnus. Turnus, nice play across the ice to Max Belen, up on the wing. Teddy Mutrin's over the line. Mutrin protects that puck on the boards. Back to the blue line, Valen across the paint. Depatie shooting, wide. It comes in front dangerously. And the Armada, Cooley come up the right side. The little finish, number 2, Yernesio. Cuts to the middle, shooting. Deflected into the corner. Spencer Gill back in behind Rudy Guimont. Moncton is there to trap it. That's Cornforth, knocked into the boards. Good play by Cornforth. Teddy Mutrin now comes up ice. Mutrin, great play. Fights off a check and gets it deep in the Armada zone. Overtime, 13:37 to go. 2-2 tie here in game one of this best of 7 Final Four. Here come the Armada. They're going to deflect one in the corner. Guimont's leaving it behind the net to Fortier-Gendron. Fortier-Gendron protects the puck, comes up the wall. Through center, Desnoyers. It'll be Lounsbury now with Zona all over him. Shot in the corner. Mercier goes in there along with Desnoyers. The Armada flip it through center. Knocked down by Tommy Boule. Boule brings it in the zone. It's outside the line, picked up by Desnoyers now at the Moncton blue line. Desnoyers slowly, coolly at the blue line, dropping it to Mercier. Poke checked at the last second. Fortier-Gendron rips it off. The linesman, Douara. Jay, are you okay? Here comes Zonon through center. On the wing to Gosselin. At the front of the net, intercepted by the Cats. Coming up is Tommy Boule. Boule carries the puck up ice. On the wing to Captain Desnoyers. A drop pass to Mercier. Is there a shot there? Mercier tried to drag and shoot. Intercepted by the Armada. They flip it in the corner. Going in there is Evan Depatie. Nice reverse behind the net to Max Belen. Around the boards to Gabe Smith. Smith will backhand a high one through center. Veronin at the Armada blue line. Fades back to the boards. Rips it back in behind the net. Smith is there. Gabe Smith back to the blue line quickly. Valen back in behind Lascelles. And Smith is there once again. Smith comes out. Knocks his man down. Smith back to the blue line to Depatie. Depatie at the net. Blocked in front by the Armada. Smith hunting for a rebound. Trying to tie up his man. The Armada throw it through center. Villeneuve and chip it in the Moncton zone. 11:53. Free-flowing OT. Cats looking to get that lead goal and win it. Mutrin chips it in the corner. And that is icing, I believe, on that long stretch pass. Not connecting. Clock stopping at 11:43 of the second overtime period. 2-2 game one. Moncton goal, Smith and Mercier. Hayden Glendenning, take it away.
Well, just lots of back and forth here in this second overtime period, Marty. And so far, shots during this period, Moncton with 2, Blainville 0. So offensively, Moncton doing a decent job, and also in the defensive zone, getting in front of pucks and blocking them, making sure they don't get any easy looks at Rudy Guimont.
All right. Off the face-off, it'll roll dangerously to Guimont, but he'll pounce on that loose puck. Face-off in the Cat zone, 11:38 to go.
Well, just another nice effort in front of the goal, like just stated. A nice block in front, and Rudy Guimont able to pounce on top of that one and make sure there's no second chance opportunities in front for a line for Vincent Collard. And he's a guy that kind of makes a living in those dirty areas. Marty's seen a lot of him last year with the Wildcats in the playoffs. And
absolutely.
For Rudy, you got to know, you got to get on top of that one and not give them many looks around the crease.
2-2 tie, second overtime period, 11:38 to go. The Armada get the face-off. Gill with a man in front of him. There's a one-timer. Glove save. Lovely glove save by Guimont, that long slapper. At the blue line, they're using Lemieux. On the defense side, Théo Lemieux, number 10. No relation to the other Lemieux, Olivier, number 28. Popular family name in Quebec, of course, much like Cormier's, LeBlanc's here. Lots of Lemieux in the province of Quebec. 2-2, overtime, second OT, 11:32 to go. From the faceoff, lateral draw. Lemieux will shoot one, Guimont pad save, and the rebound squirts to Ted Mutrin. Pushed off the puck quickly. The Armada, Gill, through the middle of the ice. They're going to slip one in from center. I believe that's icing. They're waving it off. Eric Valenius wraps it around the boards. It'll sail out to center. Olivier Filai, number 6. He skated a country mile tonight on defense for the Armada. They come through the neutral zone. Spencer Gill brings it over the line. Not shooting. Gill slows it down. Back in behind the net to Carbonneau. Zonon Carbonneau working well together. Carbonneau steps out of the corner. Centers it. Knocked away by Mutrin. Teddy Mutrin is there. Nice play. Draw weight down the boards. Nothing at Guimont there. 10:40 to go in the second OT. Here come the Armada. Stepping over the Moncton blue line. Zonon, quick shot wide. That'll sail around the boards. All the way out to the Armada bench. Moncton changing on the fly as well. Backhanded in by Carbonneau. Off the linesman. Battling Desjardins. Back in behind to Rudy Guimont. He's going to throw it around the boards, but there's a Carbonneau is there at the net. Guimont quick save. Tommy Boule tries to bring it up. It'll go to Mercier. Mercier coming down the right side. Mercier chipping it by his man. Taillefer, battle in the corner. Cornforth steps out with the puck. Back to the blue line to Fortier-Gendron. He'll feed Mercier back in behind the net. The 6'5 Gulicic. Knocked off the puck. That was Desnoyers. Good play, Desnoyers. Back to Fortier-Gendron on the blue line. Trying to shoot, and the man in front of him blocking that. Carbonneau was right in front of Fortier-Gendron. Tommy Blyle. There's the stop reverse. Blyle slowly. He is a game breaker. They have many on that Moncton Wildcat club. 9:41 to go. Cornforth now speeding through center. Cuts in on the wing. Cornforth will swing back. Looking for Nico Turnus on the other side. Back in behind the net. The Armada playing good defense as well. We're in the second OT with 9:25 remaining. 2-2 tie here in game one. 4,300. Evan Depatie behind Guimont. Up on the boards to Nico Turnus. Lead pass. Veronin with that great speed. Cut in though. Went to his backhand. Knocked off the puck and knocked down. Teddy Mutrin's in there. Digging hard with Nico Turnus. Up on the boards for the Armada. They reverse it back to their defenseman. Very few whistles here in overtime. 9 to go in the second OT at 10:43 p.m. Atlantic time. Marty and Aiden here, directly over center ice at the Avenir Center. Game 1, Game 2 Saturday night. What a game here at the Avenir. Here come the Armada over the line. Dubé shooting. Guimont, coolly like a first baseman, will make the save of Dubé.
Well, just calm, cool, and collected for Rudy Guimont. The same old we've seen all season long, and the kind of guy that's going out there and winning goaltender of the year. He's up to 40 shots on goal now for the Armada and 38 saves made by Rudy Guimont. He's just looked calm, cool, and collected. I spoke with some people, I believe it was after the second period. It seems like forever ago now at this point in the second overtime, and they were just so impressed with the calmness of Guimont, especially after that hack in the back of the legs. There was no over aggressiveness. He just calmly asked the ref to come over and had a chat with him, and same as his play in the crease. He's just really calm in there, not making too many moves that he doesn't have to, just getting in the right spot at the right time and making it look easy out there. Number 25, Rudy Guimont.
Having a overtime timeout here at the Avenir. I'll have to get the format down on paper. I didn't know there were timeouts to this extent in the overtime, but they continue along in the QMJHL. Final four. Look around the country out west. We see the Everett Silver Tips are hosting Penticton tonight, game 1. Everett took out the Memorial Cup host Kelowna Rockets in 5 games. Prince Albert Medicine Hat opens up tomorrow night in Medicine Hat, Alberta. And I'll get to the OHL a little bit later. Who do we have tonight? Brantford 1-0 over Barrie. Game 2 tomorrow. Kitchener, Windsor open tomorrow at Kitchener. All right. Second overtime period, 2-2 tie. Clean win by the Armada. There's a drive from the blue line, bouncing dangerously in front. Moncton is there in numbers, though, and clear it away. Valenius bombs a pass out to center, bouncing around, ripped off by Spencer Gill to center. The Armada at the Moncton bench. They flip one high in the corner next to Rudy Guimont. Eric Valenius brings the puck out. Losing it. Collard will center it. Wow, what a play by Mercier. Taking the puck off. Here comes Lounsbury. Will throw it in the corner. Mercier going to the bench. Desnoyers on the forecheck. Vincent Collard. Spencer Gill takes the pass on the right side. Gill steps over the blue line. Gill continues into the corner. Lost it to Tommy Blyle. Fortier-Gendron around the boards. The Armada trying to center it. Fortier-Gendron got it back. It's in the corner. Desjardins intercepted by Gabe Smith. Good play. Fortier-Gendron in the corner for Moncton. Reversing it behind the net, Tommy Blyle. Nice play up on the wing to Gabe Smith. Smith going through the neutral zone. Is going to carry it in by himself. Smith to Chudzinski in the corner to Gabe Smith. Gulich, it's all over him. In front of the net, quickly back to the blue line. Fortier-Gendron with a drive. Another play in front. Rolling by the post. Chudzinski was tied up. 7:24 to go, 2-2. Coming in from the blue line, there's an Armada player down, and he ain't moving. And the referee blows the whistle. The puck was still inside the zone. The Cats a little bit incensed. The Armada player not moving whatsoever, and they have to blow the whistle down, I guess, in respect of the fallen Armada player, laying now just inside the circle in the Armada zone. 7:18 to go, second overtime. 2-2 tie. Aiden.
Yeah, he just managed to catch a puck somewhere. There was the first shot, if you can remember, by Adam Fortier-Gendron at the blue line. It got blocked and instantly went down, and Not sure where that caught him. It must have caught him in a pretty soft area for him to still be down like this. And Cats not very happy. It was blown down with the offensive possession. Fans as well. We'll see if he'll be able to continue and play out through the rest of this game. But this puck must have caught him in a pretty soft area for him to be down like this.
And I believe that is number 42 getting up slowly. Vincent Desjardins had 28 goals on the year, 50 assists. The 19-year-old from Mirabel. It's playoff time. The top 4 teams remaining, and you're seeing that tonight in droves. Moncton, although being outshot, it's been a lot of shots, I think, to Guimont from the boards and maybe the wings. He has to make a few good saves. LaSalle as well, 40-23, but the Cats have really been more dangerous, I think, in the OT.
No, that's exactly it, Marty. They've really turned it on here in this overtime period. And again, shots aren't really the story, and they don't have too many shots so far halfway through this overtime period, only 2 on goal, but it's just those ones that are going slightly wide or getting just blocked at the last minute that are causing them fits. They're not doing poorly offensively. They're getting in the O zone. It's just a matter of getting them on net.
There's a puck coming to Mercier, Lounsbury. That deflected in front. I thought Mercier was going to hammer that puck. Back to Villain at the blue line. He'll let Captain Desnoyers coming out of the corner. Desnoyers back to defenseman Max Villain. Back in behind the net to Mercier. Mercier swings out of the corner. A bit of room to work with now. Across the blue line again to Max Villain. Max Villain fires it in the corner. Desnoyers goes into the corner. Desnoyers back to the blue line. Nice play. Lounsbury in front to Mercier. Intercepted. And it's shot out, kept in by Depatie. What a play. Desnoyers back to the blue line. He'll keep it in. Somebody's losing his stick. It's an Armada player. Centered in front by Lounsbury. Off a stick and cleared out by the Armada. They loft a high one down the ice. Will that be icing? They're going to wave it off. Villain gets the puck, though. Wow. An Armada player with no stick. The puck was in the Armada zone. Here comes Veronin flying out of the zone. He'll chip it out to center, but he ran into 3 Armada. They're outside the blue line. Zono will whip it back inside. Depatie and fellow 44, Elliot Dubé in the corner. Thrown around the boards by Moncton. Back to the blue line, though. Thrown in by the Armada. Going into the corner, Gabe Smith. Spins off a check. The Armada come back to the blue line. There's a drive wide intentionally. Smith will pick up the rebound in the corner. Stretch pass coming down the ice. Szczynski trying to draw a penalty, I believe. Play continues. This is overtime. It would have to be an extremely blatant call to get a power play now. Carbonneau comes over the line. That's offside. Here comes Szczynski down the right side. Szczynski fighting off a check from Dubé. Pinned by Dubé along the boards. 5:28 to go in the second OT. 2-2 game 1. Back to the blue line. Blyle steps off the blue line. Cuts to the middle. Try to get a shot away. Tommy Blyle in the corner. Spins back the other way. Blyle back to Cornforth. Back to Blyle. Corner's a bit tight. And the Armada get the puck back and come down the right boards to center. Fortier-Gendron across to Tommy Blyle. Blyle back to 24. Forts, as they call him, ripped it in off the stick of Nico Turnus in the corner. Teddy Mutrin's going in. Always seems to come out with that puck. Cornforth on the other side. 4:53 to go. Here comes Captain Vince Collard throwing it in the zone. The former Cat chasing Eric Valenius in the corner. Valenius around the board. Spencer Gill right back in behind the net. Here come the Armada. They're going to come up the boards. At the middle, there's a one-timer by Gill, but he fanned on it. Turnus looking for a play. And off a skate through center. 4:30 remaining in the second overtime period. Here come the Armada through center. Spencer Gill again takes the puck. Gill tries to cut in around Valenius. Pinned along the boards. Good play. And out the other side comes Matt Virgilio. Virgilio up the boards. Nice play through center to Lounsbury. Couldn't get by his man. Barely. Virgilio now across to Eric Valenius. Valenius lead pass. Intercepted. Here come the Armada over the Cat blue line. Gosselin can't get by his man, centered in front. Moncton is back helping out, and they flip one out to center along the boards. 3:50 in the second OT. 2-2 tie here in game 1. There's a long shot. Easy glove save. Guimont from the blue line. That'll stop play.
Well, 3:47 to go in this second overtime period, and just a lot of back and forth, but not a lot getting through to the goaltenders. That's just been the story here so far through the first 2 overtime periods. Through regulation, the Armada had a total of 36 shots on goal, and now through almost 2 extra periods, they've only got up to 41. And same with the Cats, not much of a change since regulation time. Both teams playing extremely tight out there, and they're sacrificing the body, making sure they're not letting any easy opportunities go offensively for either side.
Second overtime period. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning here at the Avenir Center at 10:53 p.m. Atlantic time. Wow, game 1. Cats had a 2-0 lead in this game. Penalties very few. The double minor to Teddy Mutrin, leading to 1 power play goal by the Armada. All right, 3:32 to go. The Cats throw it to the blue line, intercepted though. It's loose in front. Tommy Blau's going to pick it up. He's got Veronin with him, but he doesn't join him. Veronin's cutting into his left. Can he get the shot away? Fighting off a check to Filai. To Armada, knocked down. Veronin thought he might go to the net. He spins back. Veronin now in the slot area. He'll drop it back. And the Cats throw it across the blue line. Intercepted by Carbonneau. Tommy Blile is there. Veronin. Here comes Fortier-Gendron down the wing. He'll drop it back to Chudzinski. In behind the net to Gabe Smith. 2:55 remaining. Up the boards it goes. Max Millen has to backtrack to the Cat blue line. Across to Fortier-Gendron. Second OT, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and we get a 2-2 tie here in game 1. Here comes Max Millen. Lead pass. Intercepted. The Armada through center. In turn, poke checked. It's defense first in overtime, obviously. Somebody looking for an opening. There's a long stretch pass. Good play by Gabe Smith to break that up. Through center. Smith to Chudzinski. Back to Gabe Smith. Wow, given a really good grab from behind. He could not get a shot away or make a pass. Gabe Smith. 2:18 to go. Here come the Armada up the wall. Vincent Collard across the Moncton blue line. Puck shot into the corner by the Armada. They were looking for an open Collard in front of the net. Denied. Here comes Gabe Smith down the right side with 2 minutes remaining. Smith powers his way down. He'll drop it off to Cornforth. Back to Smith in the corner. Centers it. Loose in front. And the Armada come up ice. Cornforth wipes out. And back come 2 Armada. Nice play at the blue line. Valenius swinging back, though, is Nico Turnus. Turnus going to his backhand. Tries to cut in front. And pinned off. Not enough angle on the side of the Armada net. They throw one down in the Moncton zone. Deputy. Valenius. High floater through center. It'll hit Spencer Gill with 1.5 remaining in the second OT. Lounsbury shoots it in. Intercepted by the Armada. They come through center. Carbonneau, the 51 goal man, likes to shoot. Cuts to the middle. Pad save. Where did that go? Zanot had an empty net. It ended up over the Moncton net. Wow. Carbonneau and Zanot teaming up. It was almost over there. I'm not sure where that puck went, Aiden, on a Bill Zanot rebound. 1:04 to go. 42 shots Armada, 23 Moncton. Here comes Blainville through center. Dubé chipped in by the Armada. Tommy Blile behind Rudy Guimard. Blile swings back, always shirking off the coverage with that great reversing play. Through the middle on the tape to Mercier. Mercier cuts in over the line at the net. Blocked. He's in the corner with the 6'5 Golicic and can't go any further. 37 seconds to go. The Armada step over the blue line. Biz Zanot. Biz Zanot has got some room to work with in the corner for the Armada. They get it back to the blue line. Ty Fair at the wing. No shot. Desnoyers is there. Desnoyers on the boards. Picked up by the Cats. They throw it out to center with 15 seconds remaining. The Armada. Ty Fair steps over the blue line. Vincent Collard. And Urnesio coming in on the wing. Can he get a shot away? Cuts in front. Tried to jam it in. Guimard holding the fort on the short side. On Torque Urnesio from Sweden. 5'10 left winger. Wow. Zanot, where did that puck go, Aiden?
Yeah, that looked like we were going to be headed home here, Marty. A nice quick heads-up play by Carbonneau to rip one with a quick release on the low pad. Causes Rudy Guimard some fits, and he gives up a nice, juicy rebound just to his left. And Zanot had a wide-open cage to shoot at, like you said, and he just fired it wide off the backboards. And there on the most recent play, a nice drive to the net made there by Yennerso, and Rudy Guimard able to cut down the angle. And once again, big face-off opportunity, and Gabe Smith's back out there to take the draw.
All right, 7.4 seconds remaining in the second overtime. Face-off in the Cat zone. This is game one. We're going to be heading very soon. I think we are. Off the face-off, Valen flips it high, bouncing around to Collard. We're down to 1 second out to center, Lounsbury. And ladies and gentlemen, hockey fans all over the world, if you will, we're going to a third overtime here at the Avenir. Incredible hockey, the goaltending outstanding, physically played, very intelligent hockey by both teams. The Cats have come close, as have the Armada. Here's John.
À la fin de la deuxième période supplémentaire, by the Blainville-Boisbriand Armada 7 set for a total of 43, and by the Wildcats 2 for a total of 23.
All right, thank you, John. Let's take a break and come back. 15 minutes on the clock. They'll do a quick flood, and we'll talk to Aiden Glendenning for his take, pardon me, folks. It is getting a bit late. On the second overtime period here at the Avenir. 2-2. Moncton with a 2-0 lead. The Armada tied things up. What a defensive battle between these hockey clubs here at the Avenir. This is Wildcats hockey on the Cats Radio Network and FloHockey TV. Hey, welcome back to the Avenir. We're going to put a call in to Denis Demers, the head statistician with the QMJHL, to start looking at overtime records. Game one in the Final Four. We're going into 3 overtimes. Very good hockey out there, man. Every play is so edge-of-your-seat dramatic. We're getting scoring chances as they are, but what did you see in that second OT, Craig?
Very, very calculated. And as the snow flies outside, tons of flurries coming down. You need a flurry of action in front of the net right now if you're both teams. And the Armada, again, puck possession. But Moncton had their chances too. Now it's just a will. You got to have the will to compete, the will to go the extra mile, and really, if you're going to break down a guy one-on-one, you got to do it right now. These are the moments where your best players have to be your best players.
I thought Veronin, when he went this way and 2 Armada fell at the net. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's in the creative mind of Kuzma. He went back to the blue line with the puck as opposed to.
Got to shoot the
Normally
puck.
he runs to the net from the corner. We've seen that this year. I thought a shot would have been good.
That is a seam from the they're all seams with that. With his speed, really.
Yeah.
You've got to shoot the puck. You got to take the puck to the net there.
Incredible. Your take on the second OT, Aiden.
Well, I feel like the bodies are getting pretty tired. Craig kind of alluded to it in the last intermission that we had, where the benches are a bit shortened right now. There's only 2 or 3 lines going every once in a while, and that really shows. And you got to think that in the dressing room right now, they got the orange slices out, the bananas out, the water, the juice. They got everything going right now to kind of keep their bodies hydrated and going. And, just a lot of back and forth from both clubs.
I haven't seen any of that up here. Let's get that up here. We need that. The veteran broadcasters need that. Anyway,
catering.
Catering is good, yes.
No.
It's tremendous.
Right now, you got to feel for the netminders, too. They're tired. Up and down, and they're battling in there. Any shot right now is a good shot. whether it's from distance or whether you have traffic in front. But you just can't get caught right now.
Yeah.
It's you've got to think the game now more than ever, and you can't make the mental mistakes. But when you're tired and when the fatigue sets in, that's when those pop up and those happen.
And the subplot of the importance of winning this game from a Moncton standpoint. The Armada would like a split, obviously. They win tonight. Moncton has to win on Saturday. And that forces a fifth game here on Friday. So there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, but a win would certainly solve things.
Well, you always want to get out to a good start in a playoff series. And really, if you're Moncton, you've got to find a way on home ice. You really do.
Yeah.
And, looking at the numbers, Saturday's going to be this place is going to be rocking.
I think a bigger crowd on Saturday.
Yes.
Well, I don't have much more to add. We got 10 minutes to go in the intermission, Mr. Producer Adam McLaren. Guys, thank you very much. I'm not inviting you back for 4, but if it happens to be there, you have to work tomorrow, Craig, I believe.
Yeah. Well,
anyway. What's
hey,
tomorrow? Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. Yes.
You can't beat overtime action. You can't beat this league. This is a true showcase of two of the top teams, and if this is any indication of what the semifinals are going to be,
wow,
we're in for a great show.
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Craig. We're going into 3 OT, folks, at the Avenir Center. 2-2 tie. Mercier and Gabe Smith for your Wildcats. We're back with more exciting Wildcats playoff hockey on Cats Radio, Inspire FM.
Great stuff.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Marty Kingston here at the Avenir Center with Aidan Glendenning. And yeah, we're well past our bedtime, but it's a very exciting. Send food. Someone send food. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's been an amazing game. A lot of people still here, although we're now pushing 11:15.
Yeah, and I wish Wild Willie would come up here with those Vito's pizzas, Marty.
Yeah. Peter Jagodas, are you listening? Please, Peter. No, just kidding. A lot of atmosphere left in the building. What an overtime game. We may be breaking new records here. I haven't checked, but I was told it might be the longest ever in Cats playoff history. We'll have to look it up, and we will do that tomorrow. All right. Overtime 3, 2-2 tie. Gabe Smith, Mercier for the Cats. Moncton skating left to right. Veronin is right over the blue line off the face-off. He'll feed Chudzinski in the corner. On the Armada side, Gabe Smith is there. So now pushes Smith off the puck, and out come the Armada across their own blue line. Carbonneau just as the wedge shot high at center. I'm not sure what type of goal is going to end this game. I don't think it might not be a classic variety. Hard to say. Cats looking to take a 1-0 lead. Zono snaps one off the Armada bench. Dubé in front. Shot wide of Guimond. Carbonneau, and he whistles it all the way down the ice. The wrong man to give the puck to when open, the 51 goal man, Justin Carbonneau. Overtime 3. Game 1 of this best-of-7 final. Spencer Gill shoots it in the corner. Eric Valenius is there. Good reverse behind the net to Virgilio. He'll bounce it up off the glass, but it somehow came back into the corner. Virgilio is there. Bouncing loose in front of the net. It'll roll to Eric Valenius. Valenius comes up the ice. Throws it off a teammate, bouncing around in the Armada zone, and they wheel up the ice. Golicic throwing it across. Here comes Filai. Good skater. Getting by a couple of Wildcats. Cutting in front, dropping it off on the wing. There's a shot blocked in front by the Cats, and they feather one down the ice. That's going to be right on net, I think. No, wide of the net, Mercier, and icing the call.
Late in the period, that might have stopped up there. Freshly flooded ice. Ends up sliding all the way down past the goal line, and now Moncton will have a pretty key face-off in the defensive zone. All pretty key when you're in the defensive zone, but more importantly when you're in triple overtime here now. Important to try and win those as best as you can.
We'll have to check the NHL scores. We'll be sliding into the Oilers-Kings game here very shortly. Boston Buffalo tonight. I think the Sabres took that. I'll get some updates if we can. There's a long stretch pass through the blue paint. Another icing. Virgilio trying to spring Mercier for 3. Mercier's out there. Lounsbury, Desnoyers. If you're just tuning in, well, you must be a Nighthawk if you're just tuning in, because we are in the third overtime period, 18:20 to go here at the Avenir Center. Marty Kingston, Aidan Glendenning. Aren't we glad tomorrow's an off day?
Yeah.
A face-off to the right of Guimond. Leving. Moncton gets the face-off. Matt Virgilio is going to carry it out. Puck sliding off his stick. Centered in front. Moving in from the blue line. A shot. A left toe save. Guimond. Back to the blue line. And the puck will end up at center. Ty Fair throwing it on defense to Villeneuve. It'll deflect into the Moncton zone. Virgilio, wow, wrapped it off the boards, almost taking the helmet of Jay Dwaros off. Jay is having a battling night. He's had a lot of pucks fired at him. Icing again, third icing in a row by Moncton, Aidan. I don't know what that means. 17:55 to go. 45 Armada shots, 23 Moncton. Well, obviously fatigue and mental fatigue too. Let's not overlook that. Face off again in the Cat zone. Moncton gets the face off again. Virgilio comes up the boards. Kept in at the blue line by Carbonneau. The Armada throwing him back into the corner on the stick of Captain Desnoyers. And a beautiful chip by Desnoyers. That will roll by the goal, and they're going to call that. Wow, Spencer Gill slowed up. He wasn't very far away. And I don't know.
And Cat's unable to change here as Valenius was trying to head off for Tommy Blyle, and there's some tired bodies out there from Moncton, and just a number of icings in a row where I feel these guys are just not wanting to make a mistake on the breakout pass and elect to try and dump it down. And unfortunately, it's an icing.
Off the face-off, Rigidal, Lounsbury safely through center. A bouncing puck. Desnoyers trying to split the D, cutting in a shot. It's all above the goal line. Cleared away by LaSalle and the Armada. Desnoyers getting in between the two D-men. Just laying above the goal line. Tommy Blyle now with another gear. Man, he is motoring. He just got around a couple of Armada. Blyle, there's the shot. LaSalle will take it off the right shoulder. Tommy Blyle, what a rush. At the blue line, Fortier-Gendron feeds it into the corner to Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin pinned along the boards by Théo Lemieux. Back to the blue line, across the blue line to Tommy Blyle. Blyle at the net. Wow, how did LaSalle see that? Teddy Mutrin standing in front of him. Glove save, William LaSalle.
Oh, it looked like we were finally going to get to go home, Marty, as the captain had a chance in tight, gets around his defender, and it just trickles. Watching the replay, it just trickles off the front of the goal line and off the left post. And Desnoyers within inches of sending everyone here in the building home, including us up here. But 16:50 to go in the third overtime, and we're still playing.
Very deceiving speed. Caleb Desnoyers, Mutrin's in the corner, battling with Turnus and Cornforth. The Armada come through center at the Moncton blue line. They're going to throw one to the front of the net. Guimard to make a save. The rebound cleared away by the Armada. 16:39 to go. There's a centering pass. Not connecting, but Mutrin picks it up off the boards. He'll get it out through center. Mutrin losing his stick. He'll have to go back and pick it up. Lavigne tries to come in. There's a shot from a very sharp angle, but Rudy Guimard nowhere to go with that shot. Big Lavigne feeding it off on the wing. 16:25 to go. Wow, the Cats starting off the overtime. 4 icings in a row. Rudy Guimard and William LaSalle.
Guimard is up to 45 saves now in this hockey game through two overtime periods, 3 regulation periods, and 4 minutes into this third overtime period. He's had to face a lot of rubber, and once again, Gabe Smith out to take that defensive zone draw.
Game 1, folks. Game 1. 2-2, 3 overtimes. Shot in by the Armada. Moncton skating left to right. Back to the blue line. Urnesio turns and fires high. You can hear it at the glass. Veronin gets it up on the wing. Gabe Smith really given a good hook by former teammate Collard. The Armada will chip it high. Root to Rudy Guimard. He's going to take any breaks he can. Valenius and Swedish forward Torque Urnesio into the boards in the corner. 16:03 to go in the third overtime period, folks, here at the Avenir. Marty Kingston, Aiton Lendenning. I've just got some statistics. Thank you, Dave Morrell. Longest Cats game, 2024 against Chicoutimi. 114 minutes and 15 seconds. So late in the third OT, Chicoutimi takes it 4-3. All right, there it is. Fired around the boards by the Cats. It's at the blue line. Mercier, can he get by his man? He's trying. He's knocked off the puck and then subsequently into the linesman by Villeneuve. Fans would love to see a penalty here, but it would have to be a dandy. Here come the Armada shooting it wide of Guimard. In behind the net, nice play on the boards. Back to the blue line, bouncing puck coming through the middle. Mercier. He'll give it to Lounsbury. Cuts to the net, a shot, and he's hauled down as he went to the net, and the net is off. And Gardner McDougall throws his hands up in the air. What's it going to take?
Oh, he's absolutely irate there and behind the bench. The hand's still going up now, Marty, and you got to think something's got to be called. You can't just completely put the whistles away in a hockey game. I understand it's overtime and it's the semifinal playoff series, but at some point it's going to get out of hand and you're going to have to start to call something, especially when you got a clean look at a chance to score. And Lounsbury has the guy draped all over top of him with the hook, the hand on the inside. He grabs him right by the leg even.
Grabbed him around the leg area, the groin area, and pulled him down. Net off, LaSalle down. All right, it continues. Wow. Referees Hopkins and Langell.
Not fan favorites here tonight at the Avenir Center, I think I can
don't
safely
think
say.
they want to run for political office tonight. Third overtime, folks. 11:22 Atlantic time. 2-2 tie. Gabe Smith and Mercier have the goals for Moncton. Off the face-off, the Cats get the face-off. There's a drive. Wow, a right pad save and a deflection by LaSalle on a pretty good shot by Veronin along the ice. Here comes Dubé through center. He'll drop it off on the wing. There's a shot deflected wide, and it sails out to center on the other side. Spencer Gill, number 15. Bill Zonon. Zonon snaps one on the wing. Knocked in, one-armed in by Lemieux. Fortier-Gendron has it. He's started a good rush. Great skater. Comes down the wing. Lavigne staying with him. Fortier-Gendron. Nice rush by Moncton's 24, but he swings back to the defensive position. Spencer Gill in the zone for the Armada. Moncton skating left to right. 2-2. Shot in by the Armada. We have an icing on the Armada. And the crowd loving that one.
I haven't seen too many of those in this overtime, and they get called for one now in a pretty big face-off with 14:40 to go in the third overtime period. The Cats are going to get an offensive zone draw and right back over the boards. Who else but the captain, Caleb Desnoyers, alongside Lounsbury and Mercier.
All right, 14:41 to go in the third overtime. Face-off to the right of William LaSalle. 2-2 tie game one. Spencer Gill steps out, hoisting one to the blue line, knocked down by Mercier. He'll get it back. Oh, he almost came down the wing, and he lost his footing. Coming down is Nobert. Cutting around, a shot. Guimont save. Wow, Depatie stayed with him. Back to the left point. There's a drive. Guimont save. Rebound loose in front. Cleared away by Mercier. He's given a really good grab on the sweater. And coming down the wing, Lounsbury fighting off a check. Pretty good hook, actually, so I don't want to be the referee out there, folks, but there's not much room to move. Gill, long pass at center, Nobert. Slipping it in the Cat zone. Valen behind Rudy Guimont. 13:58 to go. Third overtime. 49 shots Armada, 28 Moncton. The Cats have had some dangerous shots, mind you. There's a long stretch pass up the boards to Teddy Mutrin. LaSalle's out of the net, and he'll backhand it around the boards. Cornforth coming in, tying up his men. Loose puck intercepted at the blue line. Smith, Tornis in the corner to Gavin Cornforth. Cornforth showing up along with Mutrin. Back to the blue line, Matt Virgilio. Virgilio at the net, bouncing puck. Cleared away, knocked down by Turnus, good play. Back out to center. Eric Valenius lost the puck to Yernesio on the wing. Shot, Guimont save, rebound, cleared away by the Cats. They're waving no goal.
Matt Virgilio just saved that game.
Matt Virgilio saving the game. Puck in behind him, I think. Wow. Hard to keep up here in the third overtime. 13 to go. There's a long shot. Guimont pad save, and they'll hoist that rebound back into him and hold on. Well, we'll have to watch that, folks, on the replay.
Well, just a misplay by Eric Valenius in the neutral zone leads to an odd man rush, and I believe it's Jennerso with the shot off the wing, and it takes a bounce in behind Rudy Guimont. Virgilio able to reach back and pull that one off the goal line, Marty. Inches away from ending this one here at the Avenir or the Armada, but Matt Virgilio says no. What a great effort for him to get in on the back check and sweep that one off the goal line.
The former Sault Ste. Marie Greyhound, Matt Virgilio. Wow. Big save by Matt. 6-footer, Richmond Hill, Ontario. From the wing, Carbonneau shooting one. It hit Gabe Smith and retreating back to the Armada blue line. 12:54 to go in the third overtime. Marty and Aiden here at the Avenir Center. I almost said Coliseum. Fortier-Gendron lead pass to Gabe Smith on the wing. Chudzinski over the blue line. Chudzinski pulls it by, and it's poke check back to the blue line. Smith on Carbonneau. Gabe Smith winning that battle. Swept around the boards by the Cats, but it goes to Bill Zonon. Right wing pass, Carbonneau throwing one to the front of the net. Nice play by Tommy Blyle to knock that away. Blyle starts up ice. I got the feeling that Mr. Blyle could get a little bit of ice to work with. Gabe Smith over the line, dropping it back to Veronin at the net. Deflected in the corner, goes Chudzinski. Tries to come up with that puck. Smith there for support. Back to Blyle, across the blue line. Fortier-Gendron shooting. Pad save. LaSalle with Chudzinski right there. Up come the Armada to center. Carbonneau and Zonon. It's at the blue line. Into the corner to Bill Zonon. Tommy Blyle stealing that puck. Blyle starting out, 11:50 to go in the third OT. Long stretch pass. Nice play by Chudzinski to complete the shoot in and head to the bench. 11:47 to go on the clock. 51 shots Armada at the blue line. Kept in by Valen high and wide. Desnoyers in the corner. Lounsbury back to Desnoyers. Desnoyers runs out of the corner, throws it to the left point. Coming in, Villain at the net, chipped wide. It'll come out the other side. Desnoyers again at the blue line. Gives it to Mercier. Mercier behind the net, tried to center it. Lounsbury all tied up by his man. Mercier leaves it for Desnoyers. Desnoyers on the goal line. Comes back to the blue line. Left point shot. Wow, Mercier. One-timer. Lascelles tracking that. Lovely save by William Lascelles. Great work by Desnoyers. 11 minutes to go. There's a shot. Guimont pad save. Backhanded out to center by Moncton. 10:55 to go in the third overtime here at the Avenir Center. 2-2 in game one. Gabe Smith and Mercier for the Cats. Marty Kingston here at Aiden Glendenning, almost into Friday. Here come the Armada. Can they do a stretch pass? Teddy Mutrin comes down. They'll drop it off to Gavin Cornforth. There's the shot off the leg of Yernesio. Rebound side of the net. Down is Lascelles, and they'll fall on the puck on the post as Mutrin tried to jam it home.
So close to being sent home here, Marty, and Lascelles still down on his stomach. Don't know if he's right up. No, it seems to be all right there, but a nice chance off the rush where the defense for the Armada gets caught down low, and Teddy Mutrin busting through the neutral zone is able to drop that off to Gavin Cornforth in a bit of a toe drag release and maybe fools Lascelles. A big rebound pops out, and Mutrin trying to jam that one, kind of bank it off Lascelles and in from behind the net, unable to do so. Lascelles able to get on top of it.
Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning here at the Avenir Center. We're into record-breaking territory shortly here. Third overtime, 2-2 tie, game one, 10:30 remaining. The Armada throw one the length of the ice. Will that be icing? Valenius going back. So is an Armada player with a bit of a bear hug behind the net. That's a defenseman, Filai. Good skater. Battling in the corner, Nico Turnus chipped up on the boards. Here comes Teddy Mutrin down the right side. Slips the puck into the corner. And Gavin Cornforth will chase Zonon behind the net. Reversing it to the tall 6'5" Slovenian, Golicic. He'll throw one through center, off a leg. It'll come out at the blue line. Fired at the net, Guimont. Coolly blockering that into the corner. Here comes Nico Turnus through the middle of the ice. Fortier-Gendron finds a hole. He'll dance over the blue line and backhand it in the corner. Turnus and Gabe Smith going in as well. 9:42 remaining in the third overtime. The Armada come through center. Zonon on the right side coming in for the Armada. Dubé shooting, blocked by Blyle. Back to the blue line. There's a drive, deflected wide, and it's shot off the boards by Moncton in the Armada zone. Just enough, no icing, going back Ty Fair. Being watched by Veronin. Veronin follows him in behind the net. Bill Zonon will hit the Moncton blue line. Dropping it back, but the Cats are there. Gabe Smith down the wings. Veronin, for all he's got, can get back, no icing. Kuzma Veronin in the corner. Battling. Veronin. That breakaway speed comes in handy now, but he's slowly coming back through center. The Armada over the line. There's a shot. Zonon deflected wide. Gills in the corner. Around the boards, kept in by the Armada, but intercepted by Moncton. Fortier-Gendron wisely assessing everything, swinging back in the zone across to partner Max Willen. Willen turns up the right side and rips it in from center. 8:35 to go in the third overtime period. Game one here at the Avenir. Here come the Armada through center. They steer one in. Going into the corner, Max Willen. Leaving it for a partner, Evan Depatie. Depatie starts out. Bombing it off the boards. Mercier will step over the Armada blue line, throwing it in front to Desnoyers. Desnoyers cuts in, centers it. Lascelles got a stick on that. Very dangerous, Desnoyers taking a beautiful pass from Mercier. Couldn't get the shot away. It's been a lot of body work at the blue line, kept in by Depatie, but the Armada are there. They're going to start down the right side. Matteo Nobad over the line. Nobad in the corner to Big Laving. Depatie working him over. Loose puck, pried loose by the Armada. There's a shot. Oh, just wide of Guimont, that quick one-timer from the top of the circle. That was Gosselin. In behind the net, Laving throws it back to the blue line. Golicic with a man in front of him, throws it to an open corner. The Armada quickly back to Filai. Filai not shooting. The Armada have it inside the blue line. There's a long shot, wide blocker side, Guimont. On the board, Golicic. In behind the net, around the boards. Good control by the Armada. Third overtime, 7:20 remaining. There's a drive. Blocked in front. Depatie will give it to Desnoyers. Desnoyers, Mercier, Lounsbury. 3-on-2. Here come the Armada back. Desnoyers in front to Lounsbury. The shot, and it's high over the net. What a setup. Desnoyers to Lounsbury, but too much torque, and it's over the Armada net. They battle in the corner with 7 to go in the third overtime. Back to Tommy Blyle. Across the blue line, Fortier-Gendron. Getting around Collard. Fortier-Gendron behind the net. Takes it out the other side. Great foray by Fortier-Gendron. He'll throw it across to Tommy Blyle. Blyle cuts in from the blue line. Can't get the shot away. What a hook on Tommy Blyle. It's flipped out to center to Fortier-Gendron. Gardner McDougall, a lot of hand actions behind the bench. Incredible. The Armada, when I say playing man-to-man, they're taking it to a new level. 6:25 to go. Tommy Blyle behind. Rudy Guimont swings out. Blyle right through the middle. Teddy Mutrin on the wing. Mutrin in front. Bickley shooting! Glove save by LaSalle. Bickley went glove side. May have been wide. LaSalle wasn't taking any chances. He'll hold on. 6:17 to go. We'll take a short pause as well. Mr. Producer Adam McLaren, third overtime. 55 Armada shots, 32 Moncton. Third overtime, 2-2. We're back in a few seconds with more of Game 1 from the Avenir on Inspire FM. Well, if you're just tuning in, I'll tell you a little story. You just pull up a chair. It's the third overtime period, 6:17 to go in the third OT. Pardon me. Water certainly helps. Back to the blue line off the faceoff. Fortier-Gendron in front to Gabe Smith. It was knee high, but he tried a one-timer anyway. Here comes Bizonon through center. Carbonneau picking it up. He can really let it go. He'll cut around Fortier-Gendron, put the brakes on in the corner. In the corner, working with Zonon. Loose puck. Good play by Moncton. It's back to the blue line, though. The Armada, there's the drive. Deflected by the Cats on the wing, and Moncton will flip it out to center. Coming down the wing is Veronin, but he's sniffed off the puck effectively by Ty Fair. 5:42 to go in the third overtime. 2-2 tie here in Game 1. Here come the Armada. Long shot again wide of Guimont. Sailing back to the blue line. A left point shot wide of Guimont. It'll go to Carbonneau. Carbonneau at the net, intercepted by Gabe Smith. He'll get it up to Veronin. Veronin gets it out to center. The Armada throwing it off the boards. Dubé comes down, long shot, blocker save Guimont. Tommy Blyle behind the net, spins off the check. He just runs up the boards. Dubé staying with him. Blyle comes down his off wing, cuts to the middle. Gabe Smith in front. There's the shot off the side of the post. Incoming Veronin. Veronin wipes out in the corner, and the Cats scamper back to help out. Good play by Gabe Smith on the way back. There's another drive wide. Wow, what a play to the incoming Veronin. Hit the side of the post, I believe, or the outside. Another play through the blue paint into the corner in the Moncton zone. 4:46 to go. The Cats intercept Jasinski. Gabe Smith at the Moncton bench, trying to shoot it in. 56 Armada shots, 32 Moncton. Depatie at the bench. Mercier backhanding it in from there. Folks, what a marathon playoff game here to open this series. Spencer Gill in behind the net. Producer Adam McLaren awaiting that winning goal from the Cats. Adam, I'm with you on that one. Flipped in by the Armada. Depatie steps out. Chased by Collard off the boards. It'll roll down the wing. No icing due to the speed of Mercier. Pinned on the boards by Golic. Centered. There's a drive. Pad save. LaSalle on the incoming Lounsbury. Another one by William LaSalle. Kept in by Lounsbury. Desnoyers picks it up in the corner. At the right point, Valenne shooting, blockered away by Lascelles. Valenne puts it back into the corner. Denvoyer picks it up. He'll swing back in heavy traffic and loses the puck there. 3:46 to go. Loose puck in the neutral zone, picked up by 28, long shot off Virgilio. Another drive, it ends up in the corner. Valenne gets it back to Teddy Mutrin, and he completes the play into the Armada bench. Well, hey, Glendenning, it's not like we're not getting our shots at William Lascelles.
Oh, well, chances back and forth, but no team getting as many high-danger chances as the Moncton Wildcats in this matchup. But just what an effort by Mercier to get in there with speed and negate the icing, and he ends up finding it. Lounsbury just to the left of Lascelles, and Lascelles able to get down in front and get to the top of his crease. A great job by Lascelles to seal that ice off after making the move off the post, and he's able to keep it out.
Third overtime, 3:33 to go at the Avenir Center. Incredible Game 1 opener here. There's a shot blocked by the Cats again. Another shot loose in front, cleared away by the Cats. They stacked up in front of Guimont, and Tom Blyle comes down the wing. Blyle throwing it on the wing to Binkley. Blocked, and the Armada come back. 3 through center, but the Cats have strength in numbers back. There's a shot. Guimont on the wing. Wow, off Bill Zonon on a 3-on-2 quick shot by the dangerous Zonon, the Pittsburgh draft pick. Injured most of the year. He had 14 goals when he came back. 3:09 to go.
Well, the Montreal native and Zonon able to get a shot off, and the Montreal native and Rudy Guimont between the pipes able to say no. And just a great play by Guimont. Again, it's just the little moves he makes. He's not over-exaggerating, not over-committing to any passing lane, and he gets over and right to the top of the crease near the 45-degree angle that we see on that right side, and a nice save by him on Zonon.
Back to the blue line to Spencer Gill. He'll fire it down in the corner at the net wide of Guimont. Sails back to the right point, kept in by the Armada. We're down to 3 minutes in the third OT. Back to the blue line for Blainville. There's a one-timer by Gill right at Guimont. Makes the save. The rebound right in front of him, never far out, and he holds on.
Do we know the stat for most saves by a Wildcat goaltender in a single game? Because Rudy Guimont is up to 56, ladies and gentlemen, and 2:54 to go in this third overtime period. He's had to make a number of saves, and the Cats, though, in this third overtime period, I like to think that they've done pretty good in their own right offensively. This might be one of their better periods so far of the entire night, now in the 6th period of the game.
I think we're going to run out of reporters, basically. Back to the blue line. Gill, a shot. Wow, that was close. Bouncing puck. Denway is there. Gill let one go from the blue line just wide. Spencer Gill logging about 40 minutes of ice time, as are the important Cat people, too. Denway will steal one. Nice play out to center. Lounsbury with great speed on the wing to Mercier. Into the corner. Preston Lounsbury going in with Denvoyer. Spencer Gill puts on the brakes. Took Lounsbury down with him. Lounsbury looking for that loose puck. The Armada throw it across the neutral zone. Here comes Big Loving, 39. He'll stop at the high slot area from the wing. Blocker save Guimont. It falls to the feet of Max Valenne. Valenne getting that puck flattened out. It stood up for a bit. 2:05 remaining, folks, in the third OT of Game 1. This is a 2-2 tie. What a series opener. Exhausting to these young hockey players out there, but it's been incredible action. Here come the Armada. Moncton falling back in the neutral zone. Galicic's looking for Yenersio. Get the shot. Chipped it over the net. Depatie on the boards. Out to center. Here come the Armada back in their own zone. Galicic again throwing it. There's an open man at the Armada bench coming down the wing. They can't get around Depatie. That's 28 Lemieux. In front, there's a drive, and it's in the feet of Guimont. Where is it? Guimont was down with a big crowd. Point shot, Lemieux, wide open. Cats will have to try to get those open men if they can, and waved off. Big crowd, Guimont down. Hayden Glendenning, I lost sight of the puck.
Well, they lost their guy at the blue line, and a wide open shot there by the Tampa Bay prospect in Jan Galicic, and he walks into that one, and with about 20 bodies, only 10 out there on the ice. It seems like there was 20 in front of Rudy Guimont. Takes a couple bounces. Ref loses the sight of the puck, blows it dead. It ends up rolling in behind Rudy Guimont afterwards, but puck had already been blown dead.
1:28 to go in the third OT. Shots are 60-34. Armada. Wow, what a game. Gabe Smith will flip it across to Tommy Blyle. Blyle gets it back to Fortier-Gendron. Through the middle of the ice comes Moncton's 24, and he hammers it in from there. Around the boards quickly, kept in by Chudzinski. Chudzinski with a loose puck. It rolls up the wing. Here come two Armada through center. Number 72, Villeneuve, tries to break in. Villeneuve will center one, cleared away by Fortier-Gendron. Picked up by a little give and go. Here comes Ryan Chudzinski over the line to Gabe Smith. He fades back to the blue line, though. Smith will move in front to Blyle. It bounced over a stick. It'll end up behind the net. Gabe Smith again. Pretty good hook from behind, but he gets it back to the blue line to Blyle. Blyle will have a good look. A little give and go with Desnoyers. Tommy Blyle feeds it in the corner. Chudzinski waiting. Carbonneau draped all over him. Coming out of the corner now, Desnoyers. Cut to the middle in front. Chudzinski couldn't get a stick on that. What a setup by Desnoyers under the heel of the stick of Ryan Chudzinski. 17 seconds to go. I'm going to amazingly say we're going to a fourth overtime period, folks. 10 seconds to go. Picked up by Fortier-Gendron behind the net, and they'll bomb along past the Mutrin. That's icing on the play with 2.7 remaining.
It's an important face-off here now. Tons of time for the Armada to win it and get a shot away. So you got to send one of your best face-off guys out there to take the draw. And unfortunately, as an icing, you can't make the change. But luckily enough for the Wildcats, they're going to have one of their best face-off guys out there, and Teddy Mutrin. He's no stranger to these big draws, and for him, he's just got to try and get on top of this one, tie him up, and get out of this third overtime period.
2 seconds. Moncton gets the face-off, and can you believe this hockey game? I can't. And in my long career in history of broadcasting hockey, I don't believe I've ever gone to no, I can actually say that without even thinking. I have never gone to a fourth overtime period. A couple of double overtimes in the American League, but wow. Here's John.
Période supplémentaire. By the Armada, 17-17 for a total of 60-60. And by the Wildcats, 11-11 for a total of 34-34.
Well, if this is an example of what the goaltending is going to be like, we may have more than one overtime, Aidan Glendenning, but we're going into the fourth overtime period, folks. Pat McNeil, are you listening? Did we rival the game with the Eagles a few years ago? That might have went to 3, as I remember, but records are starting to come out now all over the QMJHL. Anyway, let's take a break, folks. 14 on the clock, Mr. Producer Adam McLaren. 2-2 tie. Game 1 in this series, I keep forgetting. And we're going to a fourth overtime period. Gabe Smith from Veronin and Chudzinski 2 days ago in the first period at 8:47. And Alex Mercier from Preston Lounsbury and Caleb Desnoyers at 3:01 for a 2-0 Moncton lead. The Armada battle back Olivier Lemieux. Good long wrist shot, may have gone off the stick of Depatie to change direction a bit, I think. And Villeneuve, power play goal Xavier from Golicic and Vincent Desjardins. I don't have the shots by period, but they are a total of now of 60 Armada and 34 Moncton. We have game 2 coming up in the series Saturday night at 7 o'clock. We're going to be into Friday very shortly. And games 3 and 4 Monday, Tuesday, at the Sport Excellence Rousseau in Boisbriand, 8 o'clock Atlantic time for both games. I would go around the cube, but it's the only game, and Chicoutimi will open tomorrow night at home against Rouyn-Noranda in a best-of-7 there. A lot of people still here, fair number of reporters still involved, and what can we say? We're going into the fourth OT. 13 minutes on the clock. Let's take a break and come back, Mr. Adam McLaren, as Aidan and I look for nutrition and some water to continue here at the Avenir Center. Game 1, 2-2. We're going to OT number 4. Incredible. Records are being set by the hour here in the QMJHL Final Four. Wildcats Hockey, Inspire FM Cats Radio. Kingston, Aiden Glendenning. My watch has actually stopped, so I have 6 o'clock. What time is it?
Is this the pregame?
I don't know what day it is.
I didn't think I'd see you back here. I was convinced you were coming back.
Well, I was waiting for the elevator, and yeah.
The elevator broke. Half the reporters are gone. You have to work tomorrow.
Well,
today. You have to work today. Actually.
Well, soon. Yeah.
Okay. What are we seeing out there? Goaltending. LaSalle. Man.
Yeah, we're seeing these young student athletes lay it out all on the line. That's what we're seeing, Marty, and it's great to see. It really is. They're leaving everything on the ice.
Yeah, they can barely move out there. Like Craig said, they're leaving it all out there, and by the end of the night, it's almost a blessing that they get a couple days off before the next game. And, playing, what are we now? We're going into the 7th period, I believe, into this one. So they've played over 2 games here now, or they're about to, and, they're going to need that needed a rest headed into game 2.
I'm surrounded by goaltenders. Brian Fisher, Aiden Glendenning. You're wearing a lot of gear out there, but they look sharp. Rudy's made some beautiful saves. Matt Virgilio saved a goal, by the way.
Yes,
that's
goal
right.
line stand there.
Goal line, rolling puck, yeah.
Again, obviously, everyone talks about Thursday, Saturday. Stars on Ice are here tomorrow. The facility they have to tear all this down, so the overtimes aren't helping that cause. Plus, I was just kind of the inside track on it. They have to add a little bit to the ice. And whenever Stars on Ice come in, you would think, oh, well, I've got to paint the ice. It's all white. And obviously they're not doing that. But the work that goes on behind the scenes in a facility like this, pretty special as well.
We're setting records. I don't have the latest update. I know there was a shots record that someone passed our way, but I don't recall a Cat game going into 4 OTs. We'd have to look it up. We'll get Brad Smith on the case maybe, but I don't know.
Where's Will McLaren when you need him?
Yes, where's Will McLaren?
Will the encyclopedia.
Brian Fisher, have you seen a game in Golden Flames? 7 overtimes? Okay, that's when I was a kid growing up, I was a big Detroit Red Wing fan, and I was enthralled by the longest game ever at the Forum in Montreal. It went 6 overtime periods. Detroit beat Montreal 1-0 in the playoffs. Moder Bruneteau scored, beating Lauren Chabot. The shutout went to Normie Smith, who wore a ball cap, and it was into 2:35 in the morning. And I'll never forget that as a stat. We're kids, we love stats. Yeah. I've never forgotten that.
That's awesome.
And I thought of that tonight. It's funny how we get into 4.
Well,
we're not going to 6, but as a big Detroit fan growing up, I was a big fan of that. Anyway.
No, I do have one here, though. Rudy Guimont, he's tied for most ever saves in a game by a Moncton Wildcat at 58. Jean-François Damfoust had 58 in a game on February 24th, 1997 against the Olympic.
There we go.
So Rudy Guimont currently tied with him right now at 58.
Thank you for that.
And JF's doing great things with the NHL Central Scouting.
Tremendous.
And it's when you get into this stage, I've never played in a 4 overtime. We were in a double and overtime before, coming up through provincial hockey, but in this stage, and we did see Binkley out there. Binkley didn't see a whole bunch of ice in the 3rd period, and in the first couple we did see him in the 3rd stanza.
I think we need an end-to-ender from Robertson Palmer to end this game. I think it would
and he was effective when he was out there, and it's good to see him back in the lineup. But you can really tell the players that can, and in my scouting reports, here's a player that can skate for days. Tommy Blyle, Teddy Mutrin. On the other side, Villeneuve, Spencer Gill. You can really tell the guys that are effortless, especially in this late time within the game.
We used to say the pond hockey skaters are the strongest guys because they can fight through the snow. They still skate well.
Yes.
I've never seen a 4 OT game. This is uncharted territory here at the Avenir.
Well, I'm a little hungry, Marty.
Can you order something from?
I don't know. Skip the dishes. I don't know if we can.
I'd eat here. I really would eat here. It doesn't have to be home. I mean, I don't want to wake anybody up when I get home either.
Oh, there you go.
No, I was telling Marty we got to get Wild Willie up here with the Vito's pizzas
There
and
you
start
go.
handing them out.
Peter, you're listening. I know it's late, Peter Jagutis. Anyway, guys, let's take a break. We'll come back. Thank you for dropping by.
My pleasure.
I'm not inviting you back again.
Well,
I'm not.
I don't think we'll see each other.
No, we can't. No.
Anyway, Saturday.
Moncton's going to take this tonight. We're in
you never
OT
know.
number 4.
You never know.
Craig Eagles, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
guys.
This has been
Always a pleasure.
One to remember. Aiden Glendenning, Craig Eagles, Marty Kingston here at, what time is it again? My watch stopped, as I mentioned earlier.
Probably
Almost
pushing 12.
midnight.
Yeah, it's
pushing midnight at the Avenir. Game 1, 2-2 tie. We're back with more right after this on FloHockey TV.
Victo and Hall. 146 minutes.
So how much are we now? 60 plus 60.
120.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not setting a record yet.
No.
No. Okay. I have to write all this down. Yeah. Welcome back. I'm just giving a high five to my partner, Cédric. Cédric Blouin with the Armada. He's next to me here, separated by glass. Hey, we got some popcorn delivered up. That's great.
Yeah, praise the Lord for that one. We got something to snack on up here in the play-by-play booth. It's getting a little bit low energy up here through, what's this going to be, our 7th period called here tonight?
Yeah, we're told that it's not really a record yet, the Cape Breton-Baie-Comeau game in Sydney. That went into 5 overtimes, and there might have been a longer one back in the late 90s with Gatineau. We didn't have a chance, folks, to write all that down. Thank you, Denis Demaris, if you're listening. Here come the Armada. There's a shot just wide off the faceoff. Wow. Flipped into the corner. Which team is going to take a 1-0 series lead here on the Final Four? Gabe Smith powers in from the blue line. There's the shot. High on the blocker side, wide, and it sails. Wow, where did that sail? Into the Armada bench or back down the ice? It is 12:01, Sir Aidan Glendenning. We are now officially Friday.
Yeah, currently the day after this game was supposed to be finished, but we're still here in high spirits, and no better place to be, Marty. Like you said, it'll be a fun story to tell down the road that we were here calling this game, going down to quadruple overtime.
Cape Breton broadcaster Pat McNeil, thank you, Pat, confirming they had 5 OTs against Baie-Comeau. Desnoyers will bunt one towards the net. That had a bounce on it. And a left pad save by LaSalle. Back to the blue line. Virgilio. There's the shot. Glove save. LaSalle low in a crowd. 19:21 to go. 60 Armada shots. 36 Moncton. 2-2 tie. If you're just tuning in or tuning out. Hopefully not tuning out. No, I didn't mean that. Gabe Smith and Mercier for the Cats. Way back in the first and third periods. Lemieux and Villeneuve in the third for the Armada. From the faceoff, bouncing puck. Mercier backhands it wide of LaSalle. Lounsbury fires one in front. Desnoyers tipped it, but wide. Mercier's in the corner. Alex Mercier. He'll give it to Desnoyers. Desnoyers in front of the net off the stick of Lounsbury. And it hops down the ice. Deputy will go after it. Good reverse behind the net to Max Belen. Up the boards it goes. Waiting at center, Lounsbury. He'll simply redirect it in and head to the bench. The legs have to be a little heavy by this time. Teddy Mutrin's in the corner, running. Mutrin knocked off the puck by Lavigne. Teddy Mutrin centers it, side of the net. They try the wrap. There it is. LaSalle save off Gabe Smith. Turning and firing quickly and coming down the wing. Villeneuve backhanding it in the corner. Changing the Armada, just red sweaters in that cat zone. Moncton skating right to left. It is overtime 4. 2-2 tie here in game 1 at the Avenir. And the popcorn was very tasty. Here comes Mutrin at the blue line, firing off Cornforth. Side of the net, Turnus trying to get it to the front of the net. Close quarters, centered by Cornforth, bouncing on the wing. And Zonot will slip it out to center. Dubé over the Moncton blue line. Looking for Carbonneau, is in behind the net, out the other side. Tommy Blyle and Carbonneau. It'll go to Teddy Mutrin. Mutrin chips it up the boards. Cornforth, nice play to get it out. So important getting those pucks out over the paint from 2 feet. Here comes Filai. Good rush by number 6. Cuts in front. Guimont stayed with him. Great skater along the blue line. Golicic not shooting. There it is. High wrist shot blocked. The Armada pick it up. Another drive blocked in front. Cleared away by the Cats, and Guimont will leap on the loose puck. Wow. The Armada threatening here in the 4th OT. 17:30 to go in the 4th overtime period. 61-37 the shots in favor of the Armada. Rudy Guimont has already set a Cats record, I believe, Aiden, for saves in the playoff game or in a game period.
Yeah, he's now got the solo record with 59 saves in just a game period by a Moncton Wildcat goaltender. So he's now the lone record holder at 59 stops here in this game against the Armada in the 4th overtime period. Rudy Guimont now up to 60 saves.
All right, 2-2 tie. There's a shot. Guimont made the save. Low pad back to the blue line for the Armada. A drive blocked in front by Lavigne and Chudzinski. Chudzinski powers it off the boards. He'll step over the blue line looking for Gabe Smith. Gabe Smith in the corner, steps to the front of the net, loose puck to the side, and it'll slide into goaltender LaSalle. They've been dangerous all night. Ryan Chudzinski, we feel, had 2 or 3 chances to win this game. It either bounced off the heel of his stick, under the stick, over the stick. Just one of those nights.
Yeah, all the way in the first overtime period. It seems like forever ago now in the fourth one, but Ryan Chudzinski could have had a hat trick in that overtime period. He had 3 good looks in tight and just unable to find the back of the net. A number of them just going up high and wide or getting deflected out of play.
Game 1, overtime 4, 2-2 tie. Moncton skating right to left here at the Avenir. I'm surprised still a few thousand people left here. We're after midnight. Deputy will fire it in, wide of LaSalle. Lounsbury, Desnoyers, and Mercier. Here come the Armada, simply flipping it down the lane. That might be icing. I'll take an icing anytime in OT, and there it is. I want to thank Alexandre Desjambal. He's here with the QMJHL for serving popcorn and water. My compatriote Cedric over there on the Armada side. Long nights, gentlemen. Hayden, I'm glad you're here. From the face-off, it'll come back to the blue line. Deputy to Max Belen. Rips it in behind LaSalle out the other side. It'll slide up to center. Stepping over the blue line for the Armada. Nobert in the corner. Looking for Gosselin. He'll lose it though. And Deputy steps out behind the Moncton net. Evan Deputy, nice pass on the wing to Desnoyers. Desnoyers forechecking on Spencer Gill. Gill starts down the right side to Vincent Collard. Collard, nice poke check. Loose puck on the boards. Collard gets it back. Strong man on the puck. Continues in the corner. Bouncing off Max Valent. Good outlet pass, Valent. Lounsbury through the middle to Mercier. Desnoyers comes down the left side. Back to Lounsbury. In front to Desnoyers. And the pass blocked once again. Penalties. It's been a couple of days since I've seen a penalty here in this hockey game. Thrown around the boards. The Armada pinning it on the boards. Lemieux. He'll give it in front to Golicic, in behind the net. Virgilio watching his man around the boards. Nico Turnus kept in by Filai. Around the boards it goes again. Cornforth on Golicic. Dubé not shooting. At the right point, that puck comes outside the line. Carbonneau at the Moncton bench. Poke check. Here comes Cornforth and Mutrin. Cornforth in front to Mutrin. Blocker save. LaSalle, and it flies out to the blue line. Through the neutral zone. Back come the Armada. Dubé just fires one in. Guimont will leave it in the corner to Fortier-Gendron. Centered by the Armada. Coming in from the point. There's a drive. What a pad save by Guimont on that slap shot from the blue line. The Cats could not get it out. Good play by Blau to make sure it's out. And it's now through the neutral zone at the Armada bench. Marty Kingston, Aiden Glendenning with a 5-hour plus hockey game here at the Avenir Center. OT 4, 2-2, 15 to go in the fourth overtime. Coming off the wall, Laving a shot. Guimont made the save, chipped out nicely on the boards. Can Chudzinski catch up to it? Gill will throw it across to his partner on the defense core. Gosselin through center, intercepted. Garonin comes in front of the net. Chudzinski was tied up once again. Couldn't get a stick on that. Forechecking Gabe Smith. Loose puck, shot for Ronan, short side, trying to surprise LaSalle. Valen at the net, off Chudzinski skipping wide. 14:30 to go in the fourth overtime period. 65 Armada shots. Cats approaching 40 at 39. Here come the Armada over the line. Coming in and stopping in the corner. Matteo Nobat at the left point. Filai, there's the drive wide. It sails back to the right point to Spencer Gill. To Filai, not shooting. There it is. Guimont, glove save from the blue line. Makes it look rather easy from here.
A lot of that to the long list of stops Rudy Guimont has had to make here this evening. And is the question, does he go for the Q lead and saves in a game, Marty? I believe if we check that one out, it is 86 saves in 1999 on March 19th by the Victoriaville goaltender Pierre-Luc Terrien. So
wow.
Quite a number away still. Rudy with a total of 64, 22 away from that total, but the way things are looking, we might be here till the sun comes up.
Oh no. 2-2 down the ice. No icing. Filai is watched by Mercier. Getting it on the wing. The Armada Collard through center, intercepted by Captain Desnoyers. Down goes Lounsbury, and Lemieux jammed up on the wall. Cats playing good defense as well. Both goaltenders exceptional. Rudy Guimont, 64 saves. Shot in by the Armada. In the corner, Eric Valenius. Nice long stretch pass through center. Lounsbury will give it to Gavin Cornforth. Coming down inside the blue line. Cornforth knocked off the puck by Bizono, but he'll come back and help out. Collard cuts in. Penalty coming up on the play. Is there a penalty on the play? I'm beside myself. What's the call? Too many men?
Yeah, I'm not sure which team. It could have been called on both sides. The Wildcats wanted it called on the Armada, and Armada vice versa, but no one headed to the box yet. But it looks like the Cats are going to be short-handed here in the fourth overtime period with 13:24 to go, as Alex Mercier will go serve this too many men call. And Gardner McDougall's, he's absolutely irate on the bench there, Marty. Understandably so. There's been tons of calls let go on both sides all night long, and for that to be called when the other team also had too many men at the exact same time is just a hard one to swallow. But
penalty, Moncton, fourth overtime, wrapped around the boards by the Cats, wrapped in by Gosselin. Power play Armada. We're in the fourth OT. Lounsbury intercepts one. He'll give it to Teddy Mutrin. Lounsbury joining Mutrin. There's the shot. Arm save Lascelles on a good rip by Teddy Mutrin with Preston Lounsbury shorthanded. 13 to go in the fourth overtime. The Armada on a power play. Firo waste and recycling penalty kill your Wildcats. Offside. They'll get a little cute at the blue line with one too many pass offside. I can't blame them. The computers must be breaking down by times as they create to make plays out there, these Wildcats and Blainville-Boisbriand Armada.
Well, I know they scored earlier in this one on the power play, Marty, but so far in the playoffs, the power play for the Armada hasn't really been anything special. Knock on wood again as the home broadcast, but they've only been firing at 10.3%, and on the road even worse at 6.7%. So the Wildcats with their penalty kill running at around 90%. You look at the odds and you like it, but again, fourth overtime now, anything could happen, and you got to stay sharp if you're the Moncton Wildcats.
Caleb Denway, Gabe Smith face off. It'll elude Gill. All those seconds help. 1:25 to go in the the Armada power play. 2-2 tie, game one. We're in overtime number 4. Bizono carries it in. Carbonneau will get it back to the blue line to Matt Gosselin. Gosselin will leave it there to Spencer Gill. Gill feeding Carbonneau at the hash marks. Gill not shooting, nor does Zono. Zono will fall. Zono fell. Here comes Gabe Smith rushing with Denvoyer. Denvoyer in front of Gabe Smith, and it didn't connect. Do you believe that? A complete wipeout by Zono, and in came Gabe Smith, and there's a shot. Guimont pad save, and they score. Wouldn't you know it? Maël Lavigne. I thought Denvoyer was going to shoot that puck. Kudos trying to make a pass to Gabe Smith, and it's a overtime win by the Armada at 7:48 of the fourth overtime period. They came down the ice. Lavigne put a rebound in. Guimont made the save, and the Armada end this marathon affair at the Avenir Center with shot number 69. Moncton 40 on net, and it's a power play goal by the Armada in overtime. But you had to see that earlier play. You get a chance to watch it on FloHockey TV. There's the winning goal there. It was a shot showing up Lavigne with the rebound and beating Guimont, made the original save. Earlier, the 2-on-1 bust out with Denvoyer and Gabe Smith. And Denvoyer, I thought he was going to shoot, but he was trying to set up number 9 as well. Wow. 7:48, fourth overtime. She's over. The Armada win on the power play to take a 1-0 series lead, ending Moncton's 17-game win streak. And to take, here it is here. They're showing it on the big screen. Back to Flo if I can. Denvoyer moves in, looking for Gabe Smith. Open pass a little behind him. And down came the Armada with the winning goal.
Yeah, you would have liked to see Denvoyer maybe go shot there on that one, or even try to get a rebound shot away like the Armada did on the rush right after, but tries to go for the pass, doesn't connect, and one chance falls, the other one doesn't, and refs still gathered here at center ice. Not sure. Don't leave now, folks. The play is under review. Our referees and Jeff Hopkins and Jonathan Longier are looking at the iPads here. Maybe an offside, maybe a kick in off the rebound from Rudy Guimont. I don't know. The Cats have gone to the dressing room, but their trainers and equipment managers and Chris McDonald are there waiting at the bench to see the news, but we'll see.
Terry LeBlanc's down there. The referees, the Armada, have not left. There's a bunch of them in the hallway, and a few on the bench, and 4 of them hanging around the penalty box. So we'll see what happens on that.
Well, this will be interesting. It was, I thought they might go to a review here when Mercier didn't leave the box right away. We'll get the call. Good goal.
Now, good goal indicated by referee Langell. Game over. Armada 3, Wildcats 2, in front of 4,300
Blainville-Boisbriand's
fans.
goal, his 9th of the series, son 9e de la série, compté par le numéro 39, number 39, Maël Lavigne. Assisted by number 8 avec l'aide du numéro 8, Justin Carbonneau, and number 15, Spencer Gill. Time of the goal, 7:48 à 7 minutes 48 secondes.
All right, we're back with the Subaru Moncton postgame show, and producer Adam McLaren will be right back right after this on Wildcats Radio from the Avenir Inspire FM.